Hi there! In this video, we are going to build and deploy a complete coffee shop customer service chatbot application. This chatbot will take orders, provide detailed information about the menu items and the coffee shop itself, block irrelevant conversations, and even recommend products based on a custom recommendation engine. You'll learn all the popular and in-demand cutting-edge concepts related to large language models, making you an expert in the field. First, we'll dive into prompt engineering, one of the hottest skills right now, where you'll learn how to craft precise instructions to guide the chatbot to generate accurate, relevant, and structured responses. Next, we'll explore Retrieval-Augmented Generation, or RAG, a powerful method that enhances the chatbot's ability to generate responses based on personalized data from your own database, allowing the bot to provide smarter, more context-aware answers about your own coffee shop. Next, we'll explore the powerful concept of agent-based systems. In this architecture, the chatbot is composed of distinct components called agents, each designed to handle a specific function, such as taking orders, providing information, filtering out irrelevant conversations, or recommending items. This modular approach not only makes your chatbot more efficient and accurate, but also allows for easy updates and improvements, ensuring it delivers consistent and high-quality responses. If one agent needs a tweak, you can just adjust it without affecting the others. Additionally, this agent-based system can seamlessly integrate with other systems like our own recommendation engine, allowing agents to call on these external resources and incorporate their outputs into the conversation. Agent-based systems are widely used in production environments across various industries, making them a valuable addition to your toolkit. Speaking of recommendation engines, we'll also be developing a market basket analysis recommendation engine. This powerful tool analyzes customer purchase patterns to identify items that are often bought together, allowing us to suggest complementary products to users. We'll train this recommendation engine from scratch and integrate it into our agent-based system, enabling the chatbot to provide tailored suggestions into a conversational manner, improving the overall customer experience and driving sales. We won't just stop at building our chatbot, we'll also take it a step further by deploying it. We will be deploying a large language model, an embedding model, and a custom API for our agent-based system, all using RunPod. RunPod makes deploying both GPU and CPU endpoints simple, cost-effective, and scalable. We'll use RunPod's serverless VLLM endpoint to deploy a state-of-the-art LLM called Llama on GPU servers. With just a few clicks, we'll have it up and running in under 2 minutes, accessible through API calls just like openAI's models, but with full control over our own custom models. The serverless nature of these endpoints means that they scale automatically based on usage, so you only pay when it's in use. If the endpoint isn't being accessed, it scales down to 0, costing you nothing. In addition to the LLM, we'll deploy an embedding model through RunPod's quick deploy serverless endpoints also. Finally, we'll deploy the agent-based system Python code, writing only the logic for our chatbot while RunPod takes care of the API code and server infrastructure. This hands-off approach allows you to focus on developing your system without needing to worry about managing servers and writing any API code. With RunPod's easy-to-use platform, you can deploy sophisticated AI systems effortlessly and at scale. Now, after successfully deploying our backend, let's complete the picture by building the front end of our application and see how real-world apps are created end-to-end. We'll create a full React Native application that connects seamlessly to both a Firebase database and the RunPod's endpoints we've set up. On the home screen, we'll retrieve and display items dynamically from the Firebase database. Users will also have the ability to filter items by category for easier navigation. Next, we'll build an item page where users can view more information about each product, again pulling data directly from the database. We'll also create a cart screen displaying all selected items along the total price. Finally, we'll integrate the chatbot screen, enabling users to interact with the bot directly within the application. The chatbot will connect to the RunPod endpoint we deployed, providing a fully interactive chatbot experience where both the user and bot messages are displayed in real time. By the end of this tutorial, you'll have a fully functional chatbot application that takes orders, makes intelligent recommendations, and provides a seamless user experience, all while learning core LLM concepts, advanced prompt engineering, and full-stack development. This will totally take your skills and CV to a whole new level. So let's now go to RunPod and create a free account. You'll find the link in the description below. RunPod is also sponsoring this video, and they provided 20 credit codes that you can redeem to get some free credit into your account. You can find those credit codes in the description below. So go to the left panel and click on Billing, then scroll down to Credit Codes and copy-paste one of the credit codes in the description below. Now those credit scores can only be redeemed once, so the first person to use the code is the one that is going to receive the credit. If you've missed on the codes, don't worry, you can just add a couple of dollars worth of credit and this would be more than enough to get you through the tutorial. Let's now deploy our first LLM. We are going to be deploying Llama, which is an open sourced LLM from Meta. It is one of the state-of-the-art models that have the best performances out there. And as you can see, it has the ability to understand text and generate answers word by word and generate text word by word. So it's just like ChatGPT, but it's open sourced and we have full control over it. We can retrain it and we can utilize it for any purpose that we want. So yeah, we'll be utilizing this. So you can go to Hugging Face. And Hugging Face is a repository that has a lot of open source LLMs and you can utilize them easily. So make sure to sign up, it's free, and then log in. And in this, you can just write in Google Llama 3.1, and we are going to be using Llama 3.1 for this use case. And the one that we are going to use is Llama 3.1. If you just pressed on the Llama interface, like the Llama user, and you can see that we have Llama 3.2, but those are smaller models, so they probably have lesser accuracy. The one that we are going to be using is Llama 3.2, and it's going to be instruct-tuned. Instruct-tuned means that it is trained on question answering, so it's more optimized for generation on that. So you can see that Meta, Llama 3 and 8 billion parameters instruct. This is the one that we are going to be using. I am going to link it in the description below so you don't have to find it again. And you can see that it needs some permissions and you need to agree on their terms of use. So I'm going to show you what that would be like if I went to this website again and if I didn't agree on that. You should agree on it and it should give you permissions within like 5 minutes, but give it a couple of minutes to sink in. So you're gonna find that you need to agree on the terms of use. You just log in and press here agree. You're just gonna wait to have you're gonna wait maybe less than 5 minutes, and after that you're gonna have this. You have access to this model, and yeah, after this now you're ready and you have access to the model. And the last thing that we are going to do here is that we are going to go to our profile, go to our access tokens, and this will identify us so that now we have access, but now we also want to make sure that the programs know that it's us. So you need to create a new token. You can call it whatever you want. You can just call it Llama token. And there is read, there is write, and just in case, just put it in write. We won't need to write anything, but yeah, maybe put it in write and just create token. You're gonna find that the token here is displayed. You can copy it and you can press done. And by the way, I am going to remove all the tokens that I'm going to be using in this tutorial. So make sure to use yours so that you can have a working program. I just pasted the token right here in the notepad, and then you can go ahead, go to RunPod, and of course you have to sign in. And after that, you go to serverless on the side, and then go to the serverless VLLM, this one. And you need two things. You need the Hugging Face token that we just pasted in. So you can just copy it and paste it. And you need to also have the Hugging Face URL for that. So you can go to Llama again. So you can write Llama, like this one. Go to your Llama, which is Llama 3.8. And you can just copy this, just copy the name of it, and then go here and just paste it. So this is your Hugging Face Llama. And then press next. After that, you're gonna have a lot of options to choose from, and you can leave all the options like the same, and you can press next. I am going to be choosing the 48 gigabyte GPU. You can leave whatever name that you want, or you can just rename it. And I am going to make the workers 2. So I'm going to make 2 workers, and I'm going to make it the 48 gigabyte GPU. And you can just press deploy. So now it's deploying our LLM, and we can access it through the code, and we can access it through just some like curl commands, like hitting an API, and we will have a fully working LLM quite soon. So for example, right there, if you want to like test the request, you can just write here, for example, what's the capital of Italy? You can test it out, you can run it, and you can just wait for the results to show up. Just wait a minute for it. So it's the first request, because this is a serverless endpoint. The first request is initializing the model and preparing the API for it. So the first request usually takes more time. But after that, usually you'll have faster response times. So now it's finished, and you can just like press the refresh button, and you're gonna see that the response, it's Rome. I code the answer to show how easy it is. So it's just like responded to the questions that we already had. It's just like ChatGPT, but it's open source and it's yours, and you can also train it. And we are going to be utilizing that, and it's going to be a lot cheaper also. So you're gonna have like a lot cheaper than openAI. So right now we are going to go to the code, and we are going to make our own endpoint, and we are going to call this LLM through code, so that we can utilize it in the applications. You can utilize it in the back end. And I went ahead, created a new folder. I called it Coffee Shop Live Coding. You can call it whatever you want. I am also going to be opening it from my terminal, like that. And I am going to open VS Code. So inside VS Code, I am going to create a new folder called Python code. This will host our Python code, which is maybe it's going to be our API, and it's going to be some preparing codes that we will work on as well. So inside of this, we are going to create a prompt engineering tutorial .ipynb, which is a notebook. And here we have the notebook for the prompt engineering. We can also create here requirements a requirements file. So you can just create here requirements.txt, and in the requirements, I am going to list down the requirements that we want right now, which is pandas, which is a data frame library that is able to work with CSV files and any structured data sets. And we are also going to need something called .env, which will read environment variables from a file easily. So it's called Python .env equal 1.0.1. And those are the exact versions that I'm using right now, but it might work with other versions as well. But I feel like if you include the versions, then you're gonna have the same results that I do. And one of the things that I already I want also is openAI library. And this library is very easy to use, and most people are comfortable and familiar with it. So we can also use it in our Llama and our RunPod deployment. So you can have it like this. So we can have the openAI python.env and pandas, and all of those should be installed. And to install them, you can just have a new terminal like this, and you can go to the Python code. You can have pip install -r, and you can install the requirements like this. And if you pressed enter, it should download it for you. And yeah, I'm not gonna download it again because I already have it. And yeah, so by the way, if you want to get the exact names or something like that of a package, you can go here, go to Google, have the pip install and just write the .env, and it should get you the correct one. So you can have this. You just can copy it and paste it right here. This is how you can get the exact names of the packages that you want to install. So make sure to install them, or you can just pip install them right here. So pip install pandas like this, and adding the exclamation point is shows that it's a terminal command. And you can also pip install openAI, and you can also pip install python.env. So all of those you can do with them quite easily. And yeah, so right now let's import them. So from openAI, import openAI, then from .env, import load.env, and let's also here call the load.env. In the load.env, let's create also here in the Python code, let's create a new file called .env, which will host our environment variables. And we will need to have a token so that we can access our RunPod deployments. For that, you can go to the settings. Then you're going to find API keys. Press API keys. You have read and write. Just make it read and write maybe Llama 3.1. This is going to be the API key for the Llama 3.1. So you can just create, and that is it. So you have this. So you can have this token right there. You just can copy it. Again, you need to generate your own tokens, and you're gonna write it here. So you can write run pod token equals, and you can just paste it in, and this is going to be a RunPod token. We are also going to need the URL for the chatbot. So you can go again to serverless, and you're gonna find here that deployment that you made earlier. So press on it. And in here, you can find so in here you don't have to click on anything. You can find that here there is an OpenAI link base URL. just copy it and go here and write RunPod chatbot URL equals this, and this is going to be our endpoint for reaching this. And the last thing that we want to do is we want to specify the model name, and our model name is going to be the llama model. So you can just come here, copy this from Hugging Face and press it and save it. And yeah, now you have the environment variables necessary to open the prompt engineering and continue. And now let's import also OS, as this will be necessary to access the environment variables after reading them. And yeah, now you have all the requirements loaded in, and let's create now a function to get the chatbot response basically. So let's now connect to our llama endpoint. So we can have the client, which is equal to openAI, and we are going to connect it as if we are connecting to ChatGPT, which is going to be very convenient. So you can specify the API key. Then we can get the environment variable that is called RunPod token. So you can just copy paste it right there. And you can also have the base URL, and the base URL is going to be the chatbot URL right there. And make sure that it's only one equal. Then we can also specify the model name, which is equal to os.getEnv, and it's going to be the model name. So copy and paste it right there. And now we're connected to our llama endpoint. To call it, we can just call it like this. So client dot chat dot completions. So it needs to complete what I'm saying, which is going to be answering my questions. I am going to specify the model, which is going to be the model name. I'm going to specify the messages. And the messages here is a list of messages. So it has something called role, which specifies who is talking, either the user or the assistant, or even its a system prompt. I'm going to be explaining those individually. But right now I'm going to have a user message, which is just me writing a question. And I am going to give it the message in the content attribute. And we can say what's the capital of Germany, like that. And this is going to be our messages. It's just one message for now. It's a list of dictionaries where each dictionary is a message, and it has a role and a content, which is the message itself. We can also specify the temperature, which is the amount of randomness that we want. We want, basically, in our applications, we don't want any random results. We want concrete results, because this is going to be an agent-based system, and results are going to be relying on each other. So let's not add randomness to it. And we are going to be getting the top P of 0.8. like that, and we are going to specify a max tokens of 2000. So the chatbot itself is not able to generate more than 2000 tokens, and a token is either a word or a subword, or even letters. So it's like a unit of generation for the or even input for the LLM. And you can think about it as if it's a word. And yeah, you can just run it again. We delayed a lot on the serverless side, and it should be able to now it's shut down and it's going to be starting up again. So it's going to take a little while, the first message, but afterwards it should be fine. So now it's done, and let's see what's inside the response. And you can see that it's an object, and inside of the objects we have a choices object, and inside of the choices we have the response right there, which is the capital of Germany is Berlin, and this is what we basically care about. So what you want, if you want to access this, you can just write dot choices of 0 of message dot, and it is, so you can see that it's in the choices, then message, then of content, so you can just write dot content, and there you go. This is the output message of the response. Now let's create a function for that. Let's create a function so that we don't have to write all this again. And let's here create a get chatbot response. And in this, we can just write client, model name, and messages. So all of those, we already have the client, the model name, and the messages. And the messages are going to be input messages. And let's also put the temperature in. Sometimes we need to play around with the temperature to get the best results, and it's convenient to have it as a parameter. But I'm going to not be using it here, so I'm going to have a default of 0. And basically, I'm not going to overwrite it at all. But yeah, it's good to have. So we can have the input messages, which is equal to an empty list, input messages, like this. And for message in messages, we are going to be putting the input messages dot append. Then we are going to put here message of role, message of role. This is going to put the role of the message, and we are going to be also putting here the content of the message. And I think I've written messages wrong, so yeah, now I corrected it. So now I just had a copy of the messages here again in the input messages, and the reason that I'm doing that is that the messages will have other things than the role and the content. It will have also the memory of the agents that I'm going to be using. So I'm just going to be copying those and leaving the other attributes not copied so that I can feed it into the openAI endpoint quite easily. And then we are going to have this response, so you can just copy and paste it right there. Make sure to have the correct indentations like this. And you can have the client.chat completions, model name, and for the messages, we paste in the input messages. And for the temperature, we paste in the temperature. And now we want to have the response, which is dot choices of 0 of message of content, like that. And yeah, now we are done. So we can return the response. The function is now ready to use, and I think I also have misspelled the temperature, so I just pasted right here. So I forgot a comma right there, so just put it right there, and everything should be good. So you can just run it, everything is good, and now let's test it again. So instead of all this, we can just have call this, give it the client, give it the model, and we can give it the messages. You can put the messages here in a messages in a variable like that, and put it right there, and we can ask it the same question. So let's ask it what's the capital of Germany, and we can get the response right here, right there. And yeah, let's wait for the response. So the output is now done. The capital of Germany is Berlin, and you can see now it's working good. So now we have a good introduction about how to get the LLM response. and you can just put it right there. And let's also create a section, get LLM response. You can see how easy it is, and you don't need a GPU on your local machine. You're accessing a GPU on the cloud, so it's pretty convenient. And let's now remove those. We don't need them anymore. And let's now start with the interesting stuff. Let's now start with prompt engineering techniques. So I'm going to be using 3 main prompt engineering techniques plus the Retrieval-Augmented Generation, and I'm going to be explaining them all to you. And it's going to enhance the output of our models. It's going to make it more accurate and more structured. And we are going to be able to put the output in a structured format so that we can push it from agent to agent, and we can extract the data and push it in databases if we want. So yeah, let's do that. So the first thing is, let's create a section called prompt engineering, like this. Let's have a subsection called structured output. Now in this section, you are going to learn how to make the output of the prompts structured and not just text like this. So you can put it in a structured format like a CSV, like a JSON file, any format, so that other systems, other programmed systems can understand it and can extract data from it. And we are now going to only focus on JSON objects, but you can adapt it to any other things that you want. So for example, let's say we want to get the capitals of the countries and put it in a database. You can see that the output here, the capital of Germany is Berlin. And what we want to do is we want to extract only Berlin and put it in the database as a column value. So the problem here, what word to take and how are we going to extract only Berlin? So this is going to be a little bit tricky for us to use. This free floating, like this free text, is good for reading, but it's hard for other systems to understand, and it's hard for us to extract data from this and put it in other systems, especially the programmed ones. So let's now ask the same question, but put it in a structured format. So right now, we are going to introduce another role, which is called system prompts. So a system prompt is a prompt that is given to the LLM or the chatbot that defines how it should behave, and it defines the behavior, the overall behavior of this chatbot. And the other role that I didn't show you is called assistant. And when the response here came from the client, and it had the output of the role of assistant. So the user is the person that is me, that is sending the messages, that is sending the questions. The assistant is the response of the LLM to that. And the system just defines the overall behavior of the chatbot itself. So let's define a system prompt. And in this, we are going to be writing how it should behave and what output should it have. So you are a helpful assistant that answer questions about capitals of countries. Then this is just like this is going to help us define that it's just outputting the capitals of countries. We can now tell it to have the output in a structured format and instruct it how to do so. So you can write your output, and you can start describing the output should be in a structured JSON format. Exactly like this, like the one below. you are not allowed, and I want to tell it that it's not allowed to write anything else other than the JSON format, so that I can cast it quite easily into a dictionary. So you are not allowed to write anything other than the JSON object. And I am specifying this because it sometimes tell it, here's the JSON that you required, and then it produces the JSON. The JSON is quite correct, but the first sentence does not allow it to be parsed in a dictionary easily. So I am going to make it a dictionary like this, a list, then a list of dictionaries where the first key is going to be the country. And here, it's the country that the user is asking about. So the country that you will get the capital of. Then it's going to be the capital, which is going to be the capital of the country stated. So this is going to be the system prompt, and we can have it in the messages as well. So in the messages, you can add the role of system and then give it the system prompt. And then we can have the messages dot append and give it the user, which is the role of a user, and then give it the content, what's the capital of, and let's change it a little bit. We can make it Italy or Germany, like keep it Germany. So we can have the response, and we are always going to be calling the function that we already did. We are going to give it the client, the model name, and the messages that we specified above. And lastly, we are going to print the response. So let's run it and wait for the result. So it's finished quite quickly. I didn't cut it, and you can see because we already have the model in memory. Now the country here is Germany, and the capital is Berlin, and you can see that it's a list, and inside of it it's a dictionary, and it's a structured format. So if I can extract it and put it in a database quite easily. So the way that, if you check the response right there, the type of it, it's going to be still a string. So you can cast it quite easily to a list or a dictionary. So you can import JSON like this and run it. Don't forget to run it. Then you can write response, actually JSON response, which is equal to JSON.loads, then give it the response, and we can also print it out. And you can see now it's a list, so you can check the type of it, and it's a list. And inside of the list, the type is going to be a dictionary, so it's going to be a dict. So everything here is working good. And if you want to also get the something like this of 0 and of capital, you can get it quite easily, like that's Berlin. And you can see now the output is more convenient to be processed by other systems. And yeah, this is going to be very helpful when we're coding agents. The next step is going to be structuring the input. Now, structuring the input helps us to separate the structure our input into different sections, and to put the maybe variables, and put the requests in a place, and put the other instructions in another place, so that the instruction at the end or the prompt at the end can be clear to the LLM. So let's create a section right there called input structuring, and this is the second prompt engineering technique that we are going to be using. So let's have the user input, and in the user input we want to get the capital of 3 countries. So we can say get me the capitals of then Italy, Germany, France, and you can specify whatever you want. But if the list gets a lot, then maybe the LLM will skip something. So the way that I structure my inputs is that I try to put some titles, and then I can also put some backticks to specify the input itself. So to specify that this is the input that I'm going to use. So get me the capitals of the following countries, and like this. And you can start specifying the countries. So right here, you can specify in triple quotes that it's going to be, the first one is going to be Italy, the second one is going to be Germany, the third one is going to be, let's say, France. So now you have the input structured, and the LLM is less likely now to forget about a country. So you can have the messages, which is equal to also the system prompt that we have above. We want it to be also in a structured format, so we are going to be utilizing the same system prompt. And then we are going to be adding to the messages a role to a user, and then the user input that we have. And then we are going to have the response, which is equal to the function that we made. We give the client, we give it the name, and we give the messages. Then let's print out the response. Now you can see that it's a list, and because I specified that it's a list before, it is able to generalize it and get the data that I want. So each one is a dictionary. It will have the country and the capital, and you can now simply put it in a database or reuse it as whatever you want. Again, this is a string, and if you want to have it as a JSON format, you can just have response JSON equal JSON.loads, and you can print the JSON like this. And yeah, now you can have the list of countries and the capitals that you want. Now, the third prompt engineering technique is the best one of the three, which is called give the model time to think, and it's called And the one that we are going to be using is called chain of thought. And in this paper that introduced chain of thought, they were able to increase the accuracy from 17% to 78%. And this is a lot. It's a very good increase. And the idea behind it is that models are generating the answers word by word. So right now, if they have to generate this answer output, it might get the wrong result, which is 8. So if you looked at this, it's just a mathematical problem. And if you looked at it, this answer is wrong. And it's because it was spitting out the answer without any previous direction. So if you told it to think, and if you told it to get the outputs, calculate the output step by step, it will have the enough words behind it so that it can be directed into the right direction. And you can see here that it's trying to reason through it. So it's telling it the 16 balls, and then the half of it, and then half of the golf. Then now it has the correct answer of 4. So giving this chain of thought is very important, and it directs the user and directs the LLM to get actually the correct results, and it increases the accuracy of it. So let's try it out. So let's also create a section right there. Let's call it give the model time to think, and we are going to be using chain of thought. Okay, I am going to be linking this paper in the GitHub and maybe in the description below. So yeah, you can have a read about it. So let's have something that is quite easy to do, and let's have a mathematical equation, and let's have it like this: user prompt, which is equal to calculate the result of this equation 1 plus 3, your output, then we are going to specify also a dictionary output, which is a structured output, should be in a structured JSON format exactly like the one below. You are not allowed to write anything other than the JSON object. So this is pretty similar to the structured prompt engineering technique that we had, and right now there is nothing new. There is no chain of thought. There is nothing, and I am going to write it here as a result, and it's going to be the final number resulted from calculating the equation above. Now this is going to give us the output of it, so you can specify the messages, and the messages are going to be in a list, and it's going to have a role like this, and inside of the role is going to be user, and content is going to be the user prompt. And yeah, let's also have the response. So get chatbot response, you can give it the client, you can give it the model name, and you can give it the messages, and you can print out response. So now you can see that the result is 4, which is correct. 1 plus 3 is equal to 4. So let's make it a little bit complicated. So let's make a more complicated equation. So 259 over 2 times 8654 plus 91072 multiplied by 33, then minus 12971. So this is a more complicated equation, and you can see the result here is a big number. So let's copy this. Let's copy the previous prompt, and let's copy the equation and paste it in instead of the 1 plus 3, and let's see what results that we are going to get. So now you can have, now you see that we have a very different result. So you can just copy this, paste it right here, and subtract it from the result that we have. And you can see the margin of error is a lot. So yeah, you can see that now it's not accurate because it was spitting out the answer in just one step. So if you can direct it to put it to put in the steps and to put in what steps, then it will get better accuracy. So let's copy this, paste it down, and now we will add before the result we would add steps. So this is going to be the steps that the LLM should take before getting the final answer. So this is where you solve the equation bit by bit. And again, because it's a JSON format, I can just neglect the steps and take the result if I want to. So yeah. Putting the steps here does not mean that it will contaminate the output. Actually, I can separate the results quite easily since it's a JSON format. So bit by bit, following the BEDMAS order of operations, and BEDMAS is just like brackets, exponentials, division, multiplications, addition, and subtraction. This is the correct order of operations when you do those complicated and long equations. Order of operations. and you need to show your work and calculate each step leading to the final result, and feel free to write in free text. Because we are in JSON format, I don't want it to write like other JSON objects inside of the steps. It can write in free text, and either way I'm going to neglect the steps when taking the answer. So let's run this, and hopefully we'll be able to be getting better results and a lower margin of error. So you can see here that it was able to get a lot of the steps in, and when you try and subtract now the output, the correct one, from the new output like this, so now you can see how much better it is. The margin of error is way better. So you can just copy this and put it right here, divided by this, to see how much better it is. And it is 25%, actually 25 times better. So the margin of error is now way better than it used to be. And also we can try to make it more accurate by telling it to put in more steps, to put in what it's thinking, put it in bullet points, and we can actually increase this a lot. And in one of the trials that I did before this, like preparing for this tutorial, I reached like a difference of 42, just 42, and yeah. I can like put it in the GitHub repository what user prompt I exactly used, but yeah, this chain of thought is very important to like increase the accuracy levels, and yeah, this is one of the things that you need to put in your tool belt. So with that being said, we need to now move into the last, like, it's not a prompt engineering technique, it's called Retrieval-Augmented Generation. Now, Retrieval-Augmented Generation helps the model to output information that it doesn't have in its memory. So, for example, if you're opening a coffee shop like the one that we are having in the application, it will not have like your menu. It doesn't know anything about your menu, it doesn't know anything about your coffee shop, and we need to inject this information in the prompt so that the user can actually refer to it and get the output from it and respond accordingly. So let's create a new one called RAG, which is the abbreviation for Retrieval Augmented Generation, like this. Now, Llama was trained before iPhone 16, so iPhone 16 was coming out. So let's, and now iPhone 16 I think is out, so let's have the user prompt like this, and the user prompt, like, let's ask it about iPhone 16. So what's new in iPhone 16? Like this. Now let's also define the messages, and it's going to have a role, it's going to be a user, it's going to also have content, and the content is going to be the user prompt, like this, and the response is going to be the get chatbot, give it the client, give it the model name, and give it the messages. And let's print out the response. Right there, you need to put the curly braces for a dictionary and run it again. So right now, again, LLM was trained before iPhone 16, so it doesn't have iPhone 16 in its memory, and it should be a new piece of information that the LLM does not have. And we're going to see how RAG actually injects this, injects the data in the prompt so that it can retrieve it. So If you see this, there is no such thing as an iPhone 16. It doesn't know it. Apple has not released an iPhone with this model number yet. The latest that it knows is actually iPhone 13. So now I'm going to copy paste an iPhone 16 like description and what's new about it. You can get this from the GitHub repository. It's going to be in the prompt engineering tutorial.ip1b, the one that I'm standing on right now. And yeah, I think this is from Apple Magazine. It copied like it's from Apple Magazine. So you can just run it. And this is the iPhone 16's description. And let's say we can magically put this iPhone 16 description in. So let's have the prompt, user prompt, like this. And let's now add the iPhone 16 description. So iPhone. Then we can say what's new in iPhone 16, like the same prompt that we had above. But before the prompt, we added a couple of data that the model can rely on to output the answer. And we can now just copy paste the messages and get the response of it. So we can just run it again and get the output. Now, you can see that according to the text, the new features and updates of the iPhone 16 include which is going to be very good information for us. Now, it was able to respond to the question about data that it does not already have in memory. Now, the idea here is that we injected this data in the user prompt at the beginning. But the question now is, what data should we put in before the question so that it will be able to answer the question? We need to put in the most relevant information about our data set, about our coffee shop, about whatever we want, about our customized data set, so that we'll be able to answer this question. Now, we can put all our data in, but the LLMs have a maximum limit of words that it can take, and it's called tokens. It has a maximum limit of tokens that it can take. So we need to specify which parts of the data that we need to be injecting in. So right now, what we do is something called embeddings. And embeddings is the process of changing text from just words into a couple of numbers or an array of numbers. And that way we can do a mathematical operation to see whether two texts are similar or two texts are far away from each other. And we should get the most relevant data to the user prompt. So, for example, embeddings. Embeddings are usually like hundreds of numbers, but I'm going to make it just one number for this demonstration. So let's say motorcycle. And embeddings, the LLMs have the ability to embed those text into numbers, and we are going to be using also Llama to change the text into the embeddings. So let's say motorcycle has an embedding of 2, car has an embedding of 3, then banana, like this, has an embedding of 45. Now, if you subtracted car from motorcycle, then you will get 1. And if you subtracted the car from banana, or like banana from motorcycle or from car, like this, then you will get 44. So actually it's going to be maybe it's an absolute value. We are not going to be subtracting anyways. We're going to have another mathematical equation on that. So this is going to be 44 and this is going to be 1. So simply speaking, we are going to get the closest one. So this closer number, the smaller the number that it is, the more similar those two concepts are. So if those two concepts are similar, the difference are going to be similar. and if a concept is far, then the number is going to be far. Now the idea here is that I am going to have, for example, what's new about iPhone 16, and this is going to have an embedding of 2. Again, this is just a demonstration. The embeddings is way more numbers. And I am going to have iPhone data. I am going to have Samsung data. I am going to have, let's say, Sony data. I am going to have Pixel data, which is Google Pixel. And each one is a different number, like this. And you can see that if you subtracted the query itself, the user query, from the data sets that we have, the iPhone is going to be the closest one. So I'm going to automatically choose the iPhone data and put it in the user query, inject it, and this is going to be the rack system. So this is simply it. And now we need to have a way to embed our data. Now that you understood how embedding works and how are we going to utilize it to feed in the correct data to the user prompt, we can go ahead and create an embedding endpoint. So RunPod also conveniently has an embedding endpoint that we can start. Also, it's serverless. So you can just press start. It has a ready-made model for it, so we can utilize this model. It's a lightweight model, so it's going to be easy for us to use. And it's also going to be fast. You can press next, you can press also next, and you can decrease the amount of GPU a little bit to 24 if you want, and make max workers equal to 1. And yeah, this is it. Basically, you can make the max workers whatever number you want, and you can make the GPU whatever number you want as long as it hosts the model that you chose. And yeah. So currently just press deploy and yeah, wait for it to start. It's initializing right now. While it's initializing, you can just create a request and you can add here the input of it. So you can write input instead of prompt and press run. Make sure that it's working fine, and then we can move to the code. So now it initialized the model and it also processed it, and you can see that hello world changed to this embedding, which is a list of numbers, like I said, that we can do mathematical operations on it to see how close it is from other text as well. So this is it basically, and the way that, and we want to also copy this, just copy it like that, go to your environment variables, and right here, we can create a new environment variable called RunPod embedding URL, and paste in what we copied. But instead of run sync, just copy also the openAI v1 and just paste it in, and now you are ready to go. Just make sure to go up again and load the run the load.env again, so that we can have the new environment variable. And yeah, this is it. So now we can just add another section called like this, automatically extract context data from database, like that. And I also have the description for Samsung. So just copy paste it. I also have it in the GitHub repository. So create the data, and the data set we are going to have the iPhone 16 and the Samsung. And in the real world, you're going to have a lot more rows. But yeah, for demonstration purposes, I think 2 is quite fine. So just run it. And now you have a list of descriptions of Samsung and iPhone. And based on the user prompt, we are going to be matching the closest data that we can get. So user prompt, like this, is going to be equal what's new in iPhone 16. And for that, let's initialize our embedding model. So having the embedding client is equal to openAI, just like we did before. And the API key is going to be equal to the RunPod token. The base URL is going to be RunPod embedding URL, which is correct. Just copy paste it, make sure that it's the correct spelling, like that. And yeah, this is the embedding client. So now that we have this ready, we can create, we can call it, so like embedding client dot embeddings dot create, and we can give it an input of whatever we want. So we just have the user input, the user prompt that we specified above, and we can also have the model name, which is equal to this one, which is the one that we had before. So let's try and create this and just copy this and paste it right there. And this is going to be our model name. And yeah, so for that, we are going to put it in the output, and let's examine the output together. Yeah, so this is not model name, this is model, sorry. So you can just run it again. Now the output is here, so you can just run it, and you can see that you have the embeddings in it, and this is the list of embeddings that we want. So the list of embeddings, so let's create a function for that. So define get embedding, and we are going to give it the embedding. So embedding client, let's give it the embedding client. Let's also give it the model name. Let's give it also the text input. And for that, we are going to call this again. So the output is going to call the embedding client, call it the embedding, and for the model name, let's call here model name. And user input is going to be text input. And let's loop over this. So having the embeddings is equal to the empty list. Then for embedding object in output, then what we are going to do is having the embeddings.append embedding object.embedding, which is, if you looked here, you have the embedding here as the object that has the actual numbers. So that is what we're extracting. And we can return at the end the embeddings, like that. So right now we just ran this, we extracted the embeddings, we put it in a list, and then we return it back again. So for that, we can have the output is equal to get embeddings, give it the embedding client, give it the model name, give it the data, and it's not the data, it's the user input, user prompt, like that. And yeah, it should work. So there's no embedding here. It's because right there you have to run loop over the data. So right there it's having the embedding response of data. Then it's a list. So put data right there and run it again. Should be working fine now. So yeah, you can see that this is the list of numbers that we have. And if you got off 0, this is going to be the list of it, and you can see that it has 384 numbers. So in this embedding, we have 384 numbers that represent our embeddings. So if you notice that I passed the model name and not this model name, and the model name here is the llama model, and that is because the openAI only handles model names that are in openAI, like GPT 3.5, like GPT 4, and if it's not that, it's going to handle them all the same way. So this is it. This is how you embed how you embed text. It's very simple using this output. So what we do is we can have the user prompt embedding, and let's have it of 0 since we're returning back a list. And then let's have the data embedding also. And in this, we are going to have the get embedding, give it the embedding client, model name, text in the data, and put of 0 also. And now we are going to have the list of embeddings for the data set. Right now, we also want to see which embedding. So if you pasted this in, you're going to have 2 embeddings like this. You're going to have 2 embeddings, and we want to see which one is the closest. So here it's 2. So which one is the closest to the user prompt, and we extract this data accordingly. To do that, we are going to be using a function called cosine similarity, and it measures similarity between any 2 arrays. So you can go up again and write from sklearn dot metrics dot pairwise import cosine similarity. Now sklearn needs to be installed, so you can go here, you can write pip install sklearn. I did not copy it, so write it down, sklearn, and you can find that the exact command for it. Just copy it, go back here, paste it in, and it should be working fine. I already have it, so just run it and run the imports. Go back down, and we can now measure the similarity between the data embeddings and the user embeddings. So you can write data similarity score, which is equal to the cosine similarity. Give it the user prompt embeddings, which is this one, and give it the data embeddings. And yeah, now you have the similarity scores for both. So the first one, you have the 0.7, and the second one, you have 0.5. The higher the number, the more similar they are. So if you looked at it, we have the first user prompt is 16, is asking about iPhone 16, and the first one here is iPhone 16. So it's actually referring and saying that the data that is most similar to the prompt is the first one, which is iPhone 16. Then what we are going to do, we are going to say which one has the highest number, and we can say this by having the closest entry data index, which is equal to data similarity of argmax, and argmax will get us the index with the high similarity. So the index is 0, and now we can have the data of chosen entry index, and it's going to be the iPhone 16 data. Now, just to close the loop and see how it goes, we did this all programmatically. We did not hard code anything. So what we do is that we now have the user prompt with data, and we just add here the data of closest entry index, and then we add the user prompt. Now we have the new prompt that we want. So if you just print it out, you're gonna find that first we have the iPhone 16 data, and then the user prompt for the iPhone 16. And if we want to call it right now, we can have the messages is equal to user, and give it the user prompt. Then response is going to be equal get response, give it the client, give it the model name, give it the messages, and at the end of the day, just print the response, and it should be able to respond knowing what iPhone 16 is. So now it's finished, and you can see that it's saying according to the text, like just like the one above, and it's giving the iPhone 16 details. So now we're ready. Now we understand what RAG is. Now we have 3 awesome prompt engineering techniques in our tool belt. So now we're almost ready to get to the agent-based chatbot. But before that, we are going to first train our recommendation engine so that we can have this agent ready and we have the model ready so that we can utilize it in the agents. So yeah, after that, after having the recommendation engine ready, I'm going to walk you through the agents and how they function with each other and what is agent-based approach. So yeah, if you stick tight, you're gonna have a lot more information to go. So we are going to be utilizing a dataset from Kaggle with a lot of coffee shop transactions. It's telling you the transaction number, it's telling you what was sold, to which customer it was sold to, and by which quantity. And it has a lot of transactions. And this is a good way to be training our recommendation engine. And the idea of this recommendation engine is that it's going to be able to say what goes well with which orders. So if someone, for example, ordered a latte, then maybe we can give them also a croissant, or we can give them a pâté, or we can give them, for example, some syrups that go on top of it. So it tries to upsell users based on their current cart. And yeah, let me first try and explain to you what this recommendation engine is. And this recommendation engine is called Market Basket Analysis Recommendation Engine. So this market basket analysis, you can think of it as a statistical model that just tells you which items are most popular with which orders. So let's start off with just 24 random transactions that we have. Like you saw in the dataset that we have, the dataset have thousands and thousands of rows. This is just for explanation purposes. It's going to make it easier for us. And the idea behind this, so again, the idea behind this recommendation engine is to actually see which items is popular when someone orders another item or another group of items. So if we started off with a group of transactions, which is the whole data set that we have, let's say right now it's 24, we can say that a subset of this 24 ordered latte. So all those green people ordered latte and the other people did not order it. So what we do is that we separate those people with latte from the other 24 transactions. And the first thing that we do is we calculate something called support. Support is basically the number of transactions where the item or the item set appeared. So it's either latte or like latte and croissant, or latte and things like that, other things. So if it's an item set, it also works like that, over the total number of transactions. So right now it's 0.66, and the idea of that is that it filters out rare items. Like now we have 66% of people are ordering latte, but let's say that it's a very rare item that happens 0.001% of the time, then we can filter this out based on the support. If it's very small, then we can just neglect it because we don't have enough data either way to recommend it or to recommend things when someone purchases it. And the second thing is that it's very essential for us in the upcoming steps. So the upcoming steps has the support in the equation in it, and it's going to make it really easy for us to understand. So right now, here's the support. Again, it's the number of transactions where the item set or item appeared over the total number of transactions. It's very simple. Then let's say like from those 16 people that ordered latte, we have 4 people that also ordered vanilla syrup and 3 people that ordered a croissant. So based on this only, you can say that I would recommend people that ordered latte, I would recommend them also syrup, because this is the most probable thing. And this is basically what confidence is. It's the support of A and B, which is support of someone who ordered latte and a vanilla syrup, over the support of A, which is only 16, which is support of latte. And if you calculate it, you can find that the vanilla syrup is 0.25 and the croissant is 0.18. The higher the confidence, the more that we should be able to recommend this to users. So again, we won't only have two objects, we will have like thousands of items. And the idea here is that we want to get the top 5 highest recommendations, for example, so that the chatbot, when someone orders a latte, we can just say, hey, would you like a croissant or a vanilla latte to go with that? And maybe they will say yes, then we have successfully upsell the user. So to define confidence, so confidence is the measure of the likelihood of a customer who bought a certain item. So the customer that bought a latte, which is, we call it antecedent, which is something that the customer which already bought. He already have this in his cart. Then he will also buy another item or a set of items that is called the consequent. So this is also going to have the probability that someone that purchased a latte that is going to be purchasing a croissant or a vanilla syrup. But I just wanted to onboard you on what is antecedent and what is consequent. And antecedent is just the latte, consequent is just the things that we are going to recommend based on what's in the cart right now. So right now, before we go anywhere, confidence is enough for us to make recommendations. We can just sort with confidence in a descending fashion, and the thing that has the highest confidence, we should recommend to users. That is it. This is very simple. This is one of the things, like, actually, this is the metric that we are going to be ordering with in our application right now. What's next is something called lift, and lift tells us how much more likely 2 items are to be bought together than to be bought randomly and independently, on its own. So this is a lot of jargon, but let me explain it to you. Like, what's the probability of someone coming and ordering a vanilla syrup and just going out to the shop? It's going to be very small, because vanilla syrups usually go with other things as well. It goes with drinks and maybe some food. So you need to have it with other things. So Lyft basically would tell you that the syrup is actually bought with other products, and it goes well with other products, and it doesn't sell well on its own. So this is what Lyft tells you. And this is the equation for it. You can see that it's also based on the support, and it's going to be very easy for us. But what's interesting for us in the Lyft, if you get a Lyft that is more positive than 1, it will tell you that this is a positive association, which means that they sell together more often than they are brought individually. If it's 1, then basically each item is going to be bought together as bought individually. There is no actually association. And if it's a negative lift, and if it's less than 1, then this is a negative association. And basically here, what basically this might indicate that those are replacements for each other. So for example, someone who bought latte might not actually buy cappuccino because it's actually coffee and coffee. So someone would buy an either or situation right now. One of the market basket analysis algorithms is called the a priori algorithm, and it builds this and builds all those numbers together from the bottom up. So it starts off with one item, then like latte, then makes this latte like latte and croissant, then builds the items again. So it builds it from the bottom up approach. But it's more or less having the same 3 numbers. and you should be able to understand it. And don't worry, we won't do all this math by hand. We will use a convenient library to do this for us. So yeah, you can go back again to Kaggle, make sure to sign in first, and then you can just download the dataset. So you can just download it right there and go back here, create a new folder called dataset, like this. And in the dataset folder, go to the downloads, cut this, paste it in, and basically extract the archive, which is the dataset that we just downloaded, and just cut this and paste it right there. So this is going to be our dataset right now. So let's go here and let's create a new notebook called recommendation engine training.ipynb. So create a new one, recommendation engine training.ipynb. And for that, we are going to go back to the requirements, and the library that we are going to use for this recommendation engine is called MLX10, and like this. And the exact version that I'm using is 0.23.1. And yeah, make sure to download it. So pip install like this. You can have pip install and then this, and it will work fine. Clear it, go back to your recommendation engine, and yeah. So let's start by importing what we want. Let's import pandas as PD, and this is going to help us download, load our dataset into memory. Then import mlx10 dot frequent patterns. Actually, it's from mlx10 dot frequent patterns. Import association rules and the a priori. So this is all the requirements that we are going to need. And before continuing, just put the data set in the Python code and move it. And the first thing that we are going to do is going to read the data set. So let's have a section right here called read data set. Then let's read in the sales receipts. Let's have it pd.read CSV, and let's have it dataset like this. Then we are going to copy this. So just copy this, paste it right in, and yeah. So I'm guessing here the directory is not found. It's because I have the Python notebook in the wrong directory. So just save it, close it. You can close this, you can close all of those right there. And you can move this recommendation engine in the Python code, move it, open it again, and run the imports again. And now you can see that it's working fine. And you can present the head of it. Head is just displaying the first 5 rows of the CSV that we already loaded. You can see that we have the transaction ID, the transaction date. Then we can ignore basically the sales outlet, the staff ID. You can ignore this, but you have the customer ID. This is important. And we have also the product ID. And we have also the quantities that the user have purchased from that. So right now we have the product ID as in numbers, but it's good to also have the names of it so that we understand which products are being purchased. So let's also now have another one, another data frame called pd.read.csv. Then call it the dataset, and from the dataset you have a CSV called product. So just copy the name and paste it right there. Also, we can present the head, and you can see that product ID 1 is whole beans, teas, coffees, and this is a coffee bean. And we have also other products as well. Now what we want is to merge those two data sets together. And how are we going to do it? We are going to just as if we are joining any two like SQL databases together. We are going to use something called merge, and we are going to give it the keys to merge on, and we are going to specify how to merge it with either an inner join, an outer join, or a left join, a right join, whatever we want. So it's pretty similar to SQL. So let's have a new markdown, and let's call it data wrangling. So wrangling. And after this, let's have also a merge data. So the first thing, let's just choose the rows that we want. So sales receipts equals sales receipts of, and we can just choose the columns that we want. You can see that we have a lot of columns that we won't need basically. So I think that we are going to just need the transaction ID, maybe transaction date, sales outlet ID, customer ID and product ID, and quantity. Every other thing is not really needed, so we can just filter it by that. So let's do that. So let's go up, copy transaction ID like this. Then we also have transaction date like this. Then we also have the product ID, then quantity. We don't have price, so we can just delete price. We also wanted to include the customer ID. So just go up, get the customer ID and the sales outlet ID, customer ID like that, and the sales outlet ID. Yeah, I don't think that we are going to be needing the sales outlet. If you looked at it, you're going to find that there is a sales outlet that is a warehouse. And this is going to skew our data set if it's there. But fortunately, it's not there, and we don't need to filter anything out. So for the products, and we are going to be using also the product ID here, and we are going to be using the product category, which is going to be like coffee beans. It has other categories as well. I'm going to explore it with you later. And we are going to also have the product, which is Brazilian organic coffee, espresso roast, whatever. And yeah, so for that, let's write the product category, then product, just the product. And to merge the dataset, we can just write dataset, which is equal to PD merge, give it the sales receipts, give it the product, then tell it on product ID, which is going to be merging the data, the two data frames on the product ID. And we wanted to merge it on the left data frame. So how is going to be the left. Then I can just have the dataset of head. Now we have a more cleaner data. We have the transaction ID, sales ID, product ID, quantity, and we also have the product category and product name. Now in the name, you can see that we have the regular, large, we have sizes basically. And to make it simpler on ourselves, we are going to make each item just one size. We are not going to have large, medium, or small. So let's just have the remove sizes. And let's make this as a markdown. And let's go here, dataset, which is equal to dataset of product. And now I'm just filtering out rows. I just want to show you all the sizes that we have. So let's have the product.str.contains. I am going to get all the rows that will have dark chocolate in it, and I am going to have the product, this product, like this, dot unique. So what I'm doing right now is that I'm filtering out all the rows that have dark chocolate in the product name, and then I'm getting the product column, and then I'm only displaying the unique values of it. And you can see that we have large, regular, and nothing of it. So yeah, you can also here see small. So let's now display the number of unique products that we have. So it's dataset of product of n unique. This is the number of unique values, which is going to be 80. And right now, what we want to do is that we want to remove the RG, SM, and large and things like that, those sizes. So let's call this, which is str.replace, like this. And for that, you have the RG, let's replace it with nothing. And I copy paste it 3 times. Let's replace the SM 3 times, and we can also replace the LG 3 times. And let's run it, and let's run also the n unique. Now you have 45 products instead of just 80. This is a good enough simplification for us, and you can also see how, like, what we have. So you can write unique, and you can see the products that we have, which is traditional chai blend, Brazilian, Serenity green tea. We can also see that we have t-shirts, we have just coffee beans, we have drinks. Now, I want to have a traditional coffee shop that serves just food and drinks and not the beans itself and not the t-shirts and things like that. So what I am going to do is that I'm going to filter out the products that I am going to have. So I am going to write in the list that I want, which will basically include the t-shirt, like exclude the t-shirt, exclude the like the coffee beans, because I just and take everything else. So we are going to have a new cell called choose product subset, and in this product subset I'm just going to write what I'm going to be taking. So I'm going to just copy paste it right there, and you can see that I chose cappuccino, latte, espresso shot, dark chocolate, caramel syrup. I just basically chose from this and went one by one and copied whichever that is not a coffee bean or a t-shirt or something like that. So yeah, this is going to be the products that I'm going to take, and you can say that it's a dataset of dataset. Then we can also filter in the products, so dataset of product, and we want to filter in the rows that only has this products to take. So we can do this by just writing .is in and give it the list, and now we have only the products that we selected above. So you can see that it's coffee, cappuccino, latte. You don't have the coffee beans anymore. Now let's see what product categories we have. So in this, we can just write of, let's say, product and product category, like this. And let's drop duplicates, and let's reset the index, and drop is equal to true. So right now you can see every product that we have. Now this did not overwrite anything. We are just displaying it. So you can see that the product right now is, for example, cappuccino, and this is a coffee. We also have dark chocolate, which is drinking chocolate. We also have oatmeal scone, which is bakeries. We have multiple bakeries like a croissant, almond croissant, whatever. And we also have flavors like chocolate syrup, hazelnut syrup, caramel syrup. And yeah, this is it. Now, this is all the products that we have in our database. And this is going to be, we are going to be pushing that to multiple databases, like the embedding database. And we are also going to be pushing it to Firebase so that the application can read it from there. And but right now we can just have a section also called clean transactions. So I wanted to show you this. So in the dataset, you can see that multiple transaction IDs can go to multiple customers. So the same transaction ID can actually go to multiple customers. Here it might be that some customers group order together or something like that. They're just sitting together. And this might also make the recommendation engine, confuse the recommendation engine. So the idea here is that we are going to concatenate the transaction ID with the customer ID to make a new transaction number. And this is going to be like this. So dataset of transaction, which is equal to dataset of transaction ID dot as type. Then we are going to make it as a string. Then we are going to follow it with an underscore, and just copy this, put it at the end, and instead of transaction ID, put customer ID. Just copy paste it, and yeah, now we are done. So you can access again dataset of head like that, and you can see that there's a new column here called transaction, which is the transaction ID, then underscore, then it has the customer ID, which is like this. So 108, which is this one, underscore, then 65, which is the customer ID. Now, there's some users who basically purchase one item and just leave and doesn't purchase anything else. And this is fine, but we want to exclude those from our recommendation engine, because a lot of people will do that, and we don't want to also confuse our recommendation engine. So we can have the number of items for each transaction. So we are going to calculate to sum up the number of items for each transaction, and let's have the transaction right there and have the value counts. The value count is going to count the number of rows that transaction happened. So for example, this one, how many rows it happened, and then it will show it to us. So we can also reset the index, and let's also display it right there. So you can see that 209-0 happened 31 times, whatever happened also a lot of times, and so on and so forth. And the idea here is that we want to exclude those that have the count is equal to 1. So equal to 1, like this. And you can see that we have 5,000 rows that have one item. So those users just purchased one item and did not come back again. So let's get other transaction IDs that have more than one item. And let's have a valid transactions, which is equal to number of item in the transaction. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the number of items for each transaction, which is the data set that we have above, and I'm going to filter it like this, where count is greater than 1. Then right now everything is set up, what I want to do is I want to get the transaction column. So I'm going to write transaction. So let's copy paste it to make sure that I wrote it correctly. Then write toList. And this is going to change the data set, like the data frame that we have, to a list. And let's display here the first 10, for example. So here is the first 10 that have more than one item. And the way that we are going to filter this data set based on the transaction IDs, we are going to do it like dataset of transaction. We are going to have the same filter that we have above, which is called isIn, and it's going to be isIn the valid transactions. So if the transaction is in the valid transactions, then we keep it. Otherwise, we neglect it, and we then assign it again back to the data set. And yeah, this is it. We can also get the shape of it. You can see that we still have a lot of data. We have 10,000 rows, and yeah. Now let's see the some product trends. So product trends is going to be simple. We are not going to do a lot of fancy visualizations. It's just going to be very quick. So we can have the product category, then value counts. We are going to see which product categories are most abundant within the orders. And you can see that the bakeries is a lot, coffee is a lot, flavors is next, and you can see that the next two is quite small. And we can do the same thing for the product itself, so it's not the product category. So we can see here that cappuccino is one of the highest things that is being purchased, then followed by latte, then dark chocolate, chocolate croissant, so on and so forth. And you have the number of people that order that. And yeah, this is it. So this is basically the popularity of each item. Now, popularity is also a good recommendation engine, especially for people who just came into the store or came into the app and they're just saying, hey, what do you recommend me, without having anything in the basket. So we just give them the most popular thing. They did not give us any information. They did not have any orders. So our safest bet is to give them the most popular recommendations. So while we're at it, while we're just like a few steps there, we can just have another recommendation engine that I'm going to develop right now, which is called a popularity recommendation engine. And this one, we can have the product recommendations like this, and it's going to be equal to the dataset dot group by. And when we group by two things. We group by the product, and we group by the product category. Like this, and we count each one. So basically we're counting how much each product occurred, and we are also putting the product category in. And make sure to delete the plus. And yeah, we're putting the product category in because we are going to also have most popular per category. So if someone is saying something like, hey, what coffee do you recommend me? We're going to recommend the most popular coffee. What bakeries do you recommend me? We are going to recommend the most popular bakeries, so on and so forth. And yeah, this is it. So, and yeah, reset is going to be reset index. Just run it again, put it right here, paste it. And yeah, you can see that the almond croissant having the bakery happened 347 times, and this 347 times counted the number of each of the columns. So we don't need each of the columns actually, so we can just take the transaction ID. So let me do this and copy this, paste it right here, and Inside, just have a product, have a product category, and have the transaction ID. And we can neglect every other thing. We can remove this head, and at the same time, let's also try and rename the transaction ID to the count. So basically, we are going to give it the columns where transaction ID, we want it to be renamed to, like there, we want it to remain to the number of transactions, like that. So now it ran. Now let's see the output. Let's see the head of it. And you can see that the almond croissant was ordered 347 times, cappuccino ordered 1,290 times, so on and so forth. And right now, we just want to save this data frame. This is going to be our popularity recommendation engine. It's very simple and yet very effective for people that actually we don't know anything about and are asking for recommendations. So we can now add an API folder that we are going to be adding in later, and we are going to be making this API later. But inside of it, we can make a new folder called recommendation objects. We are going to save our recommendation objects inside this API folder, and let's now save it. So to save a data frame, you just have to say to CSV. So from CSV, actually read CSV reads the data. To CSV just outputs this data frame again back to a CSV, and it's going to be inside the API recommendation objects, and inside of that we are going to call it popularity recommendation.csv, and we do not want the index. So the index is just this 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want this, as it's basically useless right for us right now. So just save it, and you can now see the CSV folder. You can open it. You can see that data that we saw is now in a CSV format. Almond croissant, which is a bakery, is also 347 times, and this is beautiful. Now, let's get into the meat of this recommendation engine. The meat is the a priori market basket analysis recommendation engine. So, a priori recommendation engine. And this is going to have the train basket. And the train basket is basically going to be our training data. So, our training data is going to be the data set grouped by, so group by, and we are going to group by transaction, and we are going to also group by product, and at the end we are going to just take the product. So in here, let's take the product like this. Let me write product correctly. And let's count. And also let's reset the index. And let's give it the name of count. Now this is going to count how many times each product appeared in the transaction. So you can just have it like this, and make sure to spell reset correctly. And you can see that transaction this happened, dark chocolate, which is 1. You can also have like 2, 3, something like that. So right now, the market basket analysis data frame that it's expecting is going to have the transaction like that, which is going to be just the number, this. And it's going to be followed by, for example, each product that we have. So each one of those is going to be a column. So let's say cappuccino I'm butchering the name. Let's also write latte. Let's also write a croissant. Let's also write, like for example, oatmeal scone. So this is what it's expecting. And for each one, it's expecting 0 or 1. So it's either 0 or 1 for the items that it purchased. So right now, this is the format that it's using. And if you know a little bit of data wrangling, this is what is called a long format, where the same transaction ID is being presented in multiple rows, but at the same time, like it has different values for other columns as well. And if you want to put this, for example, this one has dark chocolate and scone. So let me write this. So dark chocolate is going to be here 1. And the scone is going to be 1. Everything else is going to be 0. Like this. This is what we're expecting right now. And we're expecting also to have the other columns as well, like this. And it's going to be all zeros since nothing else is being in this transaction ID. So, and this format is called wide, since it's making the data frame wide with each column. And this is going to be like a long data set. So this is going to be called the long format. Just some knowledge about data wrangling and wide versus long format. But let's now convert this long format to a wide format. So let's say my basket, which is equal to train basket dot, and to make it a wide format, we call a function called pivot table. Then we specify a couple of parameters. The first parameter is called the index. What is going to be at the very left of the wide table, which is going to be the transaction. And what here, like rows, do you want to be converted to columns? It's going to be the product column. So the columns here is going to be product. And each value in the product is going to be an individual column. And then the value itself is going to be the count. So the value here, it's going to be values, is going to be the count. And right now we just want to print in the head. And before we run it, we just want to have fill NA, which is equal to 0. Now, if something is not there, for example, this one has dark chocolate and oatmeal, but doesn't have cappuccino. Cappuccino will be basically a null. So if we just run it like this, the count here is a capital C. Run it again. You can see that those are nans. Basically because it doesn't have any values, so because it's not something that is ordered. So what we want to do is that we just want to convert all those nans to zeros. So we just have fill NA is equal to 0, and it should convert those NAs to zeros. Now the thing is that it's still not zeros and ones. We still have twos because we counted, and threes and things like that. We have other numbers as well. And we can loop over the data frame and make it only zeros and ones. So let's create a function called encode units. And basically it's going to return if x is less than or equal to 0, then return 0. Then if x is greater than 1, than 0. Then if it's greater than 0, then we can return 1, basically. So this is going to be the function that we want to run over all the cells that we have. And to run it on all the cells that we have, we can just write my basket, which is equal to sets my basket dot apply map, and this is going to apply a function on all the cells that we want, and we can just give it the function that we did. So yeah, so just print in the head, and yeah, this is it. You can see now that it's all zeros and ones, and it's in the format that I described before. And this is what is the a priori from MLXNet format is expecting. So you can have the frequent items like that, and write the a priori, which we imported from up, then give it my basket sets. And like if you remember the support, one of the main reasons for support is that we exclude items that are not abundant, and we exclude items that are not like happening too often, because we either way don't have enough data for us to recommend anything to or from it. So right now we can have a minimum support of 5%. So 0.05, and you can have the use columns, which is equal to true. Now this is going to be training the model, and it's going to output the results. Now it now has the support for each item or and item sets. So if you have like head of 20, you can also see like a couple of rows that have two items together, like almond croissant and dark chocolate, things like that, that are in the minimum support. The second thing after calculating the support, like you remember, we calculated the confidence and we calculated the lift. Now this is what is called the association rule. Now it's either called market basket analysis, it's called the association rule recommendation engine. It has multiple names, but it calculates the same stuff at the end of the day. And you can now run this, so you can have the rules basket. This is the rules that we want, and it's having the association rules of frequent items, and we can give it the metric of lift, and we can have a minimum threshold of 1, and right now we can just write the head of it. Now this finished really quickly. You can see that we have the antecedents, which is something that is already in the cart, if you remember, and we have the consequence, and we have the confidence for each one. So if it's almond and the consequence is cappuccino, the confidence is 0.4 and the lift is 1.18. And if the lift is more, then it's more likely for them to be purchased together. So it's a good indication. And yeah, right now we already have like this beautiful recommendation. And if we want to right now just take in the almond croissant, we can just filter in this data to the almond croissant, then maybe like just sort it in a descending fashion with confidence, and it should be able to give you the recommendations for the almond croissant. So let's try this out. So let's have the rules basket of rules basket when the antecedent is equal to latte. So if it's equal to latte, we also, this is going to filter in the rows that have the latte as the antecedent. And you can see we have multiple things to recommend, but which one do we recommend? We recommend things that have the highest confidence. You can see the confidence is all over, like it's not sorted out. So let's sort it. So sort values like this. And let's sort it by confidence. And let's say ascending is equal to false. And right now, the highest confidence that goes with latte is a sugar-free vanilla syrup, then caramel syrup, then chocolate syrup, then hazelnut syrup, then a croissant, then a chocolate croissant, so on and so forth. Now, this is all the recommendation engine that we want. And the last step that we are going to do is we are going to wrangle this data, this CSV data, into a JSON format that it is easily going to be like indexed and filtered out quite easily when we're at the API. So let's do that. We are going to change this into a JSON format, and we are just going to put the antecedents as the key and the values as the recommendations itself. So let's now have a markdown, and let's call it save in JSON format. Then product categories, which is equal to the data set of product, then product category. Then you can have the drop duplicates dot set index product. Now let me explain what I'm doing. So right now I'm just getting the product column and the product category column. Then I'm dropping all duplicates because I want to get only the product categories right there. And I am now setting the product as index, and I'm going to convert that to a dictionary. So let's have the dict like this. And let's also write the product category. Now let's see the format of that. Now the format of that is going to be cappuccino, dark coffee, and jumbo savory scone is a bakery, things like that. And now this is basically a dictionary where I have each product and its category, corresponding category. So right now, we need to convert the recommendations to a JSON object. So recommendations JSON, which is equal to a dictionary, and antecedents is equal to the rules basket. And again, we can choose the antecedents column. So you can have this. And to get the unique, you can just get the unique like that. Now, for antecedent, in antecedents, we are going to loop over each antecedent. And you can see that each antecedent have multiple rows. And we are going to build this JSON so that we can have one antecedent key, and the output is the key is the value is the list of recommendations that we have, so that it's going to be very easy for us to query. So let's have the let's filter out the rules basket. So rules basket is going to be equal to the rules basket of where the antecedent is equal to the antecedent in question, which is the one that we are looping on. And this is going to be basically this data frame, but it's not sorted yet. So let's sort it. So let's have this dot. And we can actually just copy paste it. Copy and paste. And this is going to be sorting our values. Now, after sorting, you can if you remember, we had multiple antecedents, like we had like latte and chocolate croissant together as one antecedent, as it's an item set that is happening often. So for that, we are going to make the antecedent underscore separated. So every antecedent that we have in, we are going to put an underscore in between, and we can have this as a key. So that if we have something that is chocolate, croissant, and a latte, then what are we going to be recommended? We don't do two queries, we just put an underscore between them and go query the JSON. So the recommendation JSON of key, which is equal to an empty list. Now, this is going to be the recommendation JSON that we have, and the key here is going to be the search key. The output of it is going to be a list of recommendations. Now, the list of recommendations right now is empty. So let's loop over the data frame and fill this out. So for row in dfrec.iter and iter rows like that, and rec objects is equal to row of consequent. And if you remember, the consequent is the recommendations, and the consequent can be also an item set and not just one item. So we are going to loop over this. So for rec object in rec objects, like that. We are going to check whether this already exists in the recommendation, recommendation that we are doing or not, because sometimes there can be duplicates. There shouldn't be any duplicates in the a priori output, but just as a fallback and to make sure that it doesn't happen, so already exists, which is equal to false. So right now we're beginning with an already exists flag, which is equal to false. For current recommendation object in, let me spell that correctly, this is an underscore, in recommendation JSON of key. So I am going to be looping over the recommendations that we already have. Right now you can see that it's an empty list, so it won't loop over anything. So if the rec object is equal to the current recommendation object of product. So basically, if this object already exists, I can just have the already exists flag is equal to true, and if it's true, I can just skip. So right here, if already exists, then I can just skip, which is continue. But if it doesn't exist, I can just continue this and write rec is equal to product of, by the way, this current object of product, I am going to have this as a list I'm going to have this as a list of dictionary, which is going to be of this type. So it has a product attribute. So it's going to be rec object, then product category, then it's going to be product categories of rec object. So basically the product categories that we have right here that we made into JSON, now we're querying it to get the product category. And we can also have the confidence. And we can just get the confidence by row of, right here, confidence. Now this is it. This is the input, like this is one entry for the recommendation key. And you can see here, like if you have this, like this of key, we can just append it to rec. So yeah, so again, let me loop over this quite fast. So basically we're looping over each row, we're getting the antecedent. From each antecedent, we are trying to get the recommendations. We are going to get the data frame with this exact antecedent. We are going to sort it by confidence. Then we are going to loop over this. If it's already existent in the recommendations, we skip. If it's not, then we create a recommendation object, which is a dictionary. Then we add this dictionary to the JSON object that we have. So this is basically it. And let me now run it and let me import pp print, and if you don't have it, you can just pip install it. Again, you can go to Google and search for the exact one. So pp print is not important right here. I'm just wanting to show you what the recommendation object looks like. Now, this is what the recommendation object looks like. So basically, almond croissant has those recommendations, and the top recommendations are the most things that we should recommend, which has the highest confidence. This has the 0.49, this has 0.47, so on and so forth. And you can see that the almond croissant, then you have cappuccino, we have a lot of other things, but they're hidden right now. And yeah, this is the recommendation object, basically. Now, to just save this, we can just import JSON, and we can just with open, then we can have the inside the API, inside the recommendation object, like this. We want to have it called a priori recommendations.json. So a priori recommendations .json, and we want to write it, so we are going to specify the W, then JSON file, we are going to call it JSON file, and JSON.dumps dump, and give it the recommendation JSON, and give it the JSON file. So if you run it, you're gonna have the JSON file right there. If you open it, you're gonna find the JSON file that we displayed in the notebook. And now we are done with our recommendation engine. Congratulations on understanding the a priori algorithm. And this is going to be one of the most important agents in our chatbot. So yeah, congratulations on understanding that. I put it in a Python notebook so you can see it and you can understand the training quite well. We don't need to put it in a Python file, although it's recommended. But yeah, for understanding basis, I think Python notebook is the best for that. Now you have just one more. Now you just have one more step before going into the agent-based system, which is basically the meat of this tutorial. And this is going to be just uploading data to Firebase so that we can utilize it in the application, the React Native application. And we are going to be also doing the embedding database. So we don't have to hard code it like we did with iPhones and Samsungs. We will have it in a Pinecone database so that we can utilize it from there. Now let's go upload this items dataset to Firebase. We won't be using it in the API, but we will be using it in the React Native application. So basically, we are going to, you can go to my GitHub page, and you can just go to my GitHub page because I have a lot of data there, and you can go to the coffee shop one. And inside of it, you can see that there's a dataset folder and a products folder. So if you can click on the products folder, you can see that we have multiple images for the products that we already chose from the recommendation engine. So if you remember, we chose like 18 products from the recommendation engine, and those are them. And also, we have some things like the products.json. Now, this products.json have the name, the category, the description, a full description of this, a price, a rating, an image path. So basically, it's the full data set of the products. Basically, what I did is that I did them manually, and I used an LLM to maybe like help me with the descriptions. But yeah. So you don't have to regenerate this again. It's just as if you have a data set that you are going to be uploading. So basically the name, I just copy pasted the name from the data set, the category as well. A description, I had to come up with that with the help of an LLM. And ingredients, I just put in a list of ingredients. A price, I just put any price that I want. A rating, I just put a rating from from 0 to 5, and an image path which corresponds to the images that is in here. Now I also called the coffee shop Mary's Way, and I wrote an about us about the Mary's Way. I wrote where it's located, where its delivery places, what are the working hours, and this will help the LLM to answer questions about the coffee shop that is not related exactly to the products, but is more related to the coffee shop itself and what's its working hours, do they deliver for like in their site or not, and yeah. This is a simple About Me page. I also have a menus items. So this is just a text file with all the 18 products and with their prices listed and with a dash in between. And we are going to be, you can download it and put it, and you can put it in your directory so that we can start writing the Firebase uploader dataset. So right now I copied the products, I just pasted right here. You can see the products is here and you can see the images as well. And yeah, let's also like open an image and show you what it is. Like it's just a normal image. And you can see the text files and the JSON files are already there. And now we are ready to upload to Firebase. So go ahead to Firebase. Like this, it's firebase.google.com. And you can go to console. Make sure to sign in. It's free. Just sign in using your Gmail. Then go to console. I already have a coffee shop app, application, but I'm going to do a new one with you. So let's call it Coffee Shop App, and let's not use underscores. Shop App. Let's make it different from the one that I already have. So I'm going to call it Coffee Shop App like this, and you can press continue. Again, you can press continue. You can select the default account and press create project. You're gonna wait a bit. I think it's going to be a minute or two. Then the project will be set up. Then we are going to go create three things. Basically, we want to have something that is having like we can store images in, which is going to be like a bucket-based system where you can upload files and you can upload your images to, and you can retrieve them quite easily. And we want to also have a database where we can upload this beautiful JSON in it, where each one is a column, and yeah. And Firebase is a NoSQL database, so it's going to be easier for us to push the data to. So let's go back here, press continue. So right now we want to have two things. Like I said, we want to have a real-time database. And this real-time database is going to host the JSON objects that we discussed. And this is it. And we are also going to have the storage, which we are going to put data to. So we want to put like the images to. And you can see how you can set it up basically, but we can just like do it in the code. So you have the real-time database and you have the storage database. And now we need to have a way to access our own Firebase. And the way that we do that is that we can go to settings, project settings, and then we want to download our credentials. So now that we're already here, we can just write the service accounts. You can go to the service accounts right there. And you can create a new private key. So you can write, like you can see here, that is in Python, it's in Node, it's in Java. You get a boilerplate code for each one. So you can generate a new key, and you can just press generate key. And now the key is already downloaded into your downloads folder. you can go back to general. And since we are already going to be working with React, so let's set this up also. So in here, you can just write React Native app, and you can create register app. And right now, it tells you the installation steps for that, and you can have the npm install, and then you can see how you can access this from that. So this is already very good. We can leave this like this, and we can go back to the Python code and upload our dataset. So let's go back here, and in the Python code, let's create a new file called Firebase uploader.ipynb. And this will upload the data to the Firebase. And the way that the things that we want here is we want to have Firebase and Google Cloud Storage. So we are going to download Firebase admin, and it's going to be 6.0.1. This is going to be the Firebase admin. And this is how we are going to access Firebase. And we are going to write also Google Cloud Storage, like this. And we are going to write the exact version that I have, which is 2.18.2. And this is the two libraries that we want. Storage is with one R, so make sure that it's written correctly. So it's storage like this. Save it and make sure to install them. So if you want to install it like pip install -r requirements.txt, that's fine. You can also pip install like this. Also, that's fine. I already have it. I won't install again. But right here, you can do whatever you want. Sometimes here it tells you to choose a Python environment, so feel free to choose whatever you want. Now let's go back to the environment variables like .env, and we can start writing down the Firebase credentials. So we can refer it from the JSON that we already downloaded. Actually, we can just actually link the JSON and it works. The problem here is that there's no easy way to just push this data securely, to push this JSON file securely, but environment variables, it's way easier to do so. So I'm just going to copy paste this and put it in an environment variables. So basically right here, I am going to write Firebase type, which is equal to the service account. Don't forget to remove the commas at the end. Then I am going to also write the Firebase like this, Firebase project ID, and remove the comma at the end. Then Firebase private, just write it correctly, private key, private key ID, and write it like that. You can also write like Firebase private key and press equal, don't forget the comma at the end. Then Firebase client email, Firebase client email, then it's going to be equal to this one, and yeah, you can continue on that. So I'm going to move faster right here. You can let Copilot do it for you, but right now I just don't trust it enough that it's going to make a simple spelling mistake that is going to cost me like tracing for like 1 hour. So I'm just going to do it myself. Yes, it's going to take a couple of minutes, but yeah, it's better than going in circles for undetected bug. So write auth provider, then x509, and you know what I'm doing is just I'm just rewriting this, but it's on all capital so that it can be an environment variable, and I'm writing Firebase in front of it so that it can I can know which one is Firebase related and which one is not. And yeah, so client x509 and write cert URL. Again, just one left. Then it's a universe domain. And yeah, this is it. I am now done with adding the Firebase credentials in the .env. Again, you will need to get your own because I'm going to invalidate all those. So in here, we need to import what we like the things that we want. So let's import Firebase admin. So import Firebase admin. And we can import also credentials. So let's import credentials from Firebase admin, and let's import storage, which will help us upload the images. Then from Firebase admin, let's also import DB. And this is also going to help us upload database information to the real-time database. And import pandas as PD. This is going to be the normal like data frame library that we are going to use. Then let's import OS for the environment variables. Let's import .env also for the environment variables. And let's .env.load.env. And yeah, now we are set. Now let's initialize Firebase. So let's have a Firebase init like this. And inside we can have service account info, and inside of it we can start writing it again. So type is equal to the os.getEnv, and it's going to be the Firebase type. So we can just have it like this. And yeah, we are going to do all this again for the all other things as well. So you can just copy paste it a couple of times, and you can just put project ID, put project private key, put project key, put the email in, put the client ID in, put the auth URL, put the auth URI, put this in. I pasted in it like this, and we are halfway through. Now we need to fix in those types, and we can go back again to the JSON object that we have. Just copy this, again close it, and I'm going to paste it right here, but I'm going to delete it afterwards. But it's going to be convenient for me to just copy paste it. So copy and paste, copy this and paste it here, copy this, paste it here, copy this, paste it here, copy this, paste it here. Again, everything should be set. Now let's delete this, and let's close, and let's bring this back here. And let's open this again. So this is the service account info. Now to connect to the Firebase, let's have the credentials. So cred, which is equal to the credentials that we already have from the Firebase admin. Then certificate. Then you can give it the service account info. And from here, you can just write Firebase admin.initialize app, and you can give it the credentials, and you can also specify two things, which is the storage storage bucket, and the storage bucket we will need to get it, and the database URL. So right here, go to the database URL, and make sure that you are having the capital letters set in like I did. And yeah, we will go ahead to Firebase and get those links. So go back again to your Firebase console and go back here to the real-time database. Then create a database. Choose whatever place that you want, then press next. So let's start in by test mode. It's going to be easier for us for the authentications and authorization. So you just press enable. So press on the data that you have on the top left corner. Then you have the database URL right there. So you can just copy this and go back here again and paste in the database URL. And don't forget a slash. And afterwards, now we need the storage bucket. Again, the storage bucket is in the storage. So go back to the storage, then press get started, then go on test mode again, press next. Choose whatever region that you want and press done. So after that, you can find that we also have a link right there. So you can copy everything after the gs ///. So just come here and copy it like this. Then go back here and paste it. And now you are done. So you can just run that and hopefully you just get no errors. And let's now try to upload things to the bucket and to upload things to the database. So let's first initialize the bucket so that we have it ready. So the bucket is just the place that we are going to put unstructured data in. And this is the storage that we are going to put the images in. So that is going to have the storage.bucket, which is equal to storage.bucket. And then we are going to have a section for uploading data. So let's have it upload data. And let's now also have the image folder path. And in this image folder path, we are going to have the products. Then inside products, we have images. And this is the path that we have in the image. So right there, we have products, and in it, we have images. This is the product images. And we also want to have the products collection. So in the real-time database right there, we upload data sets with collections. And collections are just like things like table. So you can have the products collection equal db.reference like this, and write products like that. And yeah, this is going to be the product collection. So in the data frame, I am going to write pd.read JSON. And inside of that, we are going to write products, then products.jsonl. So basically, in the products, we have the products.jsonl, which is our data set right there. So this is what I'm reading. And when you read it, because it's a JSON-L, you have to specify lines equal true. Then you can write df.head of, for example, 2, which is the first 2 rows, and you can see that you have the name, you have the category, you have the description, basically a full data set of the things that we want to upload. This is very good. Now we want to write a function to upload the images to the storage. So this is going to be a simple upload function. So upload image, it's going to take the bucket that we connected up there. This is basically a reference to the place that we are going to be saving the data in. Then we are going to take the image path. What we are going to do, we are going to take in the image name, and the image name, if you see there, the image name is going to be something like this. So it's going to be, the path is going to be something like this, then or for example latte.jpg. So basically what I want is, I want to have this only. I don't want to have all that drama before. So you can have this image path dot split, and we are going to split by this, because if you remember that this is going to be the URL, and we are going to take in the last one. So the last one is going to be -1, which is going to be the last one from the right side. Then basically what we upload something called blobs, which is basically any data set, any data in whatever format. The buckets have a naming convention that is called blobs, so we can call it bucket.blob. Then we can call it product images / image name. So we can put it in a folder called product, like this, images. Then put this as F, and let's also put this as like this. So we are going to take in the we are going to put it in a folder called product images, and inside of it we are going to put it with the name, so latte.jpg. And right now we just want to upload the image. Upload image. We specify the path, so just upload it, please. So upload from file name and give the image path. Then what we want to do is that we want to make this image public so that anyone can access it, and the app also can access it. So make image publicly accessible, and get its URL. So basically what I want to do, if after I make this public, I want to get its URL so that I can just copy and paste it and put it and treat it as a normal URL image. And yeah, so you can just have the blob.make public and basically return back the blob.public URL. This is the URL that you can use to basically download and get the image. Now this is the normal upload image function. Now yeah, the last thing that we are going to do is that we are going to loop over the rows that we have in the df. So again, we have those, so you can loop over them. So for index and row in df.iterRows, and in iterRows what we want to do is that let's print out the index and row of, let's say, name. So we're printing out this. This is just a print command just for logging purposes, and we can also get the image path. So os.path.join, and what we want to join is we want to join the image folder and the row.image. So you can see that this is the image path, which is going to be this one right there, but the image path itself is not known, so I'll put it in a variable that is called products and images, like here. And right now we have the full path in the image path. Then we have the image URL. And the image URL is we get it from the upload images. We give it the bucket and we give the image path. Then we give it the product data. Like that. Then we have the row.toDict. So we basically convert everything here into a dictionary. So basically name is going to be a key, cappuccino is going to be a value, category is going to be a key, coffee is going to be a value, so on and so forth. And what we want to do is that we want to pop the image path like that. We don't want this anymore. We are going to be putting the image path that we want. So we are going to be calling it image URL. Image URL. So let's call it image and give it the image URL. Then we want to add this to the Firestore database. So add to Firestore and products like this, collection dot push and dot set, and give it the product data. So basically this is going to be uploading just one row, and we are going to be looping over each row. And yeah, so just run it right now, and there's an error. Let me figure this out and come back to you. So this is not the image, it's going to be the image path. So let's run it again. So now the cappuccino is done. So let's go and check in the data. So you can see, like right now, it has the category of coffee, description, image URL, the price, the ingredients, and the category. You can see that all the data set is here. And if you go back to storage, you're going to find a folder that is called product images. Inside of it, you're going to see that there is chocolate croissant, which is going to be an image. And this is going to be the link for the image right there. So yeah, and if you went back here and you opened any one of those, you're going to find an image URL. If you clicked on the image URL, you don't have to be logged in or anything like that. You are going to get the image that you uploaded. So this is it. This is the storage. This is the real-time database. And if I return back here, hopefully everything is working. And everything now is in Firebase, so we're all set. So now that we're done with Firebase, now we can go to the Pinecone, which is going to be our embeddings database. This is also known as a vector database. So yeah, so basically, now that we uploaded this Firebase database, we can close down the IPIMB, we can close down the JSON, and let's leave the environment variables, and we can close down the recommendation engine. Now, let's go to Pinecone. So go to Pinecone, log in, and if you don't have an account, create one. It's free, again. So you can just delete those. You can close down all those unnecessary links. And yeah, this is going to be Pinecone when you log in. It's going to tell you that you should install Pinecone, how you should access it, and how you should put stuff in it. And yeah, basically what we are going to do, we are going to be following this, but yeah, we are going to be following this tutorial a little bit, and it's going to be very similar code. So before we start, we need to get an API key. So you can go to API keys. You can see that there's an API key here. You can copy the key value, go back here and paste it in. So right here, you can have the Pinecone API key, and basically give it this, which is the key that you already copied. Then we can have the Pinecone index name, which is basically the database name that we are going to use. Let's use it. Let's call it coffee shop and that is it. And yeah, this is going to be it for the Pinecone. Now for Pinecone, we need to also create a notebook. So let's call it build vector database. So in Python code, let's create a new file called build here vector database.ipynb. And in the vector database, you just initialize it like that. And again, if you went back again to getting started, go back here, it will tell you to install Pinecone. You just copy and paste it, and paste it right here. I already have it, so I don't need it. And you can go back to your requirements. You can write Pinecone, and the exact version that I'm using is 5.3.1. So yeah, here I'm writing again the exact version that I'm using so that you can replicate the results exactly. And yeah, and when you download it, basically, if you want to install it right there, you can just write equal 5.3.1. So yeah, or you can just write pip install -r then requirements. And this will should do install all the requirements. So pip install -r requirements like this, and it should install all the requirements that you need. So yeah, back at it. So right here, what we need to do is that we need to import Pinecone, and then we need to initialize it, and then we need to basically read in this dataset again and put the description, the price, the image, like the rating, the name in one text and just push it in as one data. So right, like just like we had Samsung and for example Samsung and iPhone, here we have different items. So each item is going to have its own description, and we are going to concatenate the ingredients, the price, and the rating. So pretty straightforward, and we are going to get the embeddings for that also. So yeah, so from Pinecone, import Pinecone and serverless spec. Then we import OS, then we import .env and .env.load.env, and we want to also embed things, so don't forget openAI, and this way we can also refer back to the embedding model that we did earlier. So import pandas as PD. Now this is all the requirements that we are going to need. For this, we are going to, let's read in the environment variable. So so the token is going to be os.getEnv, and let's get the RunPod token like this. OpenAI base URL is equal to the os.getEnv, and also put in the embedding URL. So just copy this, paste it right here, and put in the model name, which is os.getEnv, and we can write runpod.modelName. Actually, it's just model name, so that's why I'm copying it. And just the last thing is Pinecone, like this, Pinecone API key, which is equal to os.getEnv.pinecone.api key. Again, copy it. Just actually, I forgot an I, so just copy this, paste it right here, and we can also have an index name. So just copy this as well and put it here, os.getEnv, and put it right there. And right here you can write index name, like that. Just run it, everything is there. And let's now initialize Pinecone And initializing pinecone is easy, so you can just write pinecone and just give it the API key is equal to pinecone.api. Then we want to also have the embedding, which is going to be equal to the openAI, then API key, which is equal to token, then base URL is equal to openAI base URL, and this is going to initialize the pinecone, and then it's going to initialize the RunPod endpoint. So I received an error, and I think I know why, because pinecone API key is not defined. So if you just come here and pasted this, you're going to find that it doesn't have any output, so it's none. So the idea here is that you need to load the environment variables again, because I edited them and I edited the name. So load it again, load the environment variables, load this, and now the pinecone should have a value. So yeah, so there you go. And if you run it again, you can find that the pinecone and the client are already there. So let's try out the embeddings again. So let's here try out embeddings and make sure that everything is working good. So output is equal to the client dot, just like we did before, embeddings dot create, and basically give it an input of let's say hello world, and here just write the model name. Model is equal to the model name, and yeah, basically the embeddings is equal to the output dot data of 0 dot embedding. Then we print embedding. So there we go. We just wait a little bit because it's the first run, and then we can just see the length of the embedding again right there. And yeah, so that's finished quite fast, and it's the first run, so RunPod is doing a very good job. And the embeddings here is 384, so those are 384 numbers, and yeah. So after that, we want to wrangle the data set so that, like I said, we want to have the price, the description, the name, the rating, all in one string. So let's wrangle the data set on that. So again, wrangle data set. And inside of that, we can have the pd.read JSON and give it the product. Products folder, then products .jsonl, like that, and specify lines is equal to true. And yeah, you can also here print out the head. You can see that there's a description, ingredients, price, ratings, and so on and so forth. And let's now define something called text. So define a new column called text, like this. And what is text? It's going to be basically the name, like that. Then it's going to be like that, plus, let's do it one space, df.description. So it's writing the name, then a space and a colon, then space, then description. So you can just write description like that. Then plus, and I'm going to make it into a new line. But basically, I am going to also add the ingredients. So right there, I'm going to write ingredients, like this. And I'm going to basically write ingredients like this. Then write as type, then string, it's a string, because right now it might be a list. And now we want to also add the allergy, the price. So price, like that. And let's also define the price and put it as a string. Then also add a new line, and let's add the rating. So rating here is like that, and just copy this, paste it right in, and this is going to be the text. So let me show you what text is looking like. So dot head, and you can see that it's a cappuccino, then followed by the description, then followed by the ingredients, so on and so forth. So this is a good data set. Now let's put this into a basically a list. So text is equal to df.text.toList. Now this converts it to a list. So if you can just have the dot zero, this is going to be a list. And if you just display the first two, it's going to be here a list. And the thing that we want to also add is we want to add the about the coffee shop, which is Mary's Way, and we want to add also the menu items. So we want to add both. So let's with open, and let's go to products, and in the products let's add the Mary's like this. And let's put double quotes so that this single quote doesn't mess it up. So Mary's Way about us.txt, and I think right now you can remove this, and we can also have it as f, and this will read the file. So Mary Way about section f.read, and we can also have Mary Way about section, and right now we read the section, but I wanted to have just the like introduction or the title of it. So just like we have the name of the cappuccino or the item, we are going to have this also. So coffee shop Mary's Way about section, and then I'm going to have this, then add the Mary's Way section like that. And at the end of the day, I'm going to get the text.append, and then add the Mary's Way section, which is basically another text. I am going to just make sure that I read everything correctly, so everything is good. And then now the last thing that I am wanting to do, I want to also read the product list, the menu items. So just copy this, make sure to paste it in right here, and in here just write the menu items, and in here just write menu items text. So put it here, put it here, put it here, and now we're good to go. So now we have all the text that we want, and let's now generate their embeddings and then put them into Pinecone. So generating the embeddings is going to be, let's also create a section first. So embeddings. Again, notebooks are good to structure data and to actually explain the code that you're writing on, because I am able to output anything that I want, and I'm able to explain and fidget whatever variables that I want. So you can go to here, you can write input, then write texts, and this is going to be the list of texts that we have. Then the model is going to be the model name, and right now it's going to take some time because it's going to run it on all the data set, the data frame that we have, or the list that we have. And then the embeddings right now here is going to be the output.data. So if you just look at the first one, it's going to be the embeddings of the first one, and it's going to have for all of the data set. Now let's push this to the Pinecone. So push data to database, and it's going to be a vector database. Now, vector databases are good because when you search an item, you can search by the closest thing. So I can give it a new embedding and tell it to get me the closest embeddings to this one, and it's able to efficiently do the computations and return me back this dataset. So if you remember, I did a cosine similarity by hand, but with this vector database, I don't have to get all the data, then do the cosine similarity, then know which one is closest, know the database itself, the vector database itself does this for me, so it's very good for that. So right now we have the pinecone in the PC variable. So what we do is we create index, and the index is going to be the index name that we have. Then we are going to specify the dimensions. So the dimensions here, as you can remember, it was 384. This is the 384 dimensions. Then metric is equal to cosine, the cosine similarity that we did. But if you want to have any other thing, then feel free to do so. And then we are going to basically specify some serverless things, which is going to be cloud, which is going to be the AWS cloud, and the region is going to be the US East 1. Okay, now this is going to be the create index. Now the index name, I just wrote it in the environment variables, but this is going to be the database name. It's going to be coffee shop. So I am going to create it. So now this is created. So if you can go back here, go to indices, then you should be able, if you can refresh it, yeah, you should be able to see it, the coffee shop right there, but you won't find anything inside of it. So we need to upload the data to it. Basically, we can say wait for the index to be ready. Again, we don't need this since I ran it and waited for it to finish, then I'm running it this, but I am going to write you the best practice. So because if you're writing it into a Python file, you need to wait a little bit. So pc dot describe index and give it the index name and say that status is ready. So status dot ready. So if it's so basically if it's not ready, then I am going to have the time dot sleep of 1. So I'm going to sleep a second, and here I did not import sleep. So from time, yeah, let's import time. I think it's yeah, I think I'm referring it to time. So just copy it. Yeah, and here it's time to sleep. Now the index right there is going to be pc of index.index name. It's going to get the index, then the vectors itself, which is going to be the embeddings. So the vectors, so for text and embedding in zip text and embeddings. So here I'm going to get the text and the embedding of it. So I'm looping over the text and embedding at the same time. And basically what I'll do is that the vector database needs to have both the text and the embedding so that I can tell it to search for this, like get me the closest thing to those embeddings. And when it gets me it, I can just refer to the text from it normally. So basically what I want to define here is I want to define an entry ID. And this is going to be like any database ID. So let's have the text.split of 0. Like this is going to be this one basically, which is cappuccino, which is jumbo, which is going to be the this one or this one. So it's just a unique identifier that will not repeat. Vectors, then dot append. Now this is an entry, and the entry is going to have three different things. It's going to have the ID. Again, we have the entry ID. It's going to have the values. The values is going to be the e.embeddings. Whoops, e.embedding. And also we are going to have metadata. And in the metadata, we are going to have the text. So just like this. Text is equal to text. Now, this is it. After we do all that, we can just index.upsert, which is just an upsert statement, and give it vectors is equal to vectors. And then we can also give it the namespace is equal to ns1. And let's now run it. So I got an error, the index, and it's because index here is capital I. So just run it again and wait for it to finish. So now it told you like it upserted 20 rows, and if you can go back here, hopefully we can see it. So yeah, you can see the croissant, you can see the embeddings, you can see the metadata. So everything is uploaded quite correctly. Now the last thing here to do is to see how we can get the closest documents. So let's do that. So get closest documents, like that. And in here, you can write just output, which is equal to the client dot embeddings, again, dot create, then input, then give it the model name. But I want to ask something about, let's say, cappuccino. So is cappuccino lactose free? So basically, I'm asking something about cappuccino, and hopefully, like it should get me the cappuccino output. So you can get here the embeddings, which is equal to the output.data of embeddings. So we can wait a little bit to get the embeddings of this input. And to get the closest results, we can have the results of index.query, and now we can write name space is equal to ns1 vector, which is equal to embedding, which is the user query. Then we can say to get the top k, and this is the three most closest things to the user query. Then include values is equal to false, and include metadata is equal to true, because we want the texts. So you can just run it, and after that you can just get it. So you can see that the closest thing is the cappuccino. So we were asking something about the cappuccino data was here, then it got other things as well because we told it to get the top three closest things. But in the application, this application specifically, we don't need to get the top three, we could just have the top one. Now, we have now successfully built our vector database, and this is going to be very useful for us when we are building our RAG system. So next is the most interesting part of this tutorial, which is going to be explaining the agent-based system, and we then going to implement it and deploy it using also RunPod. So stick tight, and congratulations for staying this far. Now let's jump to the agent-based system. So this is the overall architecture of the agent-based approach, and as you can see here, you can see that the user is doing a request or a prompt or whatever it is, like the question that it is doing. We are going to be hitting a custom API that is hosted on RunPod, and in this API, we are going to first hit the guard agent, and let's define what agent is first. So agent is just an LLM response. So basically, like any LLM response, like this one, like we have. So it's get chatbot response. But the idea here is that this task is very big so that one prompt can handle it. So when you concatenate all those tasks in one prompt, you tend to get inaccuracies and you tend to have the model lose stuff. So the idea behind this is that we separate this like huge task into multiple smaller tasks, and we call it agents. So each agent and each prompt will be specified for only one task, so it will have higher accuracy. So the first one is guard agent, and the guard agent just flags content that is not relevant to the coffee shop. So basically, if someone is utilizing it as ChatGPT or like asking it random math questions or something like that, the guard agent should say, okay, this is not a relative question, this is not a relevant question, and I should respond to it by saying, hey, do I help you with something with your order or something like that? Just a default response. Now, if yes, this is a good question, then we can go and do an input classifier. So this agent classifies the user's request into three different categories, which is it's either an order. So if someone's doing an order, hey, I want to order one latte, or is it recommendations? Like someone just ordered the latte and we are recommending something to go with it, or we are just recommending something from scratch, like, hey, what do you recommend me to get today? And we can get the recommendation engine to recommend things to the user. And the last thing is the details agent, which is people asking details about the coffee shop, about the menu items, about anything like that. And in that case, we are going to be using the vector database that we already uploaded. So in this details agent, basically this is the rack system, and everything else is going to be the agent-based system with the details agent. And we are going to be utilizing the prompt engineering techniques that we learned earlier, which is structured input and structured output, and also chain of thought. So yeah. So basically, the order agent is going to output the order in a structured format so that we can also inject it in the app quite easily. We can also have the recommendation agent, which is connected to the trained recommendation objects that we have right there in the API folder. And yeah, this is it. And basically, again, why we're using agents is because it enhances the accuracy by dividing the tasks into smaller, easier tasks to tackle. And that way we can have a better system that is more operational and is more have more expected output, and it doesn't hallucinate a lot. So let's now jump back to the code. From here, we can go back to the API. We can create a new folder called agents, like that, and here it will have all the agent code that we want. Inside of that, we will also have a .env file. This will have the environment variables that is necessary for this deployment. We will also have like a file called development code.py, and here we will be testing out our agent as it develops. And we will also have a main.py, and we will also have something that is called an agent controller. So basically, or a coordinator. Basically, an agent controller or a coordinator basically have all those like agents together, and it defines the flow of agents so that we can have the correct order of agent calling and whether anything will take any branch. So yeah, so in the end folder, we will start by adding the environment variables that we want. So basically what we want here is pinecone and RunPod, and we won't need anything else. The Firebase things, we won't need it. So we can just copy paste it right here, and then we can close it down. And then we can define also requirements. So let's also create a requirements.txt. And in the requirements file, we will take pandas, we will take .env, we will take openAI, and we will basically also take Pinecone. So let me copy paste it right there. Everything else is not needed, so I'm going to copy it from here, and I'm going to paste it in this empty requirements file that I have in the API. I am also going to add another thing, which is RunPod. So this is only for deployment, so I'm not going to utilize it at the beginning, but I'm going to utilize it when we finish and we're deploying things. So RunPod 1.7.1. And this is the exact version that I'm using, and don't forget to also pip install it. And yeah, now we are ready. So if you can go back to agents, we need to add some utilities. So in those utilities, so you can create a function called utils.py, and in those utils, we want to have the get chatbot response and get embeddings. So for the get chatbot response, we can go back here, we can go up, and we can have this function, just copy it, paste it right here. And we can also have the get embeddings. So you can go down to get embeddings function right there, just copy it and paste it here. And yeah, this is two of the most important utilities that we will have. And we can close it right now. And let's now define an init file. This way, we can expose every module that is inside the agents file to outside of the agents folder. And let's also define an agent protocol. So a protocol is just, let's say, like if a class, we define a class to follow a certain functions so that we can call all those functions together like the same way. So for example, all of them can have get response so that every class that we define, we can call the same function, which is get response. And I don't care about the nitty-gritty details about the inner workings of each one. So protocol.py. Now, the protocol is a pro tip for anyone who is working as a software engineer. And basically, this is going to help them to make the code a little bit more readable, following good architecture, code architecture rules. So I am going to have the dict also, and I am going to have any. So in this, I am going to have the agent protocol that is going to be an agent. It's going to have one function, at least this function, I mean. So it's get response that has this JSON. It has messages, and this messages is going to be a list of dict, and the dict is going to be an str, and the value of it is going to be any. So this is the messages. And the output of this function is going to be a dict of str of any. So this is it. And to define that, we can just write three columns. Now, this is the agent protocol, and each agent that we write here should have this function that have this exact inputs and this exact output. So let's start by the guard agent. So you can go ahead and create a new file called guard agent.py. And in this, we can create a new class called guard agent like that. And inside of it, we can create an init file, an init function like this that has self. And right now we can pass it. But we can also like have the client generated on it. So from openAI, import openAI like this. We can also import OS. We can also import .env so that we can like load in the environment variables. Then .env load .env. And we can also load the functions from the utils. So from .utils import get chatbot response. And while we're at it, let's also import JSON and deep copy. So import JSON and from copy import deep copy. Deep copy just copies objects. Like if it's a list, then when we copy it, we just copy the reference of it. So deep copy just copies by value and not by reference. So we can define the openAI client just like we did before. So we can have the openAI key, and here we can have the os.getEnv. And right now we have the RunPod. Let me go and copy paste it. So RunPod token, like that. And we want to also have it to have the base URL, which is going to be get RunPod and RunPod chatbot URL, like this. Then let's also define the function, the self model name. So self.model name is equal to, I wrote model 2 times, is equal to os.getEnv. It's going to be model name without RunPod this time. And yeah, the init is now done. So let's now define the get response, which is the function that we defined in the protocol. And it's going to have the self and the messages. And inside of that, we are going to first have a deep copy of the messages so that we don't accidentally change the messages or anything like that. And we are going to call it messages. Now we are going to have a system prompt for the guard agent. Now the system prompt here, the main idea here is to have a system prompt to detect any content that is not in the coffee shop data. So you can write that with me. So you are a helpful AI assistant for a coffee shop application which serves drinks and pastries. Your task is to determine whether the user is asking something relevant to the coffee shop or not. Then we can make it more specific. We can actually start to say the user is allowed to do this and the user is not allowed to do that. Then we can give it the JSON output. So let's define that. So the user is allowed to ask questions about the coffee shop, like location, working hours, menu items, and coffee shop related questions. So basically anything that is like in the coffee shop, basically. So the other thing is going to be the ask questions about menu items. So the user can ask questions about menu items. They can ask for ingredients in an item and more details about the item. So this is the second thing that the user can say to the chatbot. Also, the chatbot can make an order. So the user can just make an order. And the last thing is to be asking for recommendations. So ask about recommendations of what to buy. The user is then not allowed to first ask questions about anything else other than our coffee shop. The second thing is ask questions about the staff or how to make a certain menu item. So basically, the user is not the user should not ask anything about the anything else other than the coffee shop. Then it should not ask anything about the staff. It should not also ask for how to do a certain menu item, because maybe they are going to copy our ingredients and how to. Now, this is it. This is basically the guard agent. Now, the idea here is that we also want to have this into a JSON format so that we can integrate it and we can have a yes-no format like this. We can put it into an if statement. We can't be able to be doing that. We can't do that basically if it's natural free-floating text. We need to have this in a structured output. So your output should be in a structured JSON format like so. Each key is a string and each value is a string. So basically I'm telling it to put the keys and values in strings, and let's now say make sure to follow the format exactly. Now the format is going to be like this. It's also going to be a JSON format. Let's also have this chain of thought, and here go over each of the points. Basically, you want to have it think out loud about what it's saying and then give its decision. This is like we saw before, the chain of thought, and it improves the accuracy. And see if the message lies under this point or not. Then you write some thoughts about what point is this input relevant to. Now, this is the chain of thought. It's going to list down its decision on it. So the reasoning behind the decision. And next is going to be the decision. And it's either going to be allowed or not allowed. And we need to only pick one. So pick one of those and only write the word. The next thing is going to be the message, which is going to be the user message. So we can leave it empty, leave the message empty if it's allowed. Otherwise, then we can make it write a default message. So sorry, I can't help with that. Can I help you with your order? So basically this is the system prompt, and yeah, so we are going to be putting this into use. So the input messages is going to be having the input messages is going to have the role. So right here we are going to have the system and add the content of the system, which is going to be the system prompt, and this is going to be inside a dictionary. It's like this. And after this, we are going to be adding the input user messages. So we can have the messages and we can take the last 3 messages. So basically, let's take in the last 3 messages and let's classify those. Yeah. So basically, right here, we can get the chat bot output, and the chatbot output is going to be get chatbot response. We are going to give it the self.client, the input messages, and we are going to give it the model name. I think the order is wrong, so let me go check. So it's client, model name, then messages. So the order is actually wrong. So you can have the correct input right there. And the output here is going to be self dot post process. And let me write post process correctly. Post process, and give it the chatbot output, then write the output. Now I don't have still the post process function, so let me create it here. So for here, let me create a define post process that takes in self and takes in the output like that. And for that, this is going to be the string output. So I want to cast it to the JSON object. So JSON.loads output. And I can have the dict output as so. So first, we are going to have role. The role is going to be the assistant, because this is the assistant message. I am going to have content. And content is going to be output message. And I am going to have memory. Now, agents have memory so that it can remember what steps did it go to, and what is it standing on, and what's the next steps to take. So an essential part of the agents is actually memory. And we are going to keep the memory in this output here, in this variable. So you can have this as agent, and we are going to give it the guard agent, just the name of the agent that we are on. So this is the guard agent. Then guard decision, and in the guard decision, we are going to have the output of decision. And basically, we return back this dict. So currently, right now, this get response returns a dict, which is getting from the post process. And right now, we are running this in RunPod. So everything is set up for us. In the init, we can expose this guard agent. So you can have from guard agent, import guard agent. And you can make sure that the spelling is correct. You can go here, paste it. Everything here looks fine. Then we can go back to the development code. And in the development code, we will import this guard agent and we'll make use out of it. So from agents, import guard agent. So from agents, import, and we'll have multiple agents. So let's start with guard agent. And let's also define main, and let's pass it for now. And if name equal main, we run the main. And let's now have the guard agent. So guard agent is equal to guard agent. Then we can have messages is equal to an empty list. And while true, we are going to take in the user message, and we are going to give it to the guard, give it to the agents in general. So for that, let's also import OS. And the first thing that we want to do is that we want to clear out all the previous inputs so that we can have a new fresh terminal. So if CLS if OS name is equal NT, and else it's going to be clear. This is going to clear basically the output, so that every time we publish something and we print out all the messages, it doesn't concatenate over each other and it's easier to read. So print out, we can print out the basically print messages, and after that for message in messages, what we want to do, so I just misspelled messages up, so I corrected it. So what we want to do is we want to print out basically two things. We want to print out the role and we want to print out the content. So message like this here of role, like that. Then what we want to do is we want to add a column and then add the message of content. Now we are ignoring right now the memory, so we're going to just like output the role and output the content, and then we can start by getting the user input from the terminal. So basically get user input, and inside here you can write prompt, which is equal to input user, and this is going to be the user prompt. And in the messages we are going to append, and we are going to append where role is equal to user and the content is equal to the prompt. And yeah, after that we have the messages and we have the guard agent. So let's first run the guard agent. So get guard agents response, and we can have the guard agent response, which is equal to guard agent dot get response, and give it the messages. And if the guard agent response of memory of guard decision is allowed, actually we can just right now just maybe just just append it whether it's allowed or not. So have this right here and have this, and let's also print out guard agent output like this, so that we know about it. And yeah, I think we're all set right here. So let's run it, and you can see it made the terminal clear. So I can just run right now I want to order a latte. So you can wait a little bit because now it's called starting. We did not hit this endpoint for a while, but afterwards it's going to be faster. So I received an error right there, and I think it's because I did not write this correctly. So I missed the bracket right here, and I also missed the bracket right there. So you can just clear it, run it again, and say, I want to order a latte, please. So right now it printed this, but it actually cleared the results again when it showed the messages. But you can see that the output here is empty, and we specify that we have an empty response if it's allowed, and if it's not, we have this sorry, I can't help you with that response. So let's now try something that is not allowed. So what's 1 plus 3? And let's see if the output has this in it. So I received an error because I think the quotes is not being generated correctly. So put a quote here and put a quote here. And if the message is empty, put 2 quotes, empty quotes like that. And that should solve the problem. And if you can go back again to the development code right there, and we can also comment this out, comment the clearing out, so that we can get the guard agent output. And let's now run it again. What's 1 plus 3? Like this. Now the output for this print statement is there. So the guard agent is there, and now it outputs again in the for loop the user message, which is 1 plus 3, then the output of it, which is, sorry, I can't help you with that. And you can see that the guard agent's output is the role, assistant, content, and then memory, agent, and guard agent, which has the guard agent decision. Now the guard agent is working good, and let's also try it with a good input. So I want to order 1 latte, please. I wrote please wrong, but it shouldn't have a big impact on it. So yeah, 1 latte is coming right up. So the problem here is that it actually responded and did not have an empty output, but I don't care, to be honest, because what I do care about is the decision, and I won't take the assistant output for anything. So that's good enough for me. And if the guard agent memory of guard agent is not allowed, then what I will do is that I am going to just append the messages of the guard agent response message, and it should have the sorry, I cannot help you with that. Yeah, this one. If it's not allowed. If it is allowed, then I don't want the response of it, and it will go to the classification agent. So I'm going to delete the print statement. I'm going to return back this display chat cleaning up the output. And right now I'm going to be deleting this also. Now the next part is I am going to get classification agent's response. So now I'm going to create the classification agent, which will classify text to either the order agents, the details agents, or the recommendations agents. So let us create the agent right now. So right now let's create the classification agent. So you can go here, create classification agent.py, and inside of it we are going to have the same things that we had in the guard agent. So you can go back again, just copy paste this, and put it here. Make sure to have the openAI, make sure to have the .end, make sure to have the OS, make sure to have the JSON, and the get chatbot response. And we are going to initialize the same client in the same way. We are going to have the model name, but we are going to change the classification name, the class name. So classification agent, and this is going to be the classification agent. And like the one before, like any of the agent protocols, we are going to have a get response function, which will have self and messages. And in the messages, we are also going to have the deep copy of the messages. So deep copy messages like that. Then we are going to define also a system prompt, very similar to what we had in the guard agent. So a system prompt like this, and let me copy paste it this time. So this is going to be the system prompt from the classification agent. Let me read it with you. So you are a helpful AI assistant for a coffee shop application. Your task is to determine what agent should handle the user input. You have 3 agents to choose from, and now I am separating the input. This is the 1, 2, and 3. You have the details agents. Then this agent is responsible for answering questions about the coffee shop, like the location, like the delivery places, like the working hours, details about the menu items or listing items menu, and or by asking what we have. Basically, we also have an orders agent. This agent is responsible for taking orders from the user. It's responsible to have conversation with the user about the order until it's complete. And the third agent is going to be the recommendation agent. This agent is responsible for giving recommendations to the user about what they buy. If the user asks for recommendations, this agent should be used. Then this is going to be the output format. Again, the output is a JSON. You know what's you know this already. Then you have the chain of thought. Then you have the decision, and the decision here is either details agent, orders taking agent, or recommendation agent. So it's either going to be one of those 3 strings. It needs to choose one. Then it needs to have the message empty. Either way, we don't care about the message. So for the input messages, so let me write the input messages, and the input messages right there will have a role, of system and a content of system prompt, and this is going to be the initial input messages. Then the input messages, we are going to also concatenate the last 3 messages. So last 3 messages are going to be equal like this. So last 3 messages. Now we have the input messages. Now let's also add the chatbot output, and it's going to get the chatbot response, and from there you can just have the self.client, self.model name, and the input messages like that. It will have also the chatbot response, but it's in string, so we need to convert it to a JSON, and for that we are also going to call a similar function like we did with the guard agent, which is called postprocess chatbot output like that. And in this you can have the postprocess function, and in the postprocess function you can have the self, and you can have the output itself like this. And what we want to do is we want to have the output is equal to json.loads output. This is going to convert it to a output format. Then we can have a dict output, which is going to be equal to role is equal to assistant like this. Then content is equal to output, then message, and then memory is going to be equal to, first we are going to define the agent, and this is going to be the classification agent, and then the classification decision, and put that into quotes also, like that. So have the output of, and you can also copy paste the decision like this. And just in case, just put the quotes that we missed, and this is it. So basically this is the output, this is going to be the dictionary output. We then return it like dict output. Now the dictionary output is complete, and we can then just copy this, then say from dot this import, and we import the classification agent like that. We can go back to the development code, and instead of just having this, we can also have the classification agent, and we can define it above, and we can initialize it above. So let's have it the classification agent, which is equal to the classification agent like that. And right after this, we will call it to get the class. So let's have this classification agent response, and it's going to have the classification agent dot get response, and it's going to have the messages in it. So the it's going to take all the messages, and it's going to take the first 3 on it. Then I am going to tell it to extract the chosen agent. So chosen agent, which is equal to the classification agent dot of memory, then then it's going to be of the classification response, which is going to be or the classification decision. So like that. And right now we need to also print this. So let's print the chosen agent, and the chosen agent is going to have like that. So yeah, so this is it. Let's also comment this out so that we can see the output of that. Let's stop this, we can clear it, we can run it again like this, and let's say for example, what's the price of a croissant? It says because it has a delimiter that is not there. So I think it's because I need to add here a comma and here a comma, and basically remove this period. But yeah, I'm going to also print out the output, and so that I understand what the issue is. So the classification output. Now the idea with the JSON outputs right there, if it's going to give us a lot of hassle, then we can also add an agent to correct this JSON. So let's have the what's the price of a latte. So right now you can have the classification output. I think it also parsed it quite correctly. It says that it's the details agent, which is good, but it crashed after that because I did not return the output. So remember to return it like this, clear it, then run it again. You can remove this so that you can only see the output in the development code. Run it again. What's the price of a latte? Again. And you should have this chosen agent thing. And yeah, let's wait a little bit. So what subscriber, we need to get from the response and not the agent itself. This is my mistake. Just clear it, run it again. What's the price of a latte? So here you can see that the chosen agent is the details agent, and here the assistant did not actually respond with anything. So let's also have the what do you recommend me to order? And here it should be the recommendation agent. It shouldn't be the details agent anymore. The next print should be the recommendation agent. So you can see right now that the chosen agent is the recommendations agent. Let's say that I want to order a latte. Now this should be the orders agent, and you can see that it is in a structured output so that we can also do some if conditions on it if we want. So yeah, so now it outputted also the details agent. I think it's because we had 3 user inputs after each other. We shouldn't have that. So let me clear it and run it again. I want to order 1 latte, please. So yeah, we should have a user assistant, and let's see if this is actually the problem. So yeah, it was the problem. So you have the orders taking agent right there, and now it's working fine. And we can leave the chosen agent, and yeah, let's continue with that. So let's stop this and go back again to the agents, and let's now create the details agent. So in the details agent, you can just create details agent.py, and inside of here you can also import the normal stuff, which is from .env import load.env import os from .utils import get chatbot response. But now we also want to have the get embeddings, because now it's a details agent and we will be utilizing Pinecone right now. And we want also openAI. So from openAI import openAI, and we want to also import from copy import deep copy. And last thing that we want is from Pinecone, which is going to be our vector database, import Pinecone. And let's load.env. Now we loaded the environment variables. Let's create the class. So class details agent like this, then define an init function like that. And in the init function, let's put the self, and let's create the client like we did before. And we can just copy paste it. So from here, you can just have this and copy paste it right there. And self dot embedding client. And this is going to be the same thing, but for the embedding client. So openAI, and in here we can have the API key os.get env, and we want to have the API key right now. So we can press on here, just copy it, paste it right in, and we want to have also the base URL. Yeah, I made make sure that the embedding URL is in the base URL and the token is the same token. So right there. And this is going to be our embedding client. And we also have the model name. So what's left is the Pinecone. So self.pc, which is pinecone. Then what we want to do is we want to initialize it, so pinecone, and give it the API key, os.getEnv, and we have also a pinecone key, so just come here, copy it, and paste it right in, and self.index name is equal to os. Let's just copy, paste it, go to the env, copy the environment variable, paste it here right in, and now we initialized all that we want. And if you remember that we want to have the top closest results, and if you and we already did that, so let's define the function for that. So get, we did that in the notebook, so results like this. So self.index name, we are going to be just having a very similar code to it. Input embeddings, and we are going to get the top k of 2. Remember that we had 3, but now we're just having 2. I think it's going to work even with 1, but I just put 2 just in case. PC of index, and give it the index name. And results are going to have the index.query, and we are going to have a namespace of ns1. We are going to have a vector of embeddings. Input embeddings like this. Top k is equal to top k. Then include values is equal to false. Include metadata is equal to true. And this returns back the results that we are expecting. So return results. And yeah, this is, I am moving quickly here because we already did that before. So I don't want to waste your time here. And we can just have the get response that takes in self and messages. And messages, we deep copy the messages again, like we did before. Then we have the user, the last user message, which is, we can put it in user message, which is equal to messages of -1 of content. Then the embeddings of it. So the embeddings of this user message is just get embeddings, and we specify the embedding client. We then specify the model, so self dot model name, and then we specify the user message, and we take in the 0th input because it returns a list of lists. Then the result of the closest, then we can get the self dot get closest results, self dot index name, and we can feed in the embeddings. So this will return back the top 2 closest results. So we can have the source knowledge. This is the knowledge that we are going to feed in the prompt, and right here we can have a new line. Then we want to have join we are going to be joining the 4x in results. So we are going to loop over the result one by one, and in the result I am going to access the metadata. And inside of the metadata, I am going to access text. Then I'm going to strip it. Like that. And then I am going to add a new line. So this is the source knowledge that we are going to do. The prompt is equal to the f of So it's very similar to what we did before. So using the contexts below, answer the query. Again, I'm trying to structure my input. So the contexts right there is going to be like this, source knowledge. And also we can have the query, which is equal to the user message. And this is going to be the prompt that we are going to use. We are also going to have a very simple system prompt right now, which is going to say, you are a customer support agent for a coffee shop called Mary's Way. You should answer every question as if you are waiter and provide the necessary information to the user regarding the order. To the user regarding the order. So their orders. And now we have the system prompt ready. And we have also the user prompt with the injected input in it. So in it, we can have the messages, which is going to be equal to the last one of content. This is going to be the last message. It's going to be the prompt because we added the source knowledge. And then the input messages here is going to be the same thing that we did before, which is going to be the system prompt followed by the user prompt. So system, then we are going to add the content, and it's going to be the system prompt, and we are going to also be adding the messages. So messages is equal to the also last three. Let's add the last three messages. And let's now get the chatbot output. So get chatbot response self.client self.model name, and then we can have the input messages like that. And the output is going to be also a dictionary. So let's post-process that. So we want to post-process. We want to give it the chatbot output. And we don't want to make the mistake of not returning it again. So like this. And right now we want to define the post-process function, which is going to be self and is going to be taking the output itself. And from the output, like this, we are going to be also adding a role and an assistant, which is going to be the assistant role. And let me try and copy it and paste it right in. It's in the details agent. Let's paste it right in. And we can add the content. And the content is going to be the output. And because we don't have a structured output this time, it's free-floating text, then we actually don't care about processing the details agent. We just want the information to be provided to the user. And in that case, we can make it like free-floating text like we want. And then we can add also the memory attribute. And the memory is going to have the agent like this. And it's going to be the details agent. So this is the post-process function. We can return the output back. And yeah, this is it. So you can rename it, like you can go here, you can copy the name, import, then go back to your details agent, then save it, copy this, put it here, then go back to your development code, import the details agent. Then what we want to do is that we want to be adding an agent dictionary. So an agent dict, which is equal to a dictionary of string to agent protocol. So in the init, from dot agent import agent protocol. So just copy this, then go back to your development here and import it, copy this and put it right there. And now you have an object with a dictionary and an agent protocol as the value. I defined it like this because I wanted to be having like a very known type so that anyone can use it quite easily. So right now it's a details agent, and inside the details agent I am going to have the details agent initialized. So right here you can start by getting the chosen agent's response. So get the chosen agent's response, and now you can see the power of the protocol. Basically, we don't care about the agent, so you can have the agent dict, and whatever chosen agent from the classification, I can just add it right there. Then get response. I don't care about anything. I don't care about which agent is which. I just care about that it has the get response, and I'm just giving it the messages. And in that way, I can just have the response right there. And the way that I'm going to do it is I'm going to have the dot, and I am going to have it like this. So instead of putting it in one line, I'm going to be putting it in two, just to make things a little bit readable. And at the end of the day, I am going to be appending this to the messages. So the response, I am going to be adding the response. So this is basically it. I don't think that we're going to be adding more into the development code, and we're going to adding more agents in this dictionary, and it will automatically call them. So this is what's good about the protocol itself. So let's run it again. So I received an error. I think it's because I used the wrong dict. So right here, from dict, from typing, import dict, and you can replace this dict here with this dict from typing. So you can now clear this, run it again, and right now you can just write what's the price of a latte. And right now we are not clearing out the output of the terminal, so you can just see the chosen agent. It should be the details agent, and you should see that the price of it got from Pinecone, and everything should be working fine, hopefully. So I've received an error right there. It's in the line of the source knowledge where we aggregate the data. So right here, it shouldn't be result. It should be result of matches, like this. And let's run it again. It should be working fine right now. So run it. What's the price of a latte? And you can see here that it hits the details agent, and the output of it, see, the assistant now outputs our delicious latte is at 4.75, which is actually the right number from the database. Would you like to order one? So now the details agent is working good. So right now we can go back here and we have two agents left, which is the recommendation agent and the second one, which is going to be the orders agent. Now let's create the recommendations agents first, because when the order agent orders something, like when an order is being set in, I want it to automatically go to the recommendation engine and tell it to recommend this user a couple of items. So let's now start by doing that. So you can have the recommendation agent. So write it recommendation agent. So write it agent.py. So from here we just import the normal stuff. Actually, we can just copy paste it from anywhere. From here you can just copy paste this like this, and you are ready to go. So the one thing that we want to add here is pandas. So from import pandas as PD. And class recommendation agent like this, then define the init function and have the self dot and give it the a priori path, and give it the popular recommendation path. So basically what we want to do is we want to also have the client set in, so we can just copy paste it from any other agent like this. So everything here is good, but now we also want to read in the recommendation objects. So from the a priori path, let's call it the a priori recommendation path like this. Copy paste it right here, and we are going to read it as a file, and then self dot a priori recommendations is equal to JSON dot load file. This is going to load in the JSON object of the a priori algorithm that we are going to use to get the recommendations of. And right now we want to also have the popular recommendations. So popular recommendations, which is going to be equal to pd.readCSV, and we are going to utilize the popular path like this. Now the self.products, all the products that we have, we want to list them all. So the products like this, we want to have the self.popular recommendations of product like that dot to list. This saves in the products that we have. Then I want to also have the product categories. So let's have the product categories like this, self dot popular recommendations then of product categories, and let's also call it product category, sorry about that, then to list. This is going to give us the product categories and the products themselves. This is just a list of products and product categories. We are going to be utilizing them later, basically. So in here, let's create a function for the get popular recommendations. So define get popular recommendation, and it takes in the self, it takes in the product categories, which is equal to none, and it takes in the top K, which is how much do you want me to recommend. I'm going to recommend 5 items. Then the recommendation df is equal to self dot popular recommendations. This is going to be the recommendation df that we are going to use if type of product categories like this is equal to str, so it's just one category. Then we are going to put it in a list of one. So product categories is equal to product categories, like that. So let me explain what I'm doing. This is the popular recommendations, and I wanted to also have the popular recommendations per category, so someone can ask, what coffee should I take? What bakery should I take? Things like that. I want to be able to filter the categories before I get the most popular. So this is what I will be doing. So if product categories is not none, so it's not basically empty, then recommendation df is equal to self dot popular recommendations of self dot again popular recommendations of product category. Then after this is going to be is in, then the product categories that we specified above. And right now we filtered in the recommendations df, and so we just get the top ones. So recommendations df equal sort values, and we sort by the number of transactions like this, and we say ascending is equal to false to have the most popular at the top. Then if the recommendation df dot shape is equal to 0, then we return an empty list. We return nothing. This is a failed recommendation engine request basically, and we can get the recommendations. If not, then we can get the recommendations from the recommendations df of product like that to list, and we can get the top K of it and return back the recommendations. Now let's test this out. So in here I can just call in the recommendations agent, which is equal to, I am going to be needing to put 2 different paths in here, and in here I need to go back 1 step like this, and then I am going to go to the recommendation objects. So right now I am in a recommendation objects, and just copy paste it down. And let's see, so we have the a priori, then the popular. So the a priori one is going to be this one. So just copy the name, put it right there. So sorry, the popular one is going to be the second one, so put it right there. And the a priori one is going to be the one above it, so put it like this. And let's also call this print recommendation agent, and dot get popular recommendations. And yeah, the first input, let's not provide anything, let's not provide any product categories. It should just print out the most popular. So let's run it. So right now it says that it doesn't have the utils. I don't think that we can run it in here, so just cut this and go back to your development code, and instead of all that, just hash this for a moment, and then we run this recommendation agent. And in the recommendation agent, don't forget to import it and expose it. So right here, from import recommendation agent, and here dot recommendation agent, just put it like this, then run that again. You don't have to go back one step right now because we are in a different folder. So clear this, run it again. And there's also a wrong indentation right there, so fix it. And I don't think that it's going to solve anything, so let's now figure this out. So I don't think that it's finding the path, so the way that we are going to do this is we are going to build off the path that we have right now. So from the file, so right now, you can go here and in the development code, write import pathlib and folder path equals to pathlib.path.parent.resolve. And in the file, you can just write here file. And in here, you can just write this, which is let's import also system, import system. And we did not import OS, so import OS. So here we can just path.folder path, and then we can add this in like this. And then we can also add it right there. So here it will have the full path of the file that we are on. And then from there, it will get the popularity recommendations and the a priori recommendations. So right now we're all good. So we can clear this. We can run it again. Yeah, so make sure to remove the system.append like this and remove the extra bracket. Save it, clear the results and run it again. So right now it's in API, then recommendation objects, then recommendation objects again. So there are two recommendation objects. So make sure to remove this, sorry about that, and run it again. So yeah, right now the most popular things are cappuccino, latte, dark chocolate, and espresso. And let's say that we want to have a product categories, and let's say that it's coffee. And so cappuccino, latte, and espresso, let's say that it's bakery. And let's run it again. You can say that it has the most popular in the bakery. So the most popular recommendations are working good. And now let's jump to the a priori recommendations. So you can go back here. And in here, you can just add another function for the get a priori recommendations. So define get a priori recommendations. And it's going to have the self, it's going to have the products like this. And it's going to have the top k is equal to 5. And we are going to have the recommendation list is equal to an empty list right now. But for product in products, this is the list of products that the user already have purchased or is in the cart. So if product is in the self.apriori recommendations, then we have the recommendation list. Then it's going to be equal. It's going to be list like this. It's going to be equal plus equal self.apriori recommendations of product. Basically, we're getting the recommendations and adding it to the recommendation list. Now we are doing this for all the products. So right now we just want to sort recommendations list by confidence. So recommendation list is equal to sorted, and we can give it the recommendation list. We can give it also the key to sort on, which is going to be equal x, which is x of and confidence, like that. Then we have the reverse is equal to true, so that we have the most, like the highest confidence first. Then we can define a recommendations list. Then we can define a recommendations per category. So let's say that the first recommendations are hazelnut syrup, like vanilla syrup, sugar-free syrup, whatever syrups. So we wanted to have like only 2 from each category. So let's also define that. Let's also define to have only 2 from each category. So for recommendation in recommendation list, what I am going to do, if recommendation, like here in recommendations, like if it's already in recommendations in this recommendation list, I am going to continue. If not, then I am going to add it. Then I am going to limit 2 recommendations per category. So product category is going to be equal recommendation of product category. This is going to be the product category. And if product category is not in recommendations per category, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this to the counter. So this is basically just a counter for every product category that we have, and we are going to have this as equal to 0. And since it's equal to 0 right now, so we can now check if recommendation per category of product category is greater than or equal to. Then we continue. We don't take it anymore. This is more than 2. And if it's not, then we are going to be adding the product category, incrementing the counter for that. So plus equals 1. And at the end of the day, we are going to be adding the recommendations. So add recommendation. And here we can have the recommendations dot append of recommendation of product. Like this. And the recommendation, I think I misspelled it, so let me just copy paste it. Now it's working fine. And if the length of recommendations is greater than or equal top K, then we break. At the end of the day, we return back the recommendations. So now this is done. The a priori function is done, and we can go back to the development code, and here we can get the get a priori recommendations. And let's see what inputs does it need. It needs just a list of products. So in this list of products, I can just write down, for example, latte, like this. So just run it. And you can see that the output here is sugar-free syrup, caramel syrup, croissant, and a chocolate croissant. So everything here looks good. And right now, this is an agent, so it needs to respond in also some natural text. And so it will need to also have the get response. It will need to also have the get response function, but before that, we also have a function that is called a recommendation classification that is going to classify whether we use the most popular recommendation engine or the a priori recommendation engine. So let's return back to the recommendation agent and scroll back up. In the product categories, you're going to find here that it's just listing out the product categories. It might have some duplicates. So the way that we are going to do that, we can just we can use a set to remove the duplicates. Then we are going to cast it back again to a list like this. And yeah, and in the products, it shouldn't have any any duplicates, as it's one row per item. So in here we can define a new recommendation classification, and it's going to have the self and the message, and we are going to also specify a big system prompt for that. So I'm going to copy paste it, and you can see here that it tells us that this is a helpful AI assistant. You can read it on your own, but basically it tells you that this is a basic AI assistant for a coffee shop app, and you have 3 types of recommendations. The a priori recommendations, which is basically on the items that the user already have in their cart. Then popular recommendations for people that doesn't have any items for their cart. And another type of recommendations, which is called popular recommendations per category, which is someone who is like wanting recommendations, but is not wanting a specific category for those recommendations. I then specify the other products that we have. I then specify other product categories that we have, and I then specify the output format. Again, we have the chain of thought. We have the recommendation type, which is the type of recommendation that it chose, and we also have the parameters, which is going to be the recommendations that the user has. Parameters. So the parameters here it's going to be a Python list of the items that we are going to feed to the a priori, or the categories that we are going to feed through the popular recommendations. So for that, I am going to have the input messages is equal to role, and it's going to be equal to the system role. And in this one, we are going to have also content, and we are going to write the system prompt, and let's also write messages, which is equal to -3, the last 3 messages. And let's also add the chatbot response. So chatbot response, which is equal to get chatbot response, and then self dot I wrote self wrong, self dot client, then self dot model name. Then basically what I want is the input messages. Like this. And I am going to also post-process the classification, this output. So self dot post process classification, and this is going to be the chatbot output, like that. The chatbot response, which is let's call it the chatbot output, like this, and let's return back the output. So right now we don't have this function, so let me write it. So here, let's define this function that takes in self and the output of the LLM. So output is equal to JSON.loads output, and again the dict output is going to be the following. So it's going to have the recommendation type, and it's going to also have the output of this recommendation type. So recommendation type, and it's also going to have some parameters. So we can just copy this, paste it right there, paste it right there. Parameters, we can also paste it right here. and we can write it here and paste it right in. Now we can return back the dict output. Again, this just classifies which recommendation engine I should hit. So yeah, so this is it basically. So one more helpful function, which is get recommendations from order. Now, now the order right now is happening. So we have an order and we have a list of orders. Like the order is now in a structured format and it's not in a list. Like it's not in a like free text. So if we have the order from the orders agent, we want to be also to have a function that gets the recommendations for this. So we can have this. So we can have the define get recommendations from order, and we can define the self and messages and then the order. So right now we want to have a recommendations based on the order. So let's extract the products from the order. So products is equal to an empty list. Then for product in order, then what we do is that we add the products in. So dot append, and then give it the product of item, like that. And yeah, I think something is wrong. The indentation is wrong, so fix it, and we can continue. So in the recommendations, we can get the recommendations, self.get a priori recommendations, and then we can give it the list of products. And now we have the recommendations. So let's put this into a string. So recommendation str, and if we can put it in a comma separated string like this, so we can have the recommendations. So this joins all the list of recommendations and put it into one string that is separated by a comma. Then what we want to do is we want to have the system prompt, and the system prompt is going to be specifically for the for this type of recommendations. So let me also copy paste it for you. Here is I copy pasted right here, and the it goes as follows. It's you are a helpful AI assistant for a coffee shop application which serves drinks and pastries. Your task is to recommend to users based on their input messages and respond in a friendly but concise way, and put their unordered list, which is very small. And yeah, I will provide you with the items that you should recommend. So I will be providing the items from the a priori and putting it into the prompt. So the prompt right now is going to be something like this. And here it's going to be messages of -1 of content, like that. And then you can write please recommend me those items exactly, and give it the recommendation str. Now this is going to be the prompt. I know that it's like not that innovative, and but it's going to do the trick. So you have now the list of recommendations, but you want it to be in a conversational manner. So what we do is we feed it in a prompt and tell the LLM to provide those recommendations as like in a text format. So what we are going to do is we are going to have the messages of -1 of content is equal to prompt, then input, then the input messages is equal to the role like this. And we are going to give it the system prompt. And we are going to also give it the content, which is going to be the system prompt, like that, plus messages of -3, the last 3 messages. And we are also going to get the chatbot output, which is going to be equal to the chatbot response self.client, then self.model name, then also the input messages. We are also going to be putting the output, so self.postProcess, like so. Then we are going to be writing the chatbot output, and we are going to be returning the output as well. So let's now write the postProcess function. So define postProcess, which is equal to self. Let's copy paste it. Self.output, and the output here is going to be in a dictionary format, where role is equal to the assistant, where content is equal to output, and output is not in quotes, like that, and memory is going to be equal to the agent, which is the recommendation agent, like that. Then we are going to be returning the output at the end. This is it. This is the postProcess function. Now we're almost there. We're just like the last stretch ahead, and this is going to be the getResponse function. So in this function, we take in a list of messages from the user and respond to it. So define getResponse, then get the self of messages, and from here write messages equals deep copy of messages. And let's make sure that we did not have the deep copy here of the messages as well. And right now we deep copy the messages, and let's first classify the which type of recommendations that we are going to get. So recommendation classification, which is equal to self.recommendation classification, then give it the messages right now, give it the recommendation type. Recommendation classification is equal to the recommendation type also. And right now this is going to be postProcess, so it's going to be a dictionary, and the dictionary is going to have an attribute called recommendation agent, and depending on the type, we are going to be using what the functions that we have. So if recommendation type is equal to a priori, then we are going to go to the recommendations, and we are going to have recommendations here initialized as an empty list. Self.get a priori recommendations. So we can give it the recommendation classification of parameters, like that. So you can go up, make sure that you have the correct name for parameters. So you just copy it and paste it right here. So now we're good to go. Let's say if recommendation type is equal to popular, and in the popular we can have the recommendations as if this self dot get popular, recommendations, and this is it, but else also if, and a recommendation type is equal to product by category, and product by category is either it's going to be here, so just copy it, copy this right here, and go here and write recommendations, which is going to be equal to self dot get popular recommendations, but we are also going to give it the parameters, which is going to here be the categories that we want to filter on. Now, if recommendations is equal to an empty list, now return back this, which is role is equal to assistant, and content is equal to sorry, I can't help with that, recommendation, can I help you with something else? So right now we want to have a respond to a user, so let's respond to user, and recommendations str is going to be this, which is going to have the join of recommendations, and system prompt is going to be equal the following. So put an F right there, and let me copy paste it. So I pasted it right here, and it's going to be very similar to the one that we used before, that we are telling it to recommend exactly the items that I present to you. Then I am going to have the prompt, and in the prompt I am also going to provide both things, which is the user input and the recommendations that I want. So let's have the messages of -1 of content like this, and then let's also have the please recommend me those items exactly, and let's have the recommendations str. Now this is it, and for this we are going to also be rewriting the messages of -1 of content like we did before. We are going to put it in the prompt, and we are going to have input messages like this, and we are going to have the system prompt first. So right here, system, then we are going to have the content, and then we are going to have the system prompt. Then we are going to follow it by the last 3 messages of the like the conversation, and the last 3 messages are here. Then we are going to have the chatbot output is equal to get response self dot client self dot model name, and then the input messages like this, and also we are going to have the output then self dot post process, and have the chatbot output, and we are going to use the same post process that we did in the other function, then return the output. And now we are ready to go. Now this was a handful, so let's expose this back to the here. So we already did, and let's go to the development agent, and let's now comment out this, and let's do this. So in here, let's have the recommendation agent. And in the recommendation agent, let's get the exact name of it in the classification, agent. So what we want to do is we want to redefine this, so we can have this. So we can have this like this, then do it like this, paste it right here, and we can have it like that. And don't forget to add the comma right there so that everything is good. And yeah, we are good to go. So let me clear this output, then let me run it again. What do you recommend me to get? So right now it should be in the most popular recommendations, and it should be and it should get the recommendations fine. So you can see right now that it went to the recommendation agent, but it actually crashed in the post-process classification. I think it's because of the like casting to JSON. And right now we can create a new like agent or a function that will ensure that the JSONs are correct. So let's have this double check JSON output, then client, then model name, and then JSON string, like that. And with that, we are going to have a prompt. And in this prompt, we are going to make sure that the output of the JSON is correct. And we are going to have the messages, which is going to be equal to a role. So we are going to have this role. Then we are going to have the user. And then we are going to have the content. We are going to also have the prompt, like this, response, get chatbot response, client, and model name. We can also paste in the messages like that, then return back the response. And right now we just need to this prompt. So let me get it for you. So right now you just say that you will check this JSON and correct any mistakes on it. Then you will return the corrected JSON, nothing else, and do not return anything else other than this JSON. You can consider this as just the another agent that is responsible for the JSON string. I just put it in the utils because we don't need to clutter anything more agents in the agents folder. But yeah, you can consider this as another agent. So basically right here, you can go down and first let's import it like this. And here, after the after the chatbot output, you can just write the chatbot output again. Then you can write the double check JSON, and the double check JSON takes in the client model name and the JSON string. So let's put in the self.client client, then self.model name, then chatbot output, which is the string. And I know that we have another one like this, so right there. And let's see if we have another one. So we have it also. So this one does not need to have JSON format. And let me check that the output, yeah, so this one also does not need to have the JSON checked. This does not need to have the JSON checked, and just doesn't need to have the JSON checked. Only this one needs to have the JSON checked. So it's basically the one that gives us the JSON output. So we double check the JSON, we put it back here, and let's now clear it, run it here. And what do you recommend me? You can see now it's a recommendation agent. And it worked. So you can now see here are some recommendations for you: cappuccino, latte, dark chocolate, chocolate croissant, and the espresso shot. This is based on the product, the most popular products that we have. And yeah, this is awesome. And if you're writing a prompt and you struggle with the JSON format, so make sure to utilize this JSON double checker agent. It's very helpful and it's going to suppress a lot of errors. And you can see now why agents are so important. So when I told it to actually put the JSON here, it put the JSON, but it forgot maybe a comma, it forgot maybe an apostrophe or a quote or something like that. So it crashed. But when I specialized it and made only a single role for it, it outputted the JSON correctly. So now we have the recommendation agent working fine. So here it's good. So save it. Make sure to delete this commented code, and then go to the details agent, like close everything else like that. And I made a small mistake right here. Everything should be under main and not in the if main. It's not a big deal, so you can just copy paste it right there. Shouldn't make a lot of difference. And here you just call main. So this is the development code. Now we only have one agent left, which is the order taking agent, and this one is going to also be calling the recommendation agent. So yeah, we are going to be developing that lastly, and then we are going to be deploying it on RunPod. So before proceeding to our last agent, we are going to enhance the JSON corrector a little bit. And here we just wanted to make it more robust, and maybe we can include it also in other agents like the classification agents, the guard agent, just in case they produce a wrong JSON file. This will make our code more robust and yeah, less prone to errors. So let's go to this. Okay, so you can find here that we just wanted to produce the JSON string, but I found that when testing it more, it might actually like have a title like here's your JSON, here's your whatever, and then it produces a correct JSON indeed. But this first letters, those first words will break the JSON parsing. So we need to specify that the first thing that it produces is a curly brace, and the last thing that it produces is the ending curly brace of the JSON object. And we need to also specify where the JSON object starts and when the JSON object ends, as this enhances the accuracy. So this is the structured input prompt engineering technique that we showed you earlier. So let me add those things in. So the first thing here is that we want to also highlight if there's a text before or after the JSON string, please remove it. And this is in the input string itself. This is in the input JSON string. Then we can say the first thing that you should write is the curly brace of the JSON object, and the last letter should be the closing curly brace. And we want to also add, you should check that the JSON for the following text between triple backticks. We are separating it right now. And yeah, we are now good to go. This is a more robust way of extracting the JSONs, and when I've tested it and I've added those prompt engineering techniques, basically it's something incremental. You're gonna find that it actually like produces a couple of issues. Then you can go back to your prompt, edit it and tweak it a little bit based on the error that you saw. And after a while, after a couple of back and forth, you're gonna have a prompt that is more robust to like various texts. Now, one more thing that I've also found is that sometimes when it's outputting the JSON object, it doesn't have the curly brace at the beginning, it just have the backticks like the input. So I'm going to just remove them like so. So response.replace the triple backticks with nothing, and this should be good to go. And yeah, before proceeding, let's also add it here to the guard agent. So let's here double check JSON, and we can go down. We can write here chatbot output, double check JSON, self.client, self.model name, and chatbot output. Yes, this is an extra call to an LLM, and it might be a little bit slower, but it will guarantee us that the format is good, and we can like build on this. So we can also go here to the classification. We can also add this double check JSON, and it might take a little bit more time in processing, but the output is going to be better. Self.client, self.model name, and give it the chatbot output. Now, if anything else breaks, like if anything breaks, I don't think that we added it in the details agent, but maybe we don't need it. So we'll keep it like that, but if we do need it, I will just copy paste this line and hopefully it will work. So this is the beauty again of the agent-based approach. Because we have an agent that double checks the JSON and outputs it, it has a more robust way of checking the JSON and producing a correct JSON. And if you saw, like, this is because it handles multiple stuff. When it comes to the JSON, it might lose a comma, it might lose a quote or something like that, and it makes the parsing the JSON break and bugs. So yeah, special tasks for agents is key to producing higher accuracy results. Now let's create an order taking agent. So we can here create order taking agent.py. And of course, we're going to import the normal stuff, which is import OS, import JSON, import like from .utils, import get chatbot response, and let's import the double check JSON output. This is going to be a big system prompt, so we will need to have the double check JSON for sure. And for sure, we are going to have also openAI, like this, and from copy, import copy. You can just go ahead and like copy paste it from any other file, from any other agent file. Import load.env. I just finished it right now, so I don't need to go. So we can have a class called order taking agent, and in this order taking agent, let's create an init file, and in this init, let's also create this. So the normal stuff is going to be like, if we go to the, for example, details agent, you're gonna find that it needs to have the client and the model name read in. So let's just copy paste it right in. And let's now define the get response function. And this function, of course, takes in the messages. and we want to deep copy the messages. And yeah, so the first thing that we are going to do is a big system prompt, and this system prompt I am going to copy paste it. So let me go and get it. So here's the big system prompt that we have, and this one is a big one, so let me explain it individually. So basically, you're a customer support bot for a coffee shop app called Mary's Way. Here's the menu, and I've copy-pasted the menu that we have in our products, which is this one. And this is just going to be the name of the product and its price. Then you can see that I separated it, the title. Then I have another title, things to not do. Do not ask to pay for cash or card, because when I was testing that, I saw that it was trying to imitate a bartender so bad. It was telling it to, hey, go pay, would you like to pay cash or card? Would you like to go to the counter and get your order? Would you like to go in that line and do whatever? It's just telling some sentences that is being said in a physical coffee shop, and it's not an app. So I just highlighted the things that it should not do. And when I saw it does something like this, I just go and add it here in the things that it does not do. But I think those three are quite enough, and yeah, we can proceed from there. And the reason that I'm not actually saying pay cash or card, because they can go to the app and pay whatever they want. The chatbot won't handle payment. The chatbot will only handle orders and recommendations. So your task is as follows, and then I did another section with a specific list of tasks that it needs to do. First, it needs to take the user's order. So if it took it, then it would validate each item, whether it's in the menu or not. And if the thing is not in the menu, let the user repeat back the remaining valid order. So here, if something that is not in the menu, we want the user to repeat back the order, so that we can get a full good order that the user wants. And if the item is valid, so if the items are valid menu items, we just ask them, hey, do you need something else with that? So we just ask, if someone orders a latte, hey, anything else with that to go? No, okay, so we move to, if yes, if they need something else, then I can move to step 3, which is this one. If not, then we proceed with finalizing the order. So basically, when finalizing the order, I did 3 also steps. And the first one is to list down all the items for the user and their prices, calculate the total, then thank the user for their order. Now, this is going to be good. And the last thing before the JSON is that I wanted to also put in the current state of the order. So this might be multiple messages, unlike the other agents, where they can just handle one message. This might be multiple messages. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to inject in the memory of this agent. So basically, I want to tell it, here's the current order, and here's the current message. So build on top of that. And I am also pushing in the step number, which is going to be 1 through 5. So it will tell it where to start from. And yeah, this is going to be it. The last thing is, of course, the JSON. The normal follow this JSON structure sentence. And then I have the chain of thought as normal. The step number, which is going to be one of those steps. The order. And the order here is going to be a list of JSONs or a list of dictionaries where it has the item, the quantity, and the price. And yeah, you can go and copy paste those prompts from the GitHub if you want. And And yeah, feel free to also like play around with this if you want. And then the response, which is basically the text response that the LLM will produce. Now, right here, before we proceed, we have two states that we want, which is the order and the step number. We want to inject them in the user prompt. So let's loop over the previous messages, extract the order and the step number. Those are going to be in memory. And yeah, if you remember any other one, we have a memory age. If we have a memory attribute, and this memory we put in as much things as we want. And here I'm going to put in the step number, the order, and another thing. But yeah, we'll cover it when we get to it. I think it's going to be the recommendations. So for that, we will define the last order, taking status, and it's going to be an empty string like that. And for that, we have for message index in range length messages. Let me write messages correctly. -1 till 0, then we increment by -1. So every time we go down one number. Now we are incrementing from the last item to the first item so that we can get the last message that has the order, and we can extract the status from there. So from here we can get the message, which is going to be messages of message index. Then we are going to extract the agent name, which is going to be message dot get memory. And if we don't find memory, we just return an empty dictionary. Then we get agent. And if we don't find agent, we just return an empty string. This will help us, like the default returns helps us to not break the code. And yeah, I will check for the order taking agent either way. So if I have an empty string, it will not match. So yeah, it will work fine. So if messages of role is equal to assistant, and agent.name is equal to order taking agent, like that. So if this is an order taking agent, we are going to extract the step number like this, which is going to be the message of memory of step number. And step number here is going to be with a space. You can find it right there. Just copy it and paste it right here. And then you have the order, which is going to be the message of also memory, then of order. Then we have the last order status, which is this one, last order taking status. And we are going to concatenate both together. So basically, let's do this as an F string. And here we have the step number, which is going to be equal to the step number that we extracted. Then we have the order. Then we are going to put the order that we extracted. Now, this is going to be the last taking order status, and we are going to be injecting it into the user prompt. So let's do that. So messages of -1, which is the last message, which is basically from the user. This is the user message. We add the last order taking status. We then add a new line, and then we add messages of -1. We then add the user message. So like this. So we also have input messages, and the input messages is also going to be the normal stuff, which is going to have the role of system. Then we're going to have the content, And in the content, I'm going to put the system prompt. And afterwards, I am going to put the messages. So yeah, right after that, we are going to have the chatbot response, which is going to be get chatbot response self.client self.model name, and then add the input messages. This is all like things that we already did before, so we can double check JSON. So double checking the JSON is going to be the normal call also. So client self.model name and chatbot response. And the last thing that we want to do is, of course, to have the self.postProcess function, post process, which is going to take in the chatbot output response. And let's create, before we forgot, let's return the output. And now we can define the post process function. So we can copy the name, put it right here, write the output. We call it output, I think. And inside output, the first thing that we do, of course, is to JSON.loads and give it the output. Now we have the output ready. Sometimes, because this is a nested JSON, sometimes this does not get parsed. So we can parse it right here. So we can say if type of output of order is going to be equal string. So if it's still a string, then what we're going to do is we are going to have the output of order parsed by the JSON.loads. So JSON.loads is equal to output.order of order, like that one. And we can have the response and the output response of that here. I am just extracting the response, but afterwards we have the dict output, and in the dict output we are going to have the role as assistant, like that. We are going to have the content as the response. We are going to have the memory, and in the memory we are going to have multiple things. We are going to have the agent, which is going to be the order taking agent. Then we are going to have the step number, which is going to be the output of step number. Then we are also going to have the order and output, which is going to be here the order. And yeah, we are now set to go. Now let's return back this dict output. And the order taking agent should be good to go. So the way that we are going to do it is that we are going to expose it again from the init. So from dot import order taking agent. We can go back into the development code. We can import it right here. Order taking agent. I think sys is not used anymore, so we can just delete it. And for the order taking agent, we can have here order taking agent, and here we just put the order taking agent and initialize it. Now here's the beauty of the protocol. I added the new agent here. I don't have to add anything else regarding that, as it will go down and choose the agent automatically and call its get response. So I have a couple of agents in a dictionary, like you see, and whatever, like I don't care about anything else other than they have this get response function and they abide by the protocol. Now, I want to also show you the metadata of the memory. When I am before running it, let's also print out the agent output. And this way you can see the order that is in memory and things like that. And don't forget to comment out the system.clear so that we can see the prints. But after we stop tracing things and seeing things incrementally, we can return this back and have a full test cycle. Let me go back here and scroll down and see what I did. Yeah, I forgot the self. So add the self. So yeah, just run that and say I want to order 1 latte, please. Like that. You can see it went to the order taking agent from this print statement. Then you can see the output here. And of course, we're going to have the content, which is going to be here the assistant output, which is the response in words. But the thing that I wanted to show you is the order right there. It's going to be a list of dictionary with the item, quantity, and latte. Now we can pipe this through any system and it should be understandable. It's telling you, would you like anything else with your order? And basically we want to also test having a conversation with that. So I want to have a chocolate croissant with that also, please. So let's see if the order object is going to add another object in it with the chocolate croissant. And so we're going to have to wait a while for it to finish. It's calling a lot of agents, but it's relatively fast. So yeah. So now it's finished, and you can see that the order right now, if you chose the order, you're going to find that it has a latte of quantity 1 and a chocolate croissant, and you can see that it capitalized the chocolate croissant as if we have it in the database, the same name that we have in the database, with the quantity and the price. And it's telling you, would you like to have anything else? Just like we are doing, like we instructed it to do. So in the order taking agent, we instructed it to ask it if someone needs anything else. So I can say, nope, that's all good for today. Thanks. And it should go to step 6. And in this step 6, it should list down all the items, calculate the total, and thank the user for the order. So it's just finalizing the order. And now it went again to the order taking agent. As you can see, we don't have to have the full order in one message. It's having a full conversation with the user. So yeah, this is pretty awesome. So this is now done. So it's telling you, here's the summary of your order. Like we said, it's telling you that it's having a latte, a chocolate croissant, and your total comes to $8.50. And thank you for your order. This is beautiful, and we have a full working chatbot right now. We can now fully test it. We can test the guard agent if it's working. We can test other agents as well. So let's close down this and let's clear the output. In the development, go back to the development code right there. Let's remove those print statements. And let's also remove this. Just remove the comment, but yeah, just leave this line. It will clear out the output so that we don't have to scroll back and forth like we were doing. And before proceeding, let's go back to the utils. And in the response here, you can see that we're replacing triple backticks with the quote with nothing. So let's just replace just one. And if it's going to have like every one of them, it's going to have replaced with nothing, then it's going to be nothing. But I did this because sometimes it can give you like two quotes, sometimes it can give you one quote. so we need this confusion. This will handle them all. So just save it, go back to your development code, and now we are ready to have a full run and see if it's working. Oh yeah, I forgot one thing, which is I want to add the recommendation agent in the order taking agent, so that if someone orders a latte, it can automatically go to the recommendation and tell it, hey, would you like this or this or this with it? So it's going to be more natural. So we don't have to trigger the recommendations manually. So let's go back to the recommendation agent and let's add the order taking agent, and let's add there the recommendation agent. So in the recommendation agent, in the order taking agent, let's add the recommendation agent. So recommendation agent like this. And in the recommendation agent, let's also put it in an object like that. And in here, we want to also call the recommendation agent one time. We don't want it to be very insisting. So if someone, if we recommended a couple of stuff and then it ordered something, we don't need it to recommend it again. So this is going to be overkill. So what we are going to do is we're going to have a flag that we are going to keep in memory also. And we are going to call it ask recommendation before. It's going to be false. So this way, if we call the recommendations one time, then we cannot call it again. So basically, what we are going to do, I'm going to also keep that in memory. So I am going to have the message of memory of asked recommendation before. And if this is going to be true, then I'm not going to call the recommendations on it. Now I'm going to call recommendations in the post-process function. So right here, you can give it the messages, and you can also give it the ask recommendations before. And we can come here, we can also give it the messages and ask recommendations before. So like this. And in here, we can ask it if not asked recommendations before. So basically, that's the first time to ask recommendations. And the length of output of order is going to be greater than 0. So right now, we are just asking, is there something in the order? Is there something in the basket? Because if there is, we want to give a recommendation. If there's not, then we should wait till the user adds something, and then we can go to the a priori algorithm and tell it to recommend a couple of products to go with that. So we can have the recommendation output is equal to self recommendation agent dot get recommendations from order, and here we feed in messages and the order itself, so output of order. And this function we already implemented in the recommendation agent, and it should return back the recommendations in a string actually format. And we also have a dictionary, and the content there is the recommendations in just natural text. So we can override the response by the recommendation output of content. And here we can just have the ask recommendations before is equal to true. And before we finalize it, we just come here, we say the ask recommendations before and write it in memory. Now we are all done. So yeah, before I think we can just start testing right now and see how it goes. So we can go back to the development code, and you can see that we need to now give the recommendation agent to the order taking agent. We can initialize a new one, but I would prefer to have just one of them. So we can have the recommendation agent and initialize this and copy paste it here and paste it also here. So this is it, and yeah, we can just test this first, and if it's working, then we can just have a new full run with the full test. I want to order a latte, please. So as you can see here, like instead of telling me, hey, would you like anything else with that? It went to the recommendations. Here are some recommendations to complement your latte: sugar-free vanilla syrup, caramel syrup, croissant, and a chocolate croissant. And it actually like gives a small description for each one. And yeah, we can order something from this, or we can order something from like anything else other from the menu. So everything here looks good. So we can close it, clear it, and now we can just have a full run again. And let's test everything right now. So let's test the guard agent. So what's 1 plus 3? It should tell me that this is not a valid input. So it responded back, sorry, I can't help you with that. Can I help you with your order? And right here, we can just say, what do you recommend me to get? And here it will go to the order taking agent and get me the popularity recommendations. Now it went and got the actual popularity recommendations right here. And let's also go and ask it how much is the latte. So this is going to go to the details agent and extract the output from there. So it went to the decisions to the details agent, and it extracted this from the database. It's 4.75, which is correct. Would you like to try? So I would say, I would like to order 1 latte, please. Then it should go to the order taking agent, which will trigger the recommendations a priori agent. And it will come back with some a priori recommendations with the latte. Now we faced an error right here, which is expecting property name to be enclosed in double quotes. I think that the here it's in the order taking agent. I think here in the utils, I did not specify exactly that each attribute should be in double quotes. So I think I will be adding that. So I'll add that, test it, and see if it goes well. And if so, I'll like walk you through the steps to add this as well. So right now, I think I've solved the problem. I added this line. Make sure that each key is enclosed in double quotes, but I faced another problem, which is the output step number has a key error. And I think it's because maybe I am expecting an underscore or something like that. So let me go and check it. So in the step number, we don't have an underscore. I think the step number here does not exist. Maybe the LLM skipped it. But what we can do is we can put a default number like that, because it's not that important. So we can tolerate a failure on that. No problem. So we can clear it. I am going to run it again and let you know how it works. So right now I had the exact same conversation, and everything is working till now. So it's what's 1 plus 3. Then it's telling me no, I can't answer this. What do you recommend me to get? It gets me the most popular recommendations. And now, how much is the latte? It goes to the details agent and extracts the 4.75 from the database. I then go and ask it, I would like to order 1 latte, please. It goes to the a priori algorithm and gets me the complementing products. And then last time we actually ordered something and it added to the order. Let's now test if we don't add anything. So nope, all good for today. Thanks. Then it's now done. So here's a summary of your order. 1 latte, your total is 4.75. Thank you for your order. And yeah, now we are done with this. So the development code is now done. We now want to deploy it on RunPod, and you're going to find that it's going to be super easy. We're just going to prepare a main file first, and then we can test it. So this is only for development, and you can see that the inputs that I get is from the terminal, but we want to have the inputs from the network and through an API so that I can call it from the application. So what I am going to do is I'm going to have a new file called agent controller. So let me have this here, agent controller.py. And inside this agent controller, I'm going to have the same things that I did in the development code. And I think I'm going to also need the typing, the os.pathlib, those things as well. So let me copy paste them here. And let's create a class called agent controller. And it then has the define init, and right now I am going to define the agents inside of it. So self dot, actually we can just copy paste them. So we can go here, copy, go to your agent, paste, and it's agent controller. And right now just add self, copy that, and copy that. And in the self, in the recommendations, that add the self dot recommendation agents. Now this is it. Now what we want to have is we want to have this also have a function called getResponse that is going to have all this orchestration code. By the way, this orchestrates the like the communication between agents. You can see that first I go to the guard agent, I have an if statement, then I go to the classification agent, then I choose whatever agent based on the classification agent. So this is basically the orchestrator. So I'm going to also have this in place. So let me copy this like that, go back here, and we can have a define get response self and input. And right now we are going to put this here. So it's going to be self.guard agent, and instead of messages we have now input. So we can just write it here. So extract user input. So extract user input. Now the input for this orchestrator, the input for this controller is going to be a dictionary like this. It has the job input. It's going to be a dictionary that is going to have the input like this, and then inside of the input it's going to have the normal messages that we are familiar with. So messages. So this is the like the input data in deploying with RunPod when we are deploying serverless APIs, and we are going to be doing that. So it's very convenient for us to have whatever data that we want inside of the input. So we can just delete that, write job input. This is the serverless job input. And it's going to be, like I said, it's going to be input, and then the messages right now is going to be job input of messages, basically, like this. So you can see like we have the messages, and instead of here continue, we want to return the guard agent response. So return guard agent response, and we don't want to append anything to the messages right now. So we'll just return the response and let the app like store whatever messages it wants. And in the classification agent, just add the self, and everything should be good. Also in the agent dict, just add the self, and it also should be good. And after finalizing, just return the response, and we are good to go. So this is going to be our agent controller. And you can see we just copy pasted it from the development code that we had. And the last thing is to have a main file. So for this, you can just create a main.py. And inside this main, let's define main. And let's just print something right now. And if name is equal main, then what we do is we call the main. So in here, what we want to do is we want to just like import the agent controller like this. And what we also want to do is we want to import RunPod. So what we do is that we are going to define the agent controller. So agent controller like this, and we are going to have this agent controller. And for RunPod, just to deploy it on RunPod and to deploy a serverless API on that, this is super convenient. We do it with just one line. So you can have this serverless dot start. And in the start, you just have the handler. And inside of the handler, we can just add the agent controller dot get response. This is the function that we will call with the input, which is going to be the job input that we had, this one. So this is it, basically. This is how you can deploy things to RunPod. It's quite convenient. Also, RunPod gives us the ability to test this endpoint before we deploy it. So we can have a test input function, test input JSON file. So in here, you can just create a new file called test input.json. And inside of that, you can create input. And inside of this input, you will have the messages like we did before. And I explained it before that the input for the RunPod is going to have input. Then whatever we want, I am going to call it messages. And in here, it's going to be a list like we saw a million times before. Then it's going to be role. Then it's going to be the user. I am going to just add an example input for that, which is I would like one latte, please. So yeah, this is it. This is going to be our test input, and the output of it should be the output of this function should be the response of the messages, and we should be able to see the full object with the orders key and the content key and all the other keys as well. So to run this, we just can go here and we can just run the main.py, and it will go to the test input.json because we have it, and it would take this and respond to it. So to run it, let's go to the Python code and just run Python and run main. Enter the API folder, clear that, just try python main.py. And it should now go to the test input.json. So you can see now that it received the job, it did the local test. Now it's actually having calls to the LLM. And yeah, we are waiting for the response right now. So now the response came back, and as you can see, we have the output. The role is assistant. Here are some recommendations. Everything is good. We also have the order object. Everything looks wonderful. So right now, we are done with that. The job result is here also. So we're good to go. For that, we need to have just one thing before deployment, which is going to be a Docker file. You can think of Docker as a lightweight virtual machine. So I am going to show you. This is the de facto way to deploy anything right now in production. We just put it into a Docker container and then ship it. And a Docker container is just like, you can think about it like as a lightweight virtual machine. So you can see right there that you can have a lightweight virtual machine, and inside this lightweight virtual machine, you install your requirements, you install whatever you want, and then you run it. So that it kind of like demonstrates something like if you're developing on your laptop, you just have your laptop, you install your requirements, you have things like that, and you give the laptop to the DevOps guys or the production guys, and yeah. This is going to be just like that. So you're instead of just shipping the code, you're shipping a full virtual machine that right now that guarantees that the code will work on it. Now Docker is pretty like very convenient to use, and yeah, this is it has a lot of skills to use, but I am going to onboard you on that real quickly. So in Docker, you just go ahead and you can go and install Docker. So right here, you can just write install Docker, and you're gonna find different installation guides based on your OS. So you can go right here, and you can see different installation types. And if you're in Windows, just right here, like click on Windows, and you can find the buttons for that. So just install it, and then you can go to Docker Hub. And Docker Hub, you can just this is a repository of the virtual machines that we host, and some virtual machines are very are usable. Like we are going to use the Ubuntu virtual machine and build on top of that. And it's also convenient for us to push our own virtual machines to this hub and basically pull it from there. So you can just sign in, and here you can see that I already have a chatbot Docker image. And let me also tell you what Docker is. So basically Docker works like this. So it's in a, first you define a Docker file, and this Docker file will have the instructions of installation and preparation of the virtual machine. And instead of using like word virtual machine, we are going to use another word which is called container. You can think of it like that right now. And so it's the preparation of the container or the images. And for the Docker file, right now, like now we have the Docker file. After that, we just make it into an image. The image is just the built version of this Docker file. So it runs the instructions. It has the it has all the build files in it, so it builds something called an image, and then after that we run it so that a live version of this image, a running version of this image, is called a container. So this is what Docker file is, and we are going to write our first Docker file. You're going to find that it's pretty simple. So it can need some learning for this Docker file, but you're going to find that a lot of Docker files, especially with Python, you can just like reuse what I'm using right now, what I'm writing right now, and it will work fine. So in order for you to do the Docker file, so you can just write the Docker file, and this is the Docker file that will have the instructions. Now, before we proceed, make sure to open up your Docker desktop or like your Docker, and make sure that it's running, and make sure that you are signed in the Docker desktop as well. So right now it's starting, so let's keep that starting, and in here you can write in the extensions Docker and you have this Docker extension. Just install it. It's going to make it really easy for us to push something to the GitHub, to build the image and build the container. It's going to be convenient for us so that we don't have to write much instructions in the terminal with the Docker commands and confuse you guys. So from here, we are going to write from, and this is our base virtual machine basically. So our base virtual machine is going to be Python 3.8.6 Slim. Now, if you went to the Docker Hub, you're gonna find that there is an image that is called Python 3.8.6 Slim, and it has basically a Ubuntu image that is that has Python 3.8.6 installed on it. Now, right now we are going to make a directory. So you can see that this is just run, and make dir right now. Make dir is just a terminal command, and we are going to make a directory called app. Then we are going to define this as our working directory. So it's going to be also app. Then what we are going to do is that we are going to copy our requirements. So copy the requirements.txt to requirements.txt. Just copy it from the local file to the image, to the virtual machine. And after running that, we are going to pip install it. So pip install -r requirements.txt. And yeah, now we installed all the requirements. Let's now copy the code and then run it. So to do that, let's copy recommendation objects, this one, like here, and let's copy. I am going to copy paste it multiple times, and let's copy agents. So it's going to be agents, and let's also copy agent, the agent controller .py, and right there. We don't need the development code, we don't need the testing code, everything here is good. And so basically this agent controller and this agents right there, we need it for a functioning code, but we don't need the development, we just need it here for developing the code. So we don't need it in deployment, and we don't need to have the test JSON as well, so we can ignore that. And the last thing that we need is going to be the main.py, and this is it. So basically you choose a starting image, you then just try to install your requirements, and then you just this is installing your requirements, and then you just copy your code. After copying your code, you just want to run it. So in running that, you just write entry point and write Python, and then write main.py. Now this is a very, very slim version of Docker. But yeah, you can see that most of the Python applications can be deployed like this way on the Docker on a Docker file with this instructions only. So it's not as complicated as you think. And yeah, this is it for this deployment. So before proceeding, we wanted to test the Docker file. So we want to maybe put this test.json in and make sure that it's working before we push it to RunPod. So testing, this is also just a comment, so this doesn't do anything. Testing the Docker file and to remove after testing. So let's remove this after testing. So what we do is that we want to copy test input.json, and where do we want to copy it? We want to also copy it in the test input.json. So right now, if it will find the test input JSON, it will run the testing code. If it doesn't, then it's going to be deployed. So what we do right now is that we want to run this and build the image from that. So you can just right click, and you will need to have the Docker extension that I showed you, and press on build image. I am going to choose a name called Chatbot 2 because I already have Chatbot 1 when developing this code, and I just added a 2 for the new one. So you can just press enter, and it should start now working. You can see it here working fine. So wait for it to finish. It might take a little bit of time because it's downloading the this image, and it's preparing the requirements and installing all the requirements. So it might take a little bit of time, but afterwards it should be done. Now to run this Docker file, we just write docker run -it, then we create a new line, and then we provide the environment variables that we had, which is this one because we did not copy them, and it shouldn't be pushed to any repository. So have -e, then copy the other one. So basically you're copying each and every environment variable that you have. So copy this one. Two more to go. So copy this one also, and have -e. And the last thing that we are going to do is we are going to write the name of the Docker file that we just did, the Docker image. So if you can just click here, you can see that we have a Chatbot 2. This is the image that we did. So we can have the Chatbot 2 like that, and just press enter. And as you can see right here, like in this file, just another Chatbot 2 play one is like the green one is now running. You can see that it's starting right now. It's also calling the LLMs endpoints, and now it should get the output pretty soon. So right now it has the output. Now it's working fine. So the Docker file is working fine. All installations are done correctly. And just you can clear the output and go back again here. Docker file, you can just comment this out. You can just remove the testing JSON because we are now deploying it. And let's build the image again. We call it Chatbot 2 latest. Press enter. Now it's going to take less time to build because Docker caches any layer before that is not changed, and since only the last one changed, it shouldn't take a lot of time. And yeah, right now it's done, so everything is good. You can just clear it, go back here again, and in this Chatbot 2, right now we just want to push it to also Docker Hub so that we can install it in RunPod quite easily. So what we do is you can open the Chatbot 2 in the latest. You can just right click on it and press push, and make sure that you already are logged in into the Docker Hub right there. So click on Docker Hub, click on your user, and it's going to have Docker IO, then my user, then Chatbot 2 latest. I say it's fine, then press enter. It's going to log in and then try and push it, and if everything is good, I should be able to find it in my repository right here. So now it's done. You can see that it's done. So we can go here and refresh back Docker Hub here, and you should find the Chatbot 2. So right now the Chatbot 2 is working fine, and you can open it. You can see that it's there. You can see the latest. You can see that it's based on Ubuntu. Everything is good. So let's now go to RunPod, go to serverless, and let's deploy our chatbot. So it's going to be a serverless endpoint, and as you can see, we didn't write any API code, either fast API or anything else. RunPod makes this very, very convenient for you guys. You just wrote the code and you just had a one-liner to have the fully working API on that. So just have a new endpoint. And for this endpoint, we don't need a GPU anymore. We have GPUs on the other two machines, which are the model machines. So we are going to call it CPU. We are going to have it as a CPU machine. Let's call that chatbot. Then let's have the max workers to 1. And for the template, we don't have a template, and we don't have a container registry. Basically, we want to have a container registry because we want to access our own images, our own Docker images. So you can just create the container registry, plus press add credentials. You just have the credential name, username, and the password. So let's just call it whatever you want. Then the username is the exact username that you have for Docker. So it's this one. And the password is, of course, the password that you have set while creating the application. You can just press save. Everything should be good. And yeah, you can go back to the serverless deployment. And the deployment is also going to be very, very easy. So you just write a new endpoint. And right now we don't need it to have a GPU, so we can just make it a CPU. We can call that a chatbot. And the GPU servers are on the LLM server and the embedding servers. And this one, we don't need a GPU in it. Make the max workers is equal to 1. Then you can go ahead and choose your Docker registry. So again here, and you can go ahead and choose your chatbot container, which is this one. Just copy it and paste it right here. And now we need to add the environment variables. So right there, you can go ahead and go to your environment variables and add them one by one, and make sure to add them correctly. So just copy this, paste it right there, and then add it right here. Then go ahead and do it again for the other ones. So we're almost there. There is just 2 left. And model name. And yeah, let's see it real quickly. So Pinecone API key. This one looks good. Coffee shop looks good. Then RunPod token looks good. Chatbot URL. it also looks good. I'm just making sure that everything I copied correctly. Model name is also good. So this is it for us. So we can just press deploy. And this is it. You can just open this up and we can test it right now. So right there, you can see that it's now initializing, and it pulled the image and the worker is now ready. You can see the requests, and one of the requests that we have is in just testing, so we can just copy paste it, not have to write another new request. So it's like this, and let's press run. So you can find that the job is created and it's starting the container. And yeah, let's wait for the output. So now it's done, and you can see here's the output, and you can see the content, which is the message. You can see the order. You can see the ask recommendation is equal to true. So everything is working fine. And now you can just access this through an API call. And yeah, this is very beautiful. RunPod made things really easy for us to deploy any serverless endpoint, and it wrote actually the API code for us. So this is really convenient for us. So with that being said, let's go ahead and wrap this up. So we started off with an LLM for a RunPod. This one uses GPU, and it was very easy to deploy. We just used the serverless LLM quick deploy. Then we also made an embedding, which is also very easy for us to deploy. And then we also made a custom endpoint for us that hosted our own Docker file that we pushed on Docker Hub. And yeah, this is it. Now we have our own agent-based system up and running, and we are ready to hit it from any place that we want. It's just an endpoint away, just an API call away. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this backend code. And what's left now is that we are going to do this in React Native. We are going to do an application in React Native that calls this API that we just did, and to have a communication with it back and forth. So congratulations for sticking that long, and I'll see you in the next section. Now in this section, we are going to write React Native code to create a smartphone application. So for that, we are going to go and install Node. So you can just write here, install Node, click on the first link, and you can follow the steps to whatever OS you want. And you can also find a lot of tutorials on how to install Node. But after you install Node, I want you to also go ahead and in your phone install something called Expo Go, and you're going to find it in both Google Play and in Apple Store. So depending on your phone, install the application, and this will allow you to run the application that we are developing on your phone. And yeah, that should be it. After that, let's create our own application with Expo. Expo is basically a library that helps us to write the React Native code with a couple of helper packages that is going to make our lives a little bit easier by developing this application. So you can just, in Google, you can come here, write install Expo manual, and in this you can just click on this link, and you can find the manual that I'm going to use to install the application and create a new application on our side. So in here you can see right here we have Python code. We can make a new directory called coffee shop app, and inside this coffee shop app we are going to create our own React Native application. So it tells you to just run this, so just make this. So go ahead here, and it's called npx create expo app latest. And right now I want it to be in the same folder, so I'm just going to write dot and slash. And I also have TypeScript installed, so go ahead and install TypeScript before you run this. And yeah, you'll have to wait a little bit as it's installing the dependencies. It's going to generate a lot of files right here, and it's going to make this like ready for you to use. So now it's done, and we can go ahead back here. It tells you to run npx expo start, so we can do that. But before we do that, I saw that we needed a lot of packages that we to install also for the router and other things. So just copy those dependencies, come back here, and just paste it and run it. So it's now installed all the packages. You can clear this, and to run this application right now, you just have to run npx expo start. So you can run that here, npx expo start. Now I'm running this in WSL, and if you're doing so like and if you're doing like me, you'll have to run dash dash tunnel, and this will allow it to go from the network that is on WSL to the network on the Wi-Fi, my Wi-Fi network. So you can just run it. Now it's running the Metro, the bundler. Now you have a QR code, so I can show you what I'm doing right now. So right here you can just open Expo. And I'm basically sharing my screen here. So this is basically my Android phone, and I'm sharing my screen on the my Windows device. So you can just scan QR code. Then as soon as it hits the QR code, it's going to start and building the application. And you can see here that there's an Android bundle, and it's going to be building. And you can see here also it's building it right here. So if you wait on it a little bit, that it should show up on your phone. Now we're done. Now we're up and running with the React Native Expo. So basically, it tells you a couple of steps and things like that. But what we are going to focus on is right here, which is basically we are going to start the project from scratch. So we can just write npm run reset project, and it will reset the project for us so that we can use it from a clean slate. So let's run that. In here, you can just write Control C to stop the server. You can clear it, and right now npm run reset and write project like that. Yeah. So right now the project has been reset. You're gonna find that you have an app with a layout and an index, and we are going to be editing those quite soon. But before that, we need to make sure that those steps are already also done. So we can go back to the package.json, make sure that the main entry is defined. So go back here, package.json, and you can see that the main here is also defined correctly. It tells you also that in the app.json there's a bundler and it should be Metro. I think it's also that, so if you can open that also and make sure. So here there is web, then bundler, then Metro, then that is also correct. And at the end of the day, it tells you that there are some Babel configs that you need to have, and I think it's already there also. So if you can open it, and you can see that it's already also there. So everything is quite set up for us, and everything is good. And if you open back again the app.json, what you need to also do is that you can change the app name or the app slug, but I actually like those coffee shop apps, so I can leave them like this and move along. Now before continuing, let's close all those files. It's going to be messy if we can just keep them. Those are either Python files and we're done with it. So we're done with this section. Just remove all that. Now we're in the app section, just also remove it. And before proceeding, we need to do one more installation, which is going to be Native Wind. And Native Wind is basically going to simplify CSS on us and going to help us style this a little bit better. And you can also find it here, like nativewind.dev.quickstartsexpo. And what I did is that I just searched Native Wind installations, pressed on Expo, and now you have also the installation guidance. So right now, what you need to do is that it tells you to create the app. Now I created it, so we don't need to have it. CD into my app. I also CD'd into the app. Now it tells you to install Native Wind. So in here, install Native Wind. And now the installation is happening. While that is happening, it tells you to install some dependencies. So just copy this and go back here again and paste it. Now it's finished with the Native Wind, and it's installed successfully. So everything is good. Now let's install the dependencies also. Now it tells you to create an npx tailwind init. So to run this, it tells you to run this npx tailwind init. It will create a tailwind config.js. So we will need to do that. So let's clear this like that. And I copied it and I am going to run it right there. So it told you that it generated this tailwind config.js. You can open this up. And in here, you can see that it tells you that you need to define the directory. So what we are going to do is that we're going to do this exactly. So just copy this, go back here again, and in the contents, just paste it right there and remove this. And I am not having a capital A for the app. It's a small a. So just have a small a. And it tells you that it will take anything that is JS or JSX or TS or TSX. Right now I have TSX because I have TypeScript. And then it tells you like there's a custom directory and then whatever things that is inside of it. And I'm going to have it as app also right there. So right here I have the .app, then like this is **, which is any folder inside of it, then any file inside of those folders that has the extension of JS or JSX or TS or TSX. Now this is quite good, so we can just put it right there, and we don't need this here anymore. So we can just copy paste this, and we are going to have another file called components, which will have like different components to structure our React Native code. So I am also going to tell it to see this folder also. So just run this, copy this name and paste it right here. And yeah, now we are done with that step. So now it tells you to add this to the Babel configs. So just copy that and go ahead again here. And in the Babel configs, which is Babel configs.js, so just copy this, go back here again, and paste it right in. So this is it for the installations. If you can go back here, you can see that that's it, and it tells you how to use it from now on. But before that, we just need to also make sure that it's working. But before that, I noticed that there's something that I needed to add to make Native Wind work, which is going to be import Native Wind style sheet from Native Wind. And what I needed to do is in the layout, I needed to call it. So native wind.stylesheet.set output, and the default is going to be native, like that. Now there's a curly brace right there, and there's a curly brace right here, and we can add a semicolon at the end of the day. This should make Native Wind work. And you can see right here that this is just a router stacking like for the router. Now it has only the index page. So in the index page right there, you can see that it has a couple of texts and some styles. We will need to edit this and make sure to have like the Tailwind is working. So right there, just add whatever you want. Hey, from coffee shop. And basically what we are going to do is we are going to run it again. npx expo start -- tunnel. I misspelled expo, so I forgot a P. Just run it again. So now we have the QR code ready for us. And if you can open back again the application, and what we have right now is we have our old coffee shop app. It won't work because we closed it. So just clear it and make sure to close down the expo, then open it again. Sometimes it just caches the QR code, the previous QR code. So just scan the new one. Now it's going to build. And yeah, let's wait for it to show up. So now we're done. You can see that hey from coffee shop is now working, and I can actually edit this. So hey from coffee shop, hey again. So you just save it and you can see that it updates here real time. So everything is working. Let's make sure now that Tailwind is working. So you can just write class name. The C is small, so class name, and basically put here text equal like 2xl, and this is going to make the text large. And you can see right here that the text right there is larger, and you can make it 3xl, so 3xl right there. Now it's even larger, so everything is working fine. Although Tailwind is working fine, we just have now this squiggly line in, and to fix this squiggly line, we just write here this reference types equal native wind types, like that. And we close it down, and it's three ticks, and you just write reference correctly. And yeah, this should be it. If you go back here again to the index, you're going to find that in the class name does not have a squiggly line anymore, and you can run the npx expo start -- tunnel. Now it's up, and you can see that I have expo starting up right now. Just scan again the QR code. Again, you don't have to scan it. We just have we don't have to scan it every time, but we're just setting the things up, and we're starting things a lot right now. But after we get things up and running, we should be able to just like do the edits and see them live on the phone. So you can see now that it's now running, and you can see that hey from coffee shop, and now you can just delete the other hey, and you can see the edits are reflecting good. If you want to also change the for example the color of the text, let's make it white, for example. So just write text white. So now the text is white. We are all up and running. So let me explain this a little bit. So basically, React Native is very much like React, and if you don't know React, it's like a very convenient way to write front-end right now. It uses JavaScript, and it uses some HTML-like tags. So for example, to define a text, you just need to write text. And to give them a stylings, you just need to write class name and just write some stylings. And the stylings, you can go ahead and go ahead in Tailwind CSS and extract whatever stylings that you want, or you can ask an LLM to help you with it. But it's going to be very simple. If you understand HTML and if you understand CSS, then it's going to be very straightforward. For example, here a view is just like a div. And right here, like there's also, this is the other way to put the styles without the native Wind CSS. So if you don't want to use it, then you can always use the styles, but it's more convenient for us to use native Wind. And yeah, so basically what we want to do right now is that the layout right now is having the like the router for all the screens that we have. It should right now is only right now pointing to index. And right now, if you open the index page, you're gonna find this page, basically a div and a text with some white text. Let's now remove it and just make it again black. So you can find here, it's black again. And you're gonna have some React Native tags that are not specific to HTML, something like gesture view, root view, which enables us to click on anything on the application. But it's going to be self-explanatory. Like if you want to have anything that you click on, you need to put this gesture view. If you want to put a button, you put something called touchable opacity, because when you click on it, it just fades a little bit. The color fades a little bit, then comes back. And yeah, and you can put an image with the image tag. So it's going to be very straightforward, very like the HTML, and but it's going to be more convenient, and we can call it from whatever we want. So we are going to be following a Figma design. I am going to link this Figma design below to reference and to see for yourself. And this Figma design is right there. So let it load a little bit. And we are going to tweak it a little bit so that it makes it satisfies our use cases. But you're gonna have an index page, you're gonna have a home page, then you're gonna have a details page that when you click on an item in the home page, it brings you here to the details page. And then you're gonna have an orders page where you have the full order that you did. And we're not gonna have this page, we're gonna have a chatbot page. And in the bottom line here, in the bottom tabs right there, we're gonna have home, we're gonna have also the orders page, and we're gonna have the chatbot page. So this is mostly the edits that we are going to do. Let's start by doing this beautiful landing page, and this landing page has a good background in it, and we just need to export it from Figma. So the way that we are going to do that, we can just close down all those stuff and just download it. So you just have in this iPhone, you just have this eye. You can shut this down. You can also suppress the text and suppress the button. Now everything is good. Just press on the high fidelity onboarding right here, and like if you hover on something, you can see that it is being selected on the right hand side. So everything here is very responsive. Just click on the high fidelity one, go down and just press on the export high fidelity onboarding like that. Now it downloaded the image. So if you open it up right here, it also has this tab bar. I think we can also suppress it. So it's right there. I think, yeah, just click on this. I forgot about this one. So just click on it and export again. Open it here, and you can see that this image has been downloaded successfully. So go back here to your downloads folder, and you're gonna find the thing that you just downloaded. So just cut it, and you just want to paste it in here. So in the assets folder, so you can go to assets, you're gonna find images, and you just need to paste in what you just have copied. So if it doesn't show up in the paste, you just drag it and put it right here in the images folder. And here you can just rename it. We're gonna rename it to something more expressive. So index background image .png. So now we have the index image ready for us. And now we are ready to do it. So in here, just leave the view. We are going to replace it later on. And here we can just also remove this. We are going to add a safe area view, and a safe area view is basically getting us the place that we can start displaying stuff, because the screens sometimes have notches for the cameras, have notches for other sensors as well. So safe area view helps us to understand this, so that we don't have to program each phone individually. So we can just import safe area view from React Native first. So from here, just write safe area view, just copy that, put it right there, and it's now done. And in here, just add the class name and tell it to expand all the width and all the length. So W full, then H full. And to put the image in, we can just have the image background, which is going to be image background. It's also going to be from the React Native, so we just write it there and close it down. And in this image background, we just add a class name of also W full, H full, to take in the whole width and height of the screen. So in here, just make it W full. We need to put it in the image background. So in here, just put it right there. W full, H full. And let's align items inside of it. So let's align the items centered in it. And also, we need to provide a source image. So in that, we can do that by writing require. Then we need to go to the assets folder, like this. Then we need to go to the images folder. And then we need to go to the index bg. Let's copy paste the name so we don't get it wrong. We need to put the source also inside of the image background, like this. And let's also we don't need to put the text in it, so just leave it like that. And inside of the layout, we need to also make sure that this layout does not show the header of it, so we can just close it. So inside of here, we can go here and write options. And inside of options, let's write header shown is equal to false. So this will make the header not show. So let's now go and see the phone. Now this is the phone, and this is what we display right now, which is basically the image. And currently what we want to have is we want to also have those things on, which is the text, the subtext, and the button. So you can see right now that this here is like 60% of the page is now empty, and now it has also the rest of the page is here. And let's also try and display this. So in here in index.tsx, so let's try and occupy the first 60% of the screen. So you can just write view. We want to create an empty view, and in here you just have the class name and write flex and write h, which is height, is equal to 60%. And then let's write any text, which is going to be fall in love with whatever. So we can go here in the home page. Actually, it's not the home page, it's the onboarding page. And if you can go to text, and if you can go here, you can just copy this text and paste it right in. Fall in love with coffee, blissful delight. And yeah, we can open this here again and see if it's working. So just save this. And before we see this, we can just make the text is equal to white so that we can see it behind this black background. And let's open this again, and you can see here that this is 60% of the page, and then this is the text white, fall in love with coffee, blissful delight. And we can make it also like a bigger font, so we can have it like this big, and we can center it also. So in here we can just make it text white, then we can make it the text is equal 3XL, which is going to be very big. Then it's going to have the text center, and yeah, let's see the results right now. So in here you can see that the results are looking very similar right now, but we also have some padding here, so we can have this padding here and padding here. So what we can do is that we can just have the margin X to maybe 6, and if you can see it again, it's now looking better, but we can increase it to 8, and it's now looking like very similar to what we have. But I have another way of also doing it. I want to show it to you, which is going to be also defining the view. It's going to define a view like this, and we are going to define a width of it. So class name, we are going to give it flex, and W, then it's going to be 80%. So it's going to take 80% of the width. So it's taking 80% of the width, but it's not still in the middle. So we can do that by just adding something that tells it to that makes item center. And let me go here. We already have it, the item center, but it's called item center. So just save it, and you're gonna find here that it is now centered quite nicely. Now the last step here is that if you can see the font, it's not actually the same font right here. So we have different font, and if you highlight the text, and if you highlight here, you're gonna find that it's called Sora, and it's semi-bold. So you can go back here to Google and write Google fonts Sora download, and you're gonna find here the Sora font. So you can click on it, then press on get font, then press on download all one. Now it's downloaded, so you can go back here in the downloads folder. You can unzip it, so extract all, and go inside of the Sora folder. Then go inside of the static. You're gonna find a lot of files. So just you can just drag them in the here. So just go to fonts and drag them in. You're gonna have a lot of fonts loaded in. And to load those fonts in, we can go back again to layout, write constant, and write fonts loaded. So fonts loaded, and basically we are going to use something called use fonts. So use fonts, and use fonts is basically going to take in the path for the font that we just downloaded. So we have right now Sora regular, and Sora regular is going to be require, and we are going to go back to the assets folder, then go to the fonts folder, then load the Sora regular TTF. So right here, just make sure that you wrote it correctly. Go back here and paste it in, and it's right. So just copy paste it 2 more times, and we're gonna have also one for semi-bold, because this one is also used. So semi and write bold, and here write semi-bold, and we are also going to have bold. So just write bold and just write bold. And those are the exact names that we have in the fonts folder. So if you want, you just can copy the name and just paste it right in like this. And yeah, so go back again here, and to add this folder in and to use this font for this text, you can just write font which is equal to then give it the semi-bold. So if you can go back here to the this, you're gonna find that it's Sora and it's using semi-bold. So you can write here font, and you can go back to the layout page, and you're gonna find they have Sora semi-bold. So just copy this and go back to your index page and write Sora semi-bold. So go back here, and you're gonna find that this is now working good, and the Sora font is now working good. So with that being said, we need to also do the subtext that is underneath it, and we need to do the button. So let's do those. So you can just make this as a new line, and make this also as a new line. Then here you can have a new text, and in this text, like this, in this text you are going to copy paste the things that we have right here. So just copy it and paste it right in. And inside of this, you can also have the class name like that. We can start also to give it the attributes. So right now you can see that it has like some padding from the top. So let's add this. So let's add padding 3. We also have a special color for that. So you can go here and press on the text, and you can find the color right there. So just copy that and go back here and just write hash and paste it right in. Then write text center, so to center the text, and write font is equal to Sora regular, because it is Sora regular. So if you can go back here, you're gonna find that it's Sora and it's regular. And yeah, I think that should be it. So if you open it back here again, you're gonna find that the text is now added good. So the last thing that we want to do is we want to add a button or the what's it's called, a touchable opacity. So for here, you can just have the touchable opacity from just so this one. So you can we can start writing it. So we can have the class name right there. Give it a background color of this of the color that you have right there, which is this one. So we can go and extract this color from here. So you can have the button, and the button has the color here. So just copy this color and paste it right in. So add the hash, add here, and also make the margin top is equal to 10. Make the padding is equal to 3. Make it have rounded borders, so rounded LG. Make it have items center. So let's center the text inside of it. And with that all being said, let's now add the text that is inside of it. So open this text right there. And inside of this text, let's also add the class name and make it text is equal to XL. Make the color is equal to white. And make the font is equal to Sora semi-bold. So this one basically. And if you can go back here again, you're gonna find that it has text called get started. So just write here get started, and yeah, we should be good to go. It's now, if you can open here again, you can see that it's now crashing because it's like to use a touchable opacity, you need to have something called a gesture view controller. So in this gesture view, like gesture view root handler, You can just import it here again. So just here, come here, just import it, gesture. Gesture, handler, root view. This one is what we want. And you can replace it with the view. So like this, and just save it again. And you can go here. So now it's working fine. Just the text here is not white. I think it is white. So let me go and check right there. So yeah, it's white. So we can go back here. You can see that I misspelled this. It should be text and not color. I just actually wrote collet, which with an R, with a T. So right now it has the get started and the fall in love with the coffee delight. So if you can expand this and just bask in its glory. So yeah, fall in love. It does look like what we have right now, and everything is good. We just want when this is when the get started is clicked, we want to navigate to the home page. So with that being said, let's go and create our home page. And Expo has a really convenient way to create this bottom navigation, this one. And all we have to do is put our put all the pages that we want in one folder. And if you want to have this folder not to be a root or like a route, so we need to put it in brackets. So what we do is we create a new folder here called tabs, and because it's in brackets, it won't take this as a part of the path. And inside of that, we need to create a home.tsx. So home.tsx, and inside of that, we need to also have the home ready. So with that being said, go here and install something called React. Yeah, this one. React Redux React Native Snippets. This will let you do the shortcuts that I will do right now. So inside of the home.tsx, write rfnes and press enter, and you're going to find that it's auto-filled. That is why I told you to install this. And now we have a home page that we can navigate to. So inside of the layout, we also want to point to this. So we need to point to the tabs folder so that it knows where to go if we just tell it to go to the tabs folder and to go to the home page. So in here, we can have .stack.screen, and inside of the screen, we just add the name of tabs, and this is the tabs folder. And also, we are going to give it the options and give it the header shown is false. And let's close the stack screen. Now we are all set. And if we go back here again to the index page, the last thing that we want to do is we want to have a function for the touchable opacity. So with that, when we click on this button, we go to the home screen. So right now we can write on press, and on press takes in a function, and this function have the router. We are going to take in the router, and the router is going to be from the Expo router. And what we are going to do is we are going to push to the tabs folder like this, and we are going to go home. So we are going to go to the home page. So if we can go here again and press on get started, we are now on the home page. This is beautiful. Now you can see that everything is easy, and basically everything is quite straightforward. So before proceeding, I noticed that in the get started button, the last letter was not showing. I think it's because of the padding, so let's only make padding of Y, and either way it's going to have the 80% width. So just save it like that, then see it. It's now working, and if you clicked on get started, it goes to the home page. So everything now is working fine. And yeah, so right now what we want to do is that we want to be displaying all the products that we have right there. And before that, we want to have a banner or like the header of this page. And this tabs page is going to be also included. But I will like this tab section is also going to be included, but it's going to mainly be generated automatically for us. So yeah. So before proceeding on, we need to get all this data from Firebase. So we need to install it first. So let's go back here again and let's create a new terminal. You can find here a new terminal sign. We are going to write the command for installing Firebase. This is going to help us fetch the data from Firebase that we already pushed in the Python code. So you can just write, clear it right there. You can just write npm install react native firebase app, and we can also install the Firestore. So just run it right there. And while we're at it, we also want to have things that have this basically icons. So one of the things that have those icons is called expo vector icons. So you can go here, expo vector icons, and expo vector items is right there, and we can also install it. So we can go back here. It's still installing, so let's wait a little bit for it to finish, and then we can copy paste the command for installation of the vector icons. So now it's finished. Let's also install the vector icons. So it's npm -i expo vector icons. Just install it, and now it's done. So just clear this, and we are ready to go to start coding. So we are going to make a new folder that is called services. So let's make this folder that is called services. And this is going to connect to the Firebase and install and get the data from there. So what we want to get is we want to get the product list. So let's have the product service .ts, which is TypeScript. So right now we just want to connect to the Firebase, and then we can go back here and write the code to fetch all the data that we want. So we can go back here and create a new folder called config, which will have the connection to our Firebase. So we can create a new file called firebase config.ts, and this is going to have all our Firebase credentials. We can also have it to read from the .env. So let's create the .env file right there. So .env, and inside .env we're going to have very similar things that we did in the previous .env. So let me open it and just copy paste it. So inside of the Python code we had the .env right there. So just I'm going to open it right here, just copy that and here, and I will paste it. So right here, in order for us to make this readable from expo, we are going to write expo public. Then it's the RunPod, and let's call it here API key. Now let's copy also the expo public here and delete all this. So basically this is going to be the URL for the endpoint that we just did in RunPod. So go back to RunPod right here and log in. Go to your serverless section, go to the chatbot, and now you also have the URL that you can use to run this. So just copy it, go back here and paste it. So now we're ready to go. We don't need the pinecone, so just remove this. You can go back to Firebase, go back to your settings, and go back here, and you can just copy paste it from there. So just copy this and paste it here so that you don't have to type anything and make spelling mistakes and things like that. So yeah, so basically what we do is we are going to have this expo like this, API key, and write equal here, and yeah, this is it. We are going to also have the auth domain like that, press equal. By the way, you can delete this if you want, and copy this, put it here, write database, then URL, and you can also write equal here. I am going to do the same thing for the others as well. So just here, just write project and then ID. Then write expo, public again, then write storage and write bucket like this. And for this, you can just also have the messaging sender ID. So messaging sender ID, and also have an equal sign here. The last one. And now we are done. So everything is in is in a .env file, and we can utilize it in the configs. So let's open back configs and see how we can utilize it. So go back here and write import initialize this, initialize app from Firebase /app, and import basically get database. Let's also have it in get database from also Firebase database. Now we want to read in all those environment variables, so write Firebase config, and in this Firebase config we are going to read them one by one. So API key is going to be process dot, this is how we read environment variables in expo, expo dot end dot expo public, and I think it's filling with GitHub Copilot, and I think it might also sometimes it can be wrong, so I would prefer to just copy paste them. So I just put it right there, and I will have it right here. So expo public API key, so just put it right there, and I think I liked it to have like Firebase better, so I'm just going to copy that and paste it right there, paste it right here, paste it here, paste it here. This way we can indicate which ones are Firebase and which ones aren't. So let's just have this set up. Also, let's copy paste it right there. And let's also have the auth domain is equal to process.expo public Firebase auth domain. Let's also have it right there. And let's add the database URL. Let's then add the project ID. Let's then add the storage bucket. Let's add the messaging sender ID, app ID, and then measurement ID. So it doesn't have this. So it's measurement. So yeah, whoops, measurement ID. And now we're all set. So everything now is good. I want to make sure that everything here is also good. So I will just copy paste them quite quickly. Make sure that everything is good. So no spelling mistakes are here, and you can find that the API key, auth domain, database URL, project ID, storage bucket, messaging sender ID, app ID, and measurement ID, they're all here. So everything should be working fine. And we can initialize now the Firebase. So like you can call initialize app and give it the Firebase configs. We can also like get the database. So get the Firebase DB, which is equal to get database and get it from the app that we just initialized. And then we can export the Firebase DB. So now everything is exported, and now we can go back here and import it from the products. So from here, you can just write import Firebase DB from add config Firebase config, which was what we wrote right now. And we also want to import reference and import get from Firebase database, like that. And before continuing on, since we are writing in TypeScript, we would like to also specify the types that we are going to extract from this endpoint. So let's create a file, a folder if it doesn't exist, that is called types, and inside of it we are going to define types.ts. So here we are going to have types. This is the folder, and inside of it we are going to have types.ts, and here we are going to export an interface that is called the product, and we are going to define what's in the product itself. We are going to have an ID, we are going to have a category, we are going to have a description, which is also a string. We are going to have an image URL, which is also a string. We are going to have a name. We are going to have a price, which is a number. And we are going to have a rating, which is also a number. Now, this is the product interface, and this is what we are going to get. And we can also push it to the other parts of the applications. So let's return back here, and that's imported. So import product from types. So now it's imported, and let's now get the product database. Let's get its reference. So constant product ref is going to be equal to the reference, and we can push in the Firebase DB and give it the products. And this is the products database. So inside of that, we can have a function called fetch products that is basically going to be an async function like this. And inside of this async function, we are going to have the Firebase called and get all the data that we need. But since we are also using TypeScript, we need to define what it will export, and it will export a promise of a list of products. So product list like this. And right here we can have the constant, which is going to be the snapshot, and it's going to be a wait get product reference. Now we are getting the snapshot of the data. Then constant data is equal to snapshot.val. We are going to get the value of this snapshot, and then constant products is equal to a products, and then it's going to have an empty list. Then if the data is basically not null, then we are going to loop over it. So for const key in data, The key is going to be the ID. If data.has own property of key, then basically what we want to do is we want to add this to the products list. So products dot push, and we are going to push the data key. So right now we can just have it like this, so that we can, this is how we push it to the products database, and products list, sorry, and at the end of the day we are going to return this products, which is going to be a product list. And let's export back this function. So fetch products, like that, and yeah, everything should be good. So we can go back again to home, and then to load any data before we start, we use something called useEffect. useEffect now gives us the ability to load data and to refresh the screen when we loaded it. So we can also make it listen to certain items. If it changes, then we can reload the screen. It's very powerful, and it's the way to dynamically change stuff in the screen when it changes. So we can have the use effect like that. We can run it, and from here we can have the function like this, and we can have it listen to nothing right now. This is now listening to nothing, which is basically means that it will like load at the beginning and not do it again. Another thing to introduce is something called useEffect, and useEffect here is like defining some variables that will be changed in the application, and when we change it, we want it to have the screen refreshed so that we can see the changes dynamically. And the way that we do that, we just use something called useState, that we give it what type of variable that we want, and we also have a function that sets the variable inside of it. So with that being said, let's use it. So useState, and useState here will have the will be the product, and would be the list of products, and it will start off with an empty list like that as a default, and the output of it is going to be the basically the products like that, and it's going to have set products like this. So products here is the list of products that we are going to pull, and the set products is going to set the products once we pull it, and put it in the app and put it in the page, and then useEffect automatically refreshes the page. So let's define a function right now called constant load products, and this is going to be an async function. I am going to here close it. Now let's write something in it. So let's put the code in a try and catch statement. So let's try to put the products data, and we just await basically the fetch products that we just did. This is the function that we just created, and then what we want to do is we want to also have a categories map for this part. And yeah, for this part we want to have all the categories that we have, but I don't think that it should be necessary right now. We can add it later. So after that we can just set products to products data, and yeah, this might take also a while to load. So if it's taking a while to load, we want to add something like some words that just says loading or something like that. And before we forgot, let's add the catch statement. We catch the error, and when we catch it, we just want to console log the error. Very simple. And we have also a finally, and the finally here is we want to basically have a loading statement. So let's also have this use state capability, and we're going to have loading, which is going to be a boolean. So right there is going to be boolean, and it's going to start off with true. So the first thing that we have is going to be true. It's going to be loading, and then it's going to change when we finish. So set loading. So in the finally statement here, we just add here set loading and set it to false. So set loading and set it to false. And basically, before we return anything like that, we can see if loading. If you are loading, then return text loading. It's going to be a very simple page, but otherwise we are going to return home. So yeah, that is it. I think we are ready to have a run and see how it goes. So when I ran it, I found this error, and basically I found an extra I in the config, so I removed it, and I have this unnecessary import, so just also remove it. But what's making the error is that those are not strings, those are strings or undefined, so you can just cast them to strings like this. Copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. Save it, and let's try and reload right now. It's still giving me the error, so let me go trace it and come back to you. So also in the types.ts, it's not a comma, it's a semicolon. So let's fix that. Save it, and let's now try and reload. We are still getting an error, so I need to also trace it and let you know. So one thing to add here is that when I was installing things, I think I wasn't in the correct directory. So you need to be in the coffee shop app directory and then run the install commands. And I think right now we have a different error, which is it does not have the project ID when the initialize the app. So I can see here, and I can go and trace it. So basically, you have commas right there. Remove those commas. I think I said to remove the commas, and I did not do it. So yeah, now it's giving me a bug. So just save it, go back here again, and to restart, just write R, and you find the Expo app is now starting again. So yeah, the Firebase configs is good. I think here is also good. So let's see how it goes. So we're still having the same issue. So let me go back and try and solve it and come back to you. So the problem that I have is that I have the env file, but I didn't push it in the coffee shop app. So let's move it. So I just closed and reopened back the application and scanned the QR code, and now everything is loaded fine. So I can remove those console logs right there. I can also go to the product services, make sure that everything is fine. We can go back home to the home page and make sure that everything is fine. And let's now click the get started. We now have the loading, and it doesn't go back to false because basically we do not call this load products. So let us call this load products, and maybe we can also console log it. So from here we can have the load products, and inside of that we can also console log the product. So console log the product data, and let us run it and see how it goes. This is also my column, so let's run that, and you can see that the whole products are being fetched. Everything is working good. Right here is also working good. So we can remove the console log, and we can start displaying those products. Now let's start developing this empty home page and start adding the components that we did. So let's get to it. So the first thing here is that you can find that this has the header, which is this one. And in the design, this doesn't have the header right here. We have it in the details and we have it in the orders, but we don't have it here. So we can go back again to the code, and in the layout right there, we can just add another layout, which is for the tabs. So let's do it right now. So right click, new file, layout. This layout is going to be specific for the files inside the tabs folder. So let's have the tabs right there. And inside this tabs.tsx, we are going to have rfnes, and let's call it tabs layout, like that. And inside of this tabs layout, let's also create another file called orders. So order.tsx, and for the order we have also rfens, and let's have it called order. Let's also close it. Let's have another one that is called chat room, and let's have this chat room.tsx. Now we have all the pages that we are going to need. rfnes, I think we are missing one, which is the details agent, but it's not gonna, which is the details page. It's not gonna be in the tabs folder though. So we are going to have the chat room like this, and yeah, we can just delete the style. We also delete the style, we don't need them, and delete this here, and also delete it here. And let's go back to the home page and see if we have the styles sheet. Yeah, we do. Just delete it also. And yeah, let's close down everything else so that we can clean things up, and then we can start again. So now we're just closing things up. Let's go again to the layout, and this layout is going to be responsible for having the tab section that is underneath the pages. So for that, let's have a fragment. So this is what it's called, an empty fragment. It's like a view, but now it's empty. Like it's not even like a view. You can consider it as a div or something like that. And we are going to use the tabs from export outer. The tabs here is going to have multiple screens. So right now you can just go here and go to the get started. And right now there is nothing in this page, but we can add tabs. So tabs dot screen, and then we can close this, and right here we can have a name is equal to home, and we can also add some options, which is going to be options, and inside those options they are going to be header shown, and inside of the header shown we are going to have false. We don't want the header to be shown. We want to have a title called home, and we want to also define the tab icon. So before defining anything else, let's go here, and you can find that there is a home page right there. There's the order page right there. That's the chat room. And this was all done automatically using Expo, just having the tabs folder and having the other files here as well. This makes it 3 tabs right there, and you can see it has it's well separated. And the home page right there, we removed the header because we had the header shown is equal to false. And we now have the text right here above, and this is what I'm calling the safe area. So the safe area won't let us write like in this part. So yeah. So for that, let's also define the icon. Right now the icon is like you see, it's just a square with an X. So let's define the icon, and we can have the tab bar icon like that, and right here we can have a color that we can receive. So before proceeding, let me cut this out and go here again. So you can see that I selected this, which is home, and if I press on order, you can see that it went to the orders, and it colored this as blue. And you can see here it colored this as blue, which is the chat room. So the tabs is working wonderfully, and the color here is responsible to color the thing that is in like focus. So tab bar icon, and the tab bar icon takes in a color. We can go here to the tabs vector, so vector the vector icons, and let's search for home. So you can see that there are multiple ones. We are going to choose this one, which is from the end typo. So just copy that, go back here, and paste it right in. And then to use it, you can just copy this again, copy this right there, and open it here and save it. So if you can go back again, you can find that the home icon is now working fine, but the color is black. So let's put the color here as well. So like that, and let's here look again, and you're gonna find that the home has the icon. So now we're going to do the same thing again for the order page, and we are going to do the same thing again for the chat room. So this is going to be for the chat room. So chat room, and let's also here this, let's header shown, let's have it this to true. Tabs, then for the title, let's have this as chatbot. So chatbot. Then the tab bar style. So let's have the tab bar style is going to be equal to display equal none. So display is equal to none. Then the tab bar icon. The tab bar icon, we want to have something like something like a robot or something like that. So we can go back again here. We can write robot. And from Font Awesome 6, I think this one looks good. We can start and also import it and then use it. So go back here again, import it, then go back here, copy, then go back to the code and paste it. We are going to also be using the color like this. So if we save and go back here again, then we see the chatbot, and then we see the home. Then the last one is orders. So let's copy paste this here again. So the last one here is for the orders. So let's call this order. And let's give it a title of cart. Let's have the header shown is equal to true, display is equal to none, but let's also have the shopping cart, a shopping cart icon. So go back again, right here, shopping cart, and see what we get. I think you can write just cart. So yeah, I think this one looks good. So just copy it. We already have in typo. So we can go back here again and just write this, and put the color. So let's go back again here. You can see we're defaulted here again. So right here, you can see that we have 3 tabs: home, then chatbot, then cart, and the chatbot right here. By the way, we suppressed the tabs from being shown on the chatbot by writing the tab bar style is equal display equal none. So we did not. We suppressed that. So if you press back and you press cart, we also have this, and we suppressed it because in the design we don't have them. We only have them in the home page. So that's why we suppressed them. Now, one last thing in the tabs page is that the color that is being used to highlight something is it's an orangey brown color, and it's not a blue color like we have here. So we can basically change this color by providing it right here. So right here, write screen options, and in the screen options you can write tab bar active tint color, which is this one. And in the tint color we can go back here again and see which color it is. So you can go here, bottom icon, then the first icon right there. You can go here and you can just copy paste the color. So come here and paste the color, and let's see now the output, which is the correct one. So this is the correct color, and we're now set for the home screen. So if you can go back here, we're going to start by adding our code to display the products that we have. So the first thing that we want to have is the gesture handler root view. So gesture handler root view, and we want to also close that here. And then we want to have also a safe area. So let's also define a safe area view. So in the safe area view, let's also define it like that. And the home needs to have also a text. Let's not remove it till now. And yeah, let's check the results right now. So you can see that the home right now is not at the top, and it's it's respecting the safe area that we listed down. So everything here is working good. So right now, let's also have the safe area to have a class name is equal to wfull and hfull. To display any list of products, the best way to do that is we do it through a flat list. So let's do a flat list like that. And in this flat list is self-closing. We will provide what data to use and how to use it. So we can go back here again. We can say that it's not horizontal. Then we can also say that the number of columns is going to be equal to 2, because right here in the design we have 2 columns. And then we want to have a data, which is going to be products right now. So the products is going to be the list of products that we already loaded from up. And yeah, and we should have also something called a key extractor. And from this key extractor, we can have an item and an index. So an item and an index, and basically we get the index.toString, and that would be it, index.toString. And yeah, this should be it. And right now we want to define how to render each item. So we have multiple items. We have the all the data right there, and we're gonna loop over them one by one, and it's going to loop to do this loop automatically. So this we want to, for each item, we want to tell it how to display it. So basically, you can go here again, and write something called render item, and it's going to tell it how to render the item. So right now you can just close the curly brace to avoid any errors, and then we can start by displaying the objects. So let's start with a view, and right here you can have the view right there, and in the view we want to have this as a clickable object, so we can put everything here in a touchable opacity, like that, like this, and you just have the touchable opacity right now. This is all like a clickable object, and what we want to do is we want to define inside of it, basically the first thing that we have is an image. So let me go and check it. So we have an image right now, so let's add this image. So image that is in React Native, and then we want to also have make sure that you're, like, when you're importing things, make sure that you're importing from the right places, because you have multiple images. So this is in React Native, and you can see that the touchable opacity is in gesture handler. So if you're facing any issues, please make sure that you're using the same imports as I do. I'm using the automatic imports, so I just do like this, and then I choose whichever I want. So the image here takes in a source, and the source is going to be wfull, like this, and h is equal to 32, and rounded equal 2xl. So this is going to give it the rounded borders. This is going to make it take the full width of the column, and this is going to give it the height. And yeah, so this is the class name, so just make it the class name like this. And the source here is just going to be the source of the image. So basically we are going to give it a URI, and the URI is equal to the item that we have and the image URL. So basically we have the image URL and the data that is going to be showing up. So now let's define how this, if you look closely, you can find that this is it has a white background, and this white background has some rounded borders, and inside of that it has the image. And we already set this up. We have this view which is going to have this all. So basically we can have the class name, and inside of this class name we can have the w, which is the width. It's going to be equal 48%. So it's going to have 48% of the 48% of the screen, which is going to be this and this. And then we also want to have the margin top is equal to 2. So we want to have a little bit of margin top, and let's also see it right there. This is the screen right now. Yeah, let me put it side by side so we can see how it goes. And now let's put a background of white, and let's now put some rounded borders, rounded equal 2xl, and let's also add some padding equal to 2, and let's add some flex and justify between. And yeah, look at this. So everything here is looking close to that image right there. So we also want to specify how the column wrapper should do. So each column should have a style. So to define that, we can define it here. So column wrapper style, we are going to have justify between. Then we are going to also have, you can see here we have some margin left and margin right. So let's add them here also. So in here, you can just add here margin left is equal to 15, margin right is equal to also 15, and then we can see the difference. So you can see right now it's taking it's taking the look that we expect. And you can see right there's the padding, there's the margins that I'm saying, and it's looking pretty close to this one. So everything here is looking good. And after the image, we have the title, which is the product name, and then the category, and then the price, and then a plus symbol. So let's do them all. So let me save this and let me expand this so that you can guys see with me. And let me also do like this so that we can see it together with each other. And yeah, after this, we can have a text like that. And inside of this text, we want to add the item dot name and save. And you can see the item dot name is now added. So inside here, you can have the class name. And inside of the class name, you can add the text. And let's add the color of it. So the color of it, I went and checked and went I got it. And it's 242424. So it's 242424. Then we are going to specify the how big it is, and we are going to say text is equal to large. And the font that is used there is going to be font is equal to Sora semi bold, and then we are going to have some margin left. Margin left on that is going to be 1. So you can push this a little bit to the side, and then we want to also push it from the image a little bit. So we are going to have the margin top is equal to 2. And afterwards, after the title, we also have the like the category. So let's add the text for that also. So let's copy this, and here there's an extra one. So just remove this, copy that, paste it, and then instead of item name, put item category. And instead of the color that we have right now, you just put A2. And instead of having the text is equal to large, let's have it small. And instead of semi-bold, let's have it regular. And that looks good. So everything now is looking good. And I think the last bit here is going to be the price and the plus button. So let's do them both. So after the touchable opacity, we are going to be adding here a view like this. And inside of this view, we can have also some class names where we can have the flex is equal to row, and this makes gives us the ability to put things not underneath each other but next to each other. So if you want to have anything next to each other, you have to write flex row, then justify between, and this makes the space between two items the maximum, so it just pushes them to the sides. And then we have the margin left is equal to 1, margin top is equal to 4, and then margin bottom is equal to 2. Now those are just margins, so we can just write them like that. And then afterwards we want to have the price. So the price here, write the text, right? So text like this. And the text that we are going to be adding here is the item price. So let's add a $sign, which is an actual $sign, and then write item price. So you can see here there's a $sign and then the item price. And for that, let's also add some stylings. So for class name, let's add the text, which is going to be equal to 050505. So 050505 like that. And then we want to have the text a little bit larger. So let's write text is equal to XL. Then font is equal to Sora semi-bold. It's telling me that Sora semi-bold is not in system. I think I should go and look at this, but let us finish the button first, and then I'll go check the semi-bold. So after this, we just want to have this plus sign, this plus button. Now this plus button is just a touchable opacity, so let's also add this touchable opacity right there. So touchable opacity. I think I already like imported it, so no need for me to import it again. So view, give it the view. Then inside of this view, let's also have a plus sign. So let's go back here to the vectors and go here and let's search for plus. And then you have this one is looking good, so just copy it, then scroll back up, import it, scroll back down, and then here just go again to the website, copy it, then paste it right in like that, and the color here is equal to white. Then save and see right there. Maybe it's there, but it's on a white background. So what we need to do is we need to give it we need to give this view another color, which is going to be the color that we have right there, this orangey color. So go back here again, write class name and start writing it. So margin right is equal to 2. Then tell it padding is equal to 2. Then give it the give it a BG. Then let's call it app color, app orange color. And let's have the rounded is equal to XL. So this will give the rounded borders, and it's going to be like a large rounded border. So the curve is going to be big. So right now the BG, this BG app color, app orange color, we don't have this app orange color. And we can add it in the Tailwind CSS normally. So if you can go back again to the Tailwind config, so just save this, go back here again to Tailwind config, right there, and in here write colors like this. Then write the app orange color, and you can go back here again. This is a way so that we can utilize the same color again and again when we don't have to write the exact number for it. So if you can go back here to your home, so you can go to category, then go to any product like this one. Then you can go to the details one. Then you can go back to the button and then go to the icon, and you're gonna find the color right there. So just copy it, come here and just add a hash and paste it, and it should now be working fine. So right now just add a comma, save it, go back to your go back here, and you can just copy this, go back here and make sure to paste it. And because we added something in the Tailwind CSS config, we now want to restart this application, and let's go here and make sure that everything is good. So yeah, before restarting the application, it's telling me the Sora semi-bold is not in the system and it's not loaded. So let's go here and you can, I think there might be something wrong with it. So just copy this, paste it. So the B here wasn't big, so wasn't capital. So if you just saved it, it shouldn't have this issue again. And if you have it right there, you can see that semi-bold is actually now working better. So yeah, this is it. And I think we need to restart the application. So let's Control C, clear, and then run it again. npx start tunnel. And in the app, while that is happening, I am going to start Expo. And in the Expo, I'm going to clear, close it, and open Expo again. Prepare the QR code to be scanned. Run this and scan it. We just wait a little bit for it to load, and then I'll get back to you when it's done. So we first saw that semi-bold is not in the system. I think it's because we are using the wrong name right now. So it's semi-bold. Let's see, where do we have it? Yeah, we have it right there. So it's semi. Let's paste it like this, and let's paste this here also, like that. And let's see if there's any other place that we can have this. Don't think that we have it, so we're good to go. So you can see that the semi-bold is now working good, and you can close this index. And now we can continue with that. So go back to home, and let's see whether the color has been shown here or not. I think it's not showing. So let me just change this to black for a while right now. So let's have it black. So everything is working good, but I think it's because it's not it's not reading the color. So yeah, let's. I'll continue with this in black temporarily, and then I will go and fix the color issue. So right now, I think the plus is a little bit down. So the way to do it is that we give it a negative margin. So a negative margin top, then 1. You can see that now it's lifted a little bit up. And yeah, we just want to have the color of that. So we'll just, let's write it down. Let's write down the color and see if it works. So let's go back here, copy this, and go to home, paste it. So the color here is working good. So right now I just added here a comma. And added here a comma, made sure to have those commas in, and I went back to home and added BG app orange color like this, and now it's working fine, so everything is good. And one more thing to do is that in the layout right there, in this layout, so if not phones loaded, we just return undefined, and this is going to help us wait a little bit for the fonts to be loaded. And let's also change those / to @ and everything here should be good. So go back again to your home page. Here's the home page, good scrolling motion, and everything here is good. You can see that when I click on something, it gives this opacity, and here's the plus sign also. I think the plus sign is a little bit big, so let's decrease the size a little bit. I think now it's fine. So yeah, now we are done with it. I think there's a home text right there that needs to be removed, so let's remove that. And yeah, we're all set. Before this the list of products, we need to have a header. So this is what we call the list header, and we are going to also fill it as if we are filling like a normal page. So let's go and fill it right now. So inside home right here, you can go here and you can write list header component, and the list header component is going to be returning anything that you want. So right now it's going to here return something like this, which is text So it's text like this, and let's call it header. Let's save it and see the results. Right there, you can see the header right here. So we can add whatever components that we want here, and it should show before the list. So right now, we can add in a view. Let's add in a class name of flex. Let's also now add, so the text here should be inside of the view and not outside. We just need to return one object. And inside that, we had here a good search component, a search area, and then we also have the banner. So let's create a component that is called search area, and let's create those components in it. So inside components, let's create a new file called search area dot csx, like that. And let's also initialize it right here, rfnes, and let's call it search area, so that is good. Let's remove the style sheet. Let's remove also the style sheet from here, and let's start by just adding it to the home page so that we can see it. So from here, import search area from components, and right there you can go down here, and instead of the text that we used to show, let's show the search area. So in here, let's show the search area like this, and you can see now it's displaying the search area. So we can go back again to the search area and start writing the code that we want. And let's start off by defining the width and height and the background color. So class name is equal to wfull, if I can write it correctly. Then items center, then it's a background color of a gray color, so it's going to be 6 twos. Then it's going to have the padding, which is equal to padding bottom, which is equal to 6. That's basically the background color, and if we can write things in it, it will expand. So this bit will expand with more items that we add here. So right now we also have a location. Let's just copy paste the location right there. We won't get it from the application or anything like that. So in the home page, let's go to the top. Then let's go to the location. Let's go here. Let's go to the text for it. So just copy that and paste it right in. So this is going to be the location of it. And let's add some class names so that it can be visible, because now it's black on black, so it's not visible. So we can have it here, class name, which is equal to text of white, then save, then write font. I wrote white wrong. So it's called, now let's specify the font. So font is equal to Sora dot regular, And let's also remove everything else. Now it's working good. Yes, it's in the center, but we can justify that and we can make it work. So in here, you can have another view, and this is just for structuring purposes. And inside this view, we want to have the text which is equal to location, because we also want to have location up before it. So before that, we can just have this one again like this, and let's close down the text. And inside here, let's write a location. And here it's not going to be the same size or the same like color even. So let's have the color change to A2, and then A2, then A2. And let's have the text is equal to small. This is small text. And yeah, now it's looking fine. The last thing that we wanted is that we didn't want it to be in the center of the page. We want it to be on the left. So right here we can add a class name which is equal to flex, then W is equal to 90%. W is equal to 90%, then padding top is equal to 8. So padding top is equal to 8. I think I've missed a comma, and now it's working good. So now we have the beginnings of this section. Now it's fine, and we want to also here add the search bar and an icon for the filters. So after the text right there, we want to also here add another view with the search and the filters button. And let's remove one indentation from here. I think it was extra. And let's now add a view. And inside of this view, let's give it a class name. And this class name is going to be equal W full. MT5, margin top is equal to 5, flex is equal to row, because we want to put two things beside each other, which is the search bar and then the filter buttons, and then justify between. And after this, we want to add the part with the search. So let's here add a view that is responsible for the search. So the class name here is going to be equal to flex. W is equal to 80, is going to be 80%. Then I am going to have the height is equal to 14. Then padding X is equal to 4. BG, the background color is going to be equal to 2A, 2A, 2A. And we are going to have rounded C. Right now we don't have the rounded border, so you can have rounded is equal to 2XL, and you can see the effect of it. So if we focused on that, we wanted to have a border on it. And from here we can have the focus is equal to border secondary, like that, and then justify center, like this. So right now it's working fine, and what we need to do is we need to add a search bar, then write search coffee. So let's do that. So in the go back to the vectors and write basically search. And you can see that the first one is good enough, so you can copy it, come back here, you just paste it right in, and then go here, copy this, and just paste it in the correct place, which is here. And the color should be white, And yeah, I just wrote white wrong, so color should be white. Now it's working good. But I think right here we should add some padding. So let's add some padding. X is equal to 4. So now it's better. And the last thing that we are going to do here is we are going to be adding basically this button. So let's add it also. So after this view, we can add a touchable opacity. Touchable opacity like this from gesture view handler, and let's close it. And in this we want to have basically anything that indicates like filters or anything like that. And when I searched on it, I think I found something that is relatively close. So it's called sound mix. So this is what I'm talking about. So just copy it, come back here, paste it, save, and come back here, copy that, save it, and put it right there. And make also the color is equal to white. And yeah, we can also see it from here. So now it's working. So let's add some class names. So class name right there is going to be equal to flex1, w is equal to 13, which is the width. Then the height is equal to also 14. bg equal, then the bg is equal to the app orange color. Then what we want to do is we want to also have some rounded borders, so rounded.2xl. We want to also center the item, so let's write item center and justify center. So if we save that, we see that now this is done. Everything here is looking good. And right now what we want to do is we want to have this section and we want to have this banner basically. So yeah, so let's go here and add the banner. So just save this, and in the components also let's create a new file that is called banner.tsx. So let's have this banner.tsx, and inside this just write frfnes like we do, rnfes like we do, and then export the banner, remove the style sheets, remove it from here also, and then let's go home, and after the search area let's here also add the banner, and let's close it. And you can see the banner right there, so it should be good to go. Now for the banner we have a beautiful image that we need to download, so we can go here, press on top, press on banner, and then you are going to find the banner image. So in here just click on that and press export, and you're gonna find that the image here is exported fine. It's just a little bit small, so in order for you to expand it, you can just write here 4x, and maybe 2x is fine, so have it at 2x. Export banner, open this. You can see now it's bigger. So close it, go back to your downloads folder. You just drag it into the assets folder that you have. Where is it? So it's assets folder, then images, and let's call it banner.png. So this is the banner that we want to use. So yeah, let's open this again here, and let's write the banner code one by one. So in the view here, let's also here add a class name, which is going to be equal rounded, equal large. This is going to give it some rounded borders. Then items color item center like this. And yeah, everything here is centered because we want to center the banner. And after that, we want to also have a view that has the same color as the previous section. So let's here add a view, and let's create a class name, and let's make it have an absolute position, and let's have it as W full. And then we want to have like 90 pixels of height. So we can have the 90 pixels for the height. And then we want to have a negative, so let's save it. We want to have a negative margin of 1, then items center, and we are going to define also a background color that is going to be the same color as the previous section, which is 6 twos. And then we are going to define a padding equal to 10. Padding bottom is equal to 10. Now you can look at this. Everything here is good. The section here is extended like we saw. And if we put the image, it should have this pushed down a little bit. So right now, let's add the image. So image from React Native, and let's add this here. And let's add the source. And inside of the source, let's get the require, then images, then banner.png. And let's also here add the class name of W, which is equal to 90%, like this. And height is equal to 36. And let's also here add rounded equal 3XL. So let's save it. And the banner here is working good. So I think we are just overlapping it with the flat list items. Let's then add another view, which will have this promo. And then let's add another view that has the buy one, get one. So we'll write those on top of the banner. So right now the flat list is on top of the banner, but as soon as we write the promo badge and we write the title, those things are going to be pushed downwards. So let's have a comment, and the comments here is like this, like that, and you can write the promo badge. And again, inside of the promo badge is going to be just a text like this. Write it correctly. Then write promo, save, get it right there, get this here also. Then in here, you just write class name and then write BG, which is equal to this reddish color. And it's going to be ED5151. And then it's going to have the rounded LG. Then text is equal to white. Then margin bottom is equal to 1. Text is equal to medium. And padding is equal to 1.5. And the font is going to be the Sora semi-bold, like that. Then we want to have a self.start also. So you can see here that it is now in here and it's after the banner. So let's fix that. So put this in another view. Let's delete this and write it again. Put this in another view. Write it right there. Then here just tab it. Then add some class names. So this is going to be just for positioning purposes inside of the banner. And what we are going to do here, we are going to give it an absolute position also. And then you can see that right now it's in the banner. We can give it a width of 90%. And we can also give it a a padding left with 7, and we can also have a margin top of 2. Now the promo is in the right position, but still the flat list isn't. So when we add things more to it, then it will be shifted down. So let's go and add the promo title. So from here, just copy this, write promo title, and if you can see it right there, the promo title here is buy one get one free. So go here again, and we are going to start this section, which is going to be another view. And inside of this view, we are going to have a class name, give it a background color of the grayish color, this one. And we are going to have a W, which is the width is equal to 75%, like that. 75%. We are going to have a height is equal to 7, and we are going to have a top is equal to 6. Now we have this basically gray line. Now after this gray line, we also want to have another gray line. The same thing, but you can see right here it's for the one free. So for this, I want to also have the same color. I want it to also I want it to be 60%. I want it to be a little bit shorter. The height I want it to be 7. Then the top is going to be 9. So if you looked at it behind the items, you can see that it's taking the correct positions. So I don't think that we still should see this happening, but yeah, I think I knew what's up. So we can just delete this, and in here this should be a self-closing view like that, and everything else, yeah, so there we go. Everything else should have one less indentation. So yeah, this is what this is looking good. Now the last thing here is that we want to just add the text of buy one get one, and right here we just add a text, and let's write text correctly, and right here just add buy one get one free, like this. Of course we need to style it, so we can go here, write class name, give it a text is equal to white, give it the text is equal to 4XL, let's make it big, and let's now also give it a font. It's equal to we want it to have it as semi-bold. So let me try and write it. So semi-bold. We want to have the margin top of 3. We want to have a width of 75%. And we want to have it negative top is equal to 16. This is a negative margin top is equal to 16. Now this is looking good. Everything here is now looking like the app, and you can go down, you can go here, everything here is good. I think we can just decrease this a little bit, make it 14. So yeah, I think now it's better. But let's return it here and let's try something else. Let's add a style and let's give it a line height of 45. I think that would make it, yeah, that would make it perfect. So everything here is looking good. We are now ready. I think the home page is almost ready. It just needs two things. It just needs the this part of filtration right there, and we also need to have the when someone clicks on those stuff, we need to go to the details page. We need to add to cart, and we need to add we need to have this inside. So Let's go now and add those and add this logic. So let's go home, and inside home, let's get the categories, and let's display them in also a flat list, but this flat list is going to be horizontal. So the first thing that we are going to do, we want to extract those categories and get them from the database. We already have the products in the database. We already got the products. So we can loop over them and we can get the categories from them. So right here we have the products data, and we can have a constant categories, which is going to extract the categories from the products. And we are going to have it like this: products data, map, product, and then extract the category from them. And then we want to also add a category called all. So right here, we call on shift and write all. And then we can just make them unique, because currently they're not unique. A product can have like this one. This cappuccino is coffee and this latte is coffee, so coffee is written 2 times or more even. So we need to have them unique and distinct. So you can write unique categories, which is going to be equal an array dot from, and make it as a new set of categories. Then what I want to do is dot map, and I want to map the categories here into 2 things. So basically, let's close this, and let's close this here also. And I want to do it in ID of category, and I want to have a selected attribute also. So let's have the selected, which is going to be the selected category, which is going to be equal to false right now. Let me write false correctly, like this. And I think I'm missing a bracket, so let me add it. So everything now is good. So unique categories, and now I have an object that have 2 things, which is the ID and the category, and the selected flag. And this selected flag is going to color which one I'm on right now. So let's go and define another use state that is going to be for the product categories. So right here you can write product categories like this, and let's also here set product categories like that. And the use state is going to have a new type, which is going to be equal to product category, and it's also going to be a list. So let's go to the types and define the product category type. So in here, go to types, and we want to export an interface that is called product category. So product category like this, and we are going to have an ID, which is going to be a string, and we are going to have the selected, which is going to be a boolean. Now the ID string is just going to be the name, so yeah, don't get confused about that. So here we can import this product category also, so just have a comma and just import it, add it right there. Then we have the product categories and set product categories. So in here, we can just call the set product categories function and give it the unique categories. So we can call it like this, set product categories, and give it the unique categories. And now we have the unique categories in. And now we have all the selected categories is false, but we want to also have a variable that has the selected category. So basically, this is going to be just a string. So it's going to be constant of selected category, and set selected category is going to be a string, and its initial value is going to be all, so that all is going to be basically selected at the beginning. And I think now we're all set. But before we continue on that, we define the product categories at the top as an empty list. So we want it when it changes and when it loads, we want it to actually like hit this again. So you can have this use effect like this. You can close it like that. Then what we want to do here is we want to listen to the selected category. So if the selected category changes, then what we want to do is we want to reload the categories again. So right now, all the selected is set to false. So we can check if the selected category is equal to category, then it's going to be equal to true. So that selected category right now is all. So all right now is going to have the selected attribute in it, and the selected is going to give it a different color. So this is basically it, and we want to start displaying that. So we can go back here, and just like we have the list just under the list header component that we have, and just under the banner, we will start adding another flat list. And this flat list is going to be a horizontal flat list with the categories. So let's add it right there. So flat list, and let's here add this. And we can give it a class name, give it a margin top of 6, then give it a W of 90%, like that. Then we also give it a margin bottom of 2. And right now, let's give it the data of product categories. So product categories right there. Horizontal is equal to true. And right now, let's also have the render item. We already discussed those before, so I'm brushing on them. So we are going to have a touchable opacity, like this one. And in the touchable opacity, we are going to have a text that basically shows the item ID, like that. And let's wait for them. So we have this here, all of them next to each other, but let's style it a little bit. So we can have a class name, and right now we can just make it a dynamic class name, dynamic string. So we can have it text is equal to small, margin right is equal to 4, and font is equal to the Sora regular. So you can have Sora regular, like this. We can also define a padding of 3, and let's see how it goes. So everything here is working good. And let's now define a rounded of LG, and yeah, this is working good. And right now we just want to have a color, so we can just have a color right now of BG of you can have it as black maybe, or like have it the gray color so that we can see the what we're doing. So like this. So yeah, save it. So you can see right now all the colors that we have, and it's going to be more or less like this. And we need to also push this from the side a little bit and push this on the side. So let me do this right now. So right here, go to view and enclose it in the flat list, and do this indentation, make this class name, make it flex, and then items center. Now it should be centered and everything looks good. Just we need to make the color a little bit more dynamic. So the selected color is going to be the orange color that you know, and then the other one is going to be a very light gray. So you can go down here and write a $, and this would check if the item selected is equal if the item selected is true, then text is equal to white. So let's have this. Text is equal to white, and otherwise text is going to be equal to this grayish color, which is 313131. And I think I should have this right here and delete it from here. So everything here looks good. Let's delete this extra space and save again, see if it works. So right now it's working fine. We are going to also have this, but for the background color. We can do it in one go, but I divided it in 2 lines so that we can read it better. App orange color, and otherwise it's going to have a BG then of a very light gray, which is going to be ED. So there we go. Everything here is good. Now this is scrollable, those are touchable, and everything is working good. So the last thing here to add is that when I press coffee, I wanted to change colors, and I wanted to filter the items accordingly also. Let's basically add this logic. So in this touchable opacity, you can go right here, write on press, and on press write the following. So on press write this, and you can write set category, and when it's pressed, just send it the item ID, which is going to be the string that we have right now. It's set selected category. So this should now basically be able to change the colors. So I'm pressing it, and the selected category is changing, but it's not changing the colors. And this is because we are not listening to any changes on that. So you can go back here, write the use effect like this, and close it right here, and say if it is if there's a change in the selected category, we want to re-trigger the function that is inside. So let's open this and let's write it. Constant of unique categories again. Then we are going to have an array, and from this array we are going to have the product categories, and we are going to loop over them one by one. So map of category, and let's see if we can have this. So we have the ID is equal to the category.id, and the selected is going to be equal to selected category equal to the category ID. So if it's the same category ID, then we are going to change the selected attribute, and now it should be working fine. I think there's an error because I need a comma right there, so just add it. So yeah, before we proceed, let's set product categories to the unique categories, and right now you can see that it automatically shifted to coffee, which is the last thing that I pressed on. Then when I press on bakery, then when I press on all, everything here is looking good. Now we just want to filter the data based on what I click on, and this is going to have the another use state, which is going to be equal to the shown products. So let me call them, copy this better, and let's call it shown products, and set shown products, and it's going to be a list of products. And when we're at the beginning, we want to also set the products, like set shown products equal to the products data. We want to show them all, and instead of using the products right there, instead of using the products, which is all the products, we want to use the shown products. So let me find this, and you're gonna find that we are using it in the data. So right here in the data, you just replace it with the shown products. Right now, nothing changed, but you can go up now, and we can start writing the code for writing the shown products. If you can go back to the to this use effect right there, you can say if selected category is equal to all, then set shown products is equal to the full list of products. Then if else, if that's not the case, then we want to filter it. So we can have a constant dot filter products, and let me write it like this, and dot filter then product which is equal to the selected category. And yeah, basically at the end of the day, we just want to set the shown products. Now, right now we have the full list of products, but let me click on coffee. Now we have 3. Let me click on bakery. Now we have the bakeries, and it's now working beautifully. I really like this. Now we are finished with the home page. I think the only thing that is left right now is that when we click this, nothing happens. And when we click this button, also nothing happens. So when we click the image right there, we want to go to the details page. And when we click this, we want to go to the cards page. And this is what we are going to do next. Let's now create a details page that we can go to when we click on an item. So go to app, and inside of the app write details.tsx. Inside of that, as normal, just write rf write rnfes like this, and write details page. Also remove the styles like this, and remove it from here also. But when we go to the details page, what we want to do is that we want to give it the product name, the product description, the product rating, the product image. We want to give it all those stuff. So in order to do all this stuff, we have to use something called use local search params. And right here, it's like this. So it's use local search params. And right now you want to define it as whatever that you are going to pass. So I am going to pass the name as a string. I am also going to pass the image URL as a string. I am going to pass the price as a string also, and the rating as a string, just to keep it consistent, and I can cast it when I want. I want to also pass in the type and description. So let's also add here the type and description as strings. And yeah, I think now we are all done. So when we get all those parameters, we just wanted to put it in different variables. So let me put it in different variables for you right here. And I am going to write name, image URL, type, description, price, and rating, like that. So now we have the use search params, and now we have also the details page. And what we can do now is that we can go to the home page, and when we click on anything that we want, we can go to the details page. So you can go back to home, and in the home you can have the list of products. So in the list of products you have the touchable opacity, and this touchable opacity right there, which is this one, is going to go to the details page when clicked. So you can write this here. So on, press, and you can start writing the code that goes to the details page. So right here, you can write router dot push, and then you just give it a path name, which is going to be equals to details, like this. Then params. Then the params is going to be the params that we like defined before, and it's going to have the item.name. Then it's going to have the type, which is equal to the item.category. Then we are going to have the price. Then we are going to have the rating. Then we can have the description. And now we sent them all the things. And before we continue, I think we need to add it right there. So just have this as details. And the header shown here is going to be equal to true. We are going to show the header. And yeah, I think if I don't have any errors, I think everything should work. So let's try it out. Now the home page is working. Let's press this. Now we are going to the details page. Now for the details page, I won't be like referring it I won't be developing it right now, but let's check if we have the local storage params working. So let's see if the name is here. So yeah, I press cappuccino, which is working. Let's go to latte. Now latte is being shown. So this here is working good. So the last thing that we are going to develop for the homepage, which is going to be reused all over the place, which is going to be the cart context. Now, if you remember, like useState is like some variable that can be changed and refreshed, and it refreshes the app. And the context is just like the states and things like that, but it's global. So you can reuse it in whatever screens, and it will have a global context. So we can just when we add something to the cart from the home page, it will be added into the whole pages, and when we add something to the details, it will add on top of the cart. So all of them are going to be referring to the same objects. So in component, go and create something called cart context.tsx, then rnfes, write it. Then you have the cart context, and right now what we want to do is we want to add the cart items. So a cart item is just going to be the name of the item, and then the number, which is going to be the quantity of how many items of that item is in the cart. So let's have this. So type is equal to cart items, and then in the cart items we want to have a key, which is going to be a string, and then the value is going to be a number. This is going to be the cart items simply. It's going to be just a map of a string to a number. Then what we want to do is we want to have a cart context type. So right now we want to have the context to be the cart items. We want to have a function called add to cart. We want to have a function called remove from cart. Actually, we don't need that. And the clear cart, we can rename it with empty cart. So let's redefine those here. So add to cart, and let's here add the item key, which is going to be equal to string, then quantity is equal to the number, and then it returns false. This is going to be a function that is going to add from cart, then set quantity, which is going to be equal, also giving it gets the item key and gets a quantity and sets the quantity. Add to cart is just incrementing the quantity. Here it's just setting the quantity. Then we have the empty cart function, and this just deletes everything in the cart. And yeah, for that we need to create a context. So create a cart context, and this context is going to help us put this cart items variable in whatever pages that we want. So we can have a constant of cart context like this. Then we have the create context, and we can give it create context right now. We can give it the cart context type, and let's initialize it with undefined. And yeah, it's either going to be cart context type or it's going to be undefined like this. So yeah, this is going to be the cart context. Now, right now, we just want to add the functionality for those functions, add to cart, set quantity, and empty cart. We need to put it in the cart provider. So export constant, then cart provider. And this is going to have children, because we are going to encapsulate the items that, like the components that we want inside of the cart component. So we will have the children like this. Let me write it correctly. And for this children, we need to also define the type of it. So children is going to be equal to the React node. And inside of that, we are going to define some functions. And it's a curly brace, so like this. So inside the functions here, it's going to be very straightforward. We are going to use useState. So constant is going to be cart items, set cart items. Then what we want to do is we want to have the useState. So let me write that useState, and give it the cart items and initialize it with an empty dictionary, so nothing is added to the cart. And then we can write the constant add to cart. Let's use GitHub Copilot's recommendations for now and see if it got it correctly. So we are going to receive an item key and a quantity number, which is okay. Then we are going to have the set cart items. We are going to have previous cart items, and those previous cart items, we are going to have them right there. Then we are going to edit this key exactly, and this key either is going to appear, or we are going to make it as a 0. So it's either there or it's 0. Then we add the quantity. So here it's working good. And right now we can also have a constant of set quantity. So let's call it set quantity cart. So right here, let's have the constant set quantity cart, and then we can also rely on we can rely on GitHub Copilot for that. So we can here set cart items, take the previous cart items, then for each item that we have, we are going to set the quantity. Let's now define the constant quantity cart. So constant set quantity cart, which is going to be equal to the also item. It's going to be equal to this again, which is items key and the quantity. And both of them, this quantity is going to be called delta, because we can now either add or subtract. And let's call this delta here also, like this. And because we can add or subtract things, we can just have it like this, and set cart items, and it's going to have the previous items, and then it's going to have the like that, basically. So it's going to be very similar to add to cart, and if you saw that this is delta, but one thing here is that if delta is negative, then it's going to go past the 0. So let's here add the math dot max, and let's add this or 0, whichever is maximum. And the last function that we are going to do is we are going to have a function called empty cart. So empty cart right there is going to set cart items and return an empty component. And yeah, so with that being said, we can also return the context provider. So right here, you can return the context provider, and you can give it the cart items, you can give it the add to cart, you can give it empty cart and set quantity card. And for any of the children, they will have those functions in play. And let's expose a function to get all those functions together. So let's export here, export constant use cart, and this is the function to use the cart. And right now we can have it as a cart context type, then have this, and we can have this again. So use context here, we can just import it. So use a context, and yeah. So in order for the use card to be shown, we need to encapsulate it in the cards component. So for that to work, right now, let's go to the layout, and inside here, let's here add the card provider, like this. And now the cart provider has all those children in, and we can add anything to the cart. So let's go back again to home, and let's scroll back up, and right here we can use our first add to cart function. So write add to cart, and it's going to be from use cart. And because I use a use cart, and let's import it. So this is it. This is the use cart function, and now we're adding to cart. We imported the add to cart function, and what to do now is that we want to go to the on press of the plus button, which is this one. And when on press, we just want to call the add to cart function. So we can go down and scroll down to the touchable opacity. So let's go to the touchable opacity and write the touchable opacity on press. And when it's pressed, let's go and add a function called add button. And this add button just takes in the name. And let's go up here again and define our add button function. So right here, create a function called add button that basically takes in a name, and then let's create this add button function that basically takes in a name. So add button, which is going to be equal to the name, and it's going to be a string. And in this, we are going to add to cart add to cart, then give the name and give the quantity as 1. Right now, we just want to get rid of this error. So right here, you just have to write equal and dot, and that is it. So what I want to also do is that I want to print out the cart. So let me just console.log added to cart, which is good right now. But what I want also is the use cart. We want to have the cart items. So right here, we want to console.log cart items, like that. So if you can go back here and press on that, you can see that added to cart, and the cart items is still empty. You can see right now it's cappuccino, which is the previous click. I clicked on jumbo savory scone like next, latte right there, and so on and so forth. I think it's working fine. Just the print here doesn't get the latest one. So yeah, I think that's fine. As long as it's updating the variable, then it should be fine. So right now, when you click on it and you look at the application, when you click on that, you have no indication that this is actually clicked and it did something. So a quick way to fix that is that we want to include basically a toast, which is going to be like a pop-up that shows the user that they added something to the cart. So we are going to install something that is new. So we rewrite npm install react native root toast. Just install it, and while it's installing, go back to your layout, and you will need to also provide it here. So go here and import root sibling parent from React Native root, and from this you just can copy it, and from here you can just add it right there and add it after the stack. So just like we did with the cart provider, save it, then go back to your home screen like right here and write toast dot show. Then we are going to have a dynamic string also that would show the name of the thing that we just added to the cart, and then write added to cart. And right now we want to have the duration. The duration of this is going to be short, so toast dot duration dot short, like that. And let's save it and see how it goes. So right now you can see here the cappuccino added to cart. You can press this, jumbo savory scone added to cart. So right now we have a more dynamic way of showing stuff. And I think right now we finished the home screen. Everything here is looking good. So we still have the detail screen, we have the order screen, and we have the chatbot screen. Those are going to be way faster. So yeah, stick tight for them. Now let's create this details page. This details page, you can go to it when you click on any items that you have on the home page, and it will show more information about it. So you can go back to your code, and we already have a details.tsx like ready for us, and we already have a lot of parameters that we can use. So yeah, let's start with that. So the first thing that we are going to do is we're going to also make it a gesture handler view, root view, because we are going to have buttons in it, and you need to have this view whenever you have a button or a touchable opacity. And afterwards, we need to have this page header right there. And since this page header is actually like reused in the orders and details, and I'm going to also use it in the chatbot, I'm going to have a component for it. So go to your components right there, create a new file, and call it page header .tsx. Now, since I'm going to make this page header general, so it should take the title, and it should take whether or not it has the right icon or not. So let's have the RFNES like this, and it's going to be a page header. Now, this page header is going to take in the props that I mentioned, which is the title, the whether the right icon is shown or not, and the background color. So since we're using TypeScript, we need to specify what are we going to pass. So we need to specify header props, and props are just the input to this module. And you need to have the string, so the title, and then you need to have the show header, right, which is going to be equal to a boolean. And this is going to be responsible to show this right icon. And since it's because it's only in the details page, I'm going to make it through a flag. And the last thing is a background color. And this background color is going to be a string. Now in here, we need to also take in the props. So we can say that this is going to be React. Just delete this. It's going to be React.fc. Then it's going to take in the header props. And I'm going to destructure it so that we can use it from out of the gate. So title, then show header right, and then it's bg color. So it's like that. Now to create a header, we will need to use a stack screen. So from up here, you can just write import and write router and write stack. And I imported router because the back button usually goes back. So we need to route to the place that we were coming from. And right now we can just have the stack dot screen like this, and have a self-closing tag, and delete everything else. And in here we can define the 3 places that we have the title, like the header in. So we have the left part, we have the middle part, and we have the right part. So yeah, let's start with some options first, and we can start with the title, which is in the middle. So options, and in the options we need to show header show visible, which is equal to false, and then header style is going to be equal background color is equal to the background color that we passed in. Then header title align, sorry about that, not this one, it's header title align, and it's going to be centered, so we can center the header in the middle. And then let's define the header. So basically the header is going to be the title, so let's write this. So header title, and it's going to be equal to this. So basically it's going to return whatever thing that we want. So let's return a text like that, and inside of this text let's return the title. And of course we would need to have some stylings. So you can have the class name, sorry about that, it's class name like this, and tell it to have the text equal x large, and give it a text color of like this. I just copy pasted from the Figma design, so it's going to be 242424. Then the font is going to be equal Sora semi-bold. So I want to see the results and then build on top of that. So let's go and import this page header. So inside of here, you can go here and write the page header. So right there, in here, write page header, and then you can give it the title, which takes in the name, and then show right here is going to be equal to true. That's the only page that we show right in. And then the background color is going to be equal to F9. And yeah, so right now we can save it. The name here should be actually details. So we can have detail, and is it detail? Yeah, it's detail. So yeah, just save it and it should show up right there. So you can see the detail here is working good. And the page header is now having also the left button. It's by default, it's working. So let's return back to the page header and continue where we left. And we can just save this, put it right there, right here, and expand this a little bit more, like this. So that looks good. So now we can have the header, right? And this is going to be the heart icon. And in here, we can show the if the shown header, like this, show header, right? If so, then we are going to return something. If not, then we are going to return undefined. So let's close this, put here undefined if we don't have anything. And let's return something here. So in here, we want to return font awesome 6. Actually, it's 5. And right there, we can just add a name of heart. Again, I got this from the Vector Icons website. You can go and search on it and then get it. And the star is going to have a margin right of 10. So right there, you just write margin right of 10. And we also can specify the size. So let me structure that a little bit better. And in here, I can close this. And in size, I can put a 24. And the color is going to be equal to black, like that. And yeah, you can see the heart icon on the right. And yeah, on the left side, we want to also have the back button. So right now, the back button by default is there, but in some other tabs, like the chatbot tab or anything else, it might not show. So let's now close it and redefine it to make sure that it's there. So you can just have the header back visible like this is equal to false, then save. You can see that we removed it like this. Then you can just have the header left, and in the header left we can specify whatever function also you want. So we can have like this, and inside of here you can have the gesture view handler root view, and this is going to be important because we are going to have a touchable opacity, a touchable button. So touchable opacity, like that. And then in the touchable opacity, we want to have a basically a icon. So with the icon that I chose is from also the Expo Vectors. And in this one, we are going to choose the back button, so a back icon. So name is equal to arrow left, size is equal to 24, and color is going to be equal to black. We can remove this right there. Now the details disappeared, so we need, which is the title, so we need to add some styling right there. So add some class name, make it flex equal row so that we can put two items next to each other, items center, and then put the gap is equal to 4. Save it. Now it's there. We can also style the touchable opacity. Just have some paddings is equal to 2. Padding left is equal to 2 so that we can push the back button a little bit to the right. And then we can also define an onPress function. So on press, what we need to do is we need to have the router to go back. So just write back. And yeah, I think here everything is working fine. So you can just press the back button and see if it works. Yeah, it works fine. Go back again. So you can here go to this one, press back, this one, press back. Yeah, everything here is working good. So the page header is now done. We can also have this page header in the orders page. So you can go here and inside of the view, you can just write page header and give it the title of order like this. Show header right, which is going to be equal to false. And the background color is going to be equal F9, F9, F9. So let's go to the orders page and see how it goes. So we can see here the order is also working. And let's also add it in the chatbot. So right there, also just paste it. Make sure to import it. And then in here, we are going to call it chatbot. So chatbot, just save it. Then we can go back. We can go back to the chatbot application and the header is already also there. So this is good. So let's close the orders and chat room for now. We're not developing those. And the page header, we're done with it, so we can close it. Now we're back to the details page and let's see what's next. So the next is this big image, followed by the name, the category, and then some ratings, and then some basically icons right there. So we can go back here and start developing that. Now, yeah, before we continue, let's go back here and I want to show you this. So we have this section right there, and this section should always be there. So if the description is a little bit bigger, then this should be here, and this should be scrollable. So if we can scroll down, and this should always be overlapping. So we'll separate it into two sections. We'll make a view and then have it separated into two sections. The first section is going to be scrollable. The second section is always going to be there. So to do that, we are going to have another view right there. And in this view, what we are going to do is that we are going to make it have a full height, and then we can have flex column. And flex column right there is going to put objects underneath each other. And then we can have justify between. And this will put the two ends of the, I'm going to go back to the details page right now. This will go and put the objects as in the far ends of the page. So right now we can have this section right at the top and this section right at the bottom. So that is what we are going to do. Justify between just does that, maximizes the space between the objects. And then what we want to have is to have a details header, and then we can have a description place, and then we can have sizes place. So let's develop them one by one. So let's go to the details header and make a component from that. So go here, new file, details header .tsx, and write rnfes, make sure that it's imported. Now if you want to, you can just remove the style sheets, and then you have a view. You can make it also a fragment like that if you want, switch things up a little bit. And in here you want to have the image. Yeah, I forgot to have the closing tag of the fragment. Now we are good. So in the image, we need to have a source, URL to read it from, and we can style it also. So for this page header, we need to have some inputs, and we are going to have it like the one that we did before, which is going to be through props. And let's call this detail header interface, like that. And it's going to have an image URL, which is going to be a string, and it's going to also have a name, which is the name of the product. It's going to have a type, which is also going to be a string. It's going to have a rating, which is going to be a number. And now we are done. So right there, in here, you can just define and destructure your inputs. So write image URL, write name, write type, and then write a rating. And all this will have a type of detail interface. We're destructuring it. So in the image, you can just write source equal, then URI is going to be equal to the image URL, like that. And the class name is going to have a wfill, full width, then a height of 48, and then we are going to also give it rounded borders, so rounded equal to XL, and then the margin top is equal to 2. Now we did not call it yet, so we are not seeing any results, so let's go and fix that. So right there, we can go and implement the class names like we said. We are going to have a view with two sections, the scroll view and the other view. So let's implement that. So here, let's have a view, and inside of this view, let's give it some stylings. So hfill. Yeah, we had it already. Like we started it, but we did not finish it. Right there. So we had this, and now we have the scroll view. And inside of the scroll view, we are going to have another view that is going to host our top section. It's going to have a margin X of 5. It's going to have items center. And then we are going to put the details header inside of it. And the details header is going to take in the image URL, which is basically image URL. It's going to take in a name, which is also the name attribute, and the type, which is going to be equal to type. And then the last thing is rating. And since this is a number, since this is a string, we can cast it to a number. So we can have it like this. And yeah, let's save it and see how it goes. So yeah, the refresh is showing, but I think it's suppressing it. I think it's something with the stylings. So let's go here and remove those. So go back to your gesture view root handler, and you can add some class names. For this class name, let's add here wfill, then hfill, then add a background color also. Why not? Add it as F9, 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 and save this. So let's check the imports. Yeah, I think the scroll view shouldn't be here. Used automatic imports, so always check your imports. And let's also check what are we sending for the image URL. So let's go to the home page, and so as I expected, we're not sending the image URL, it was dropped. So let's write this. So image URL is equal to item, write this, dot image URL, and just save it, and go back to your detail screen, and let's now have a text of image URL basically and see if we are returning it. So like this URL, and you can write here image URL to identify whether it's showing or not. And let's have a new click. So go back here, right on this. Everything here is working good. So let's remove this and continue from here. So the image right now is looking good. And right after the image, we need to have a text with the name. So you can go back here and see this. You need to have the text with the name and then a text with the category. So let's add both. Go back to your details header. After the image, we can add the view for the texts. So here, add a view like that, then add the text like this. And inside of this text, we are going to have a class name text of 242424. Then we are going to have text equal 2XL. Then we are going to have font is equal to Sora semi bold. And then we are going to have a margin left of 1 and a margin top of 2. And we are also going to have this as the name. So we are going to show the name. So everything here is looking good. I think the title is a little bit big, but let's see it on other shorter ones. So yeah, I think it's a little bit big. So, and I think it should be also on the left hand side. So I think I didn't write anything here to center the item. So let's go back to the details TSX, and we had find the item center. Just delete it, and you're gonna find that it went to the left a little bit. So that is what we want. And let's go back to the text right there and make it just 1XL and see how it looks. So this looks way too small, and this looks like big, but I think this is closer to what we want. So let's keep that. And now let's add a section. This section basically where the category, the ratings, and some icons appear. So after the text, we can create another view right here. And in this view, let's here create the view. Let's add the class name. And inside of the class name, let's add a couple of stylings. So again, we want to have things like next to each other. So flex row, then W fill to have a full width. Justify between to justify everything and take the edges of the screen. And then we can have a text. And in this text, we are going to have the type. And this is going to be the type of, or the category of the product. We are going to have also a class name. This class name is going to have the text is going to be equal to hash a to a to a whoops then a2 like that. We are going to make text small. We are going to also put the font to Sora regular this time. So just copy this, write regular, and then add the margin left is equal to 1, margin top is equal to 1, margin bottom is equal to 5, and save it and see how it goes. This looks good. I think here we can just increase the margin a little bit more. Yeah, I think that looks better. How about that? Yeah, that looks a little bit better. So the right now the category is also done. Now what we want here is to have also in the same row, we will have those icons in. And for that, we are going to have another view with those icons. So let's have the view. And since we are going to display icons next to each other, we can have the also flex row like that. Then empty margin top is equal to 2. Then we can have the view also right here, and in this view let's create a icon. So let's give it a background color. You can see that it has a different grayish background color. You can also extract it, so you can go to here, come to the this details product. You can go to the coffee matcha, you can go to the this, then you can have the fast delivery, you have the icon, you have the mask, and the icon right there. You have also the color of the icon, and when you press on fast delivery you also get the color of the background of it, so you can see that there's a grayish background. So we're going to use that, and so basically what we are going to write is bg is equal to, then it's f5, 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 and the f's are capital, like that. We can also add a padding of 2. We can add the rounded XL, and we can add a margin right is equal to 2. Now for that here, I am going to use also some icons. So in this icons, I'm going to use the name is equal to delivery dining, and size is equal to 24, and color is going to be equal to the color that we saw. So color is equal to so you can just come here, just this is the F5 that we have, and this is the other color, so just copy it and paste it right in like this. And yeah, you can see right there, this is the icon right here. So everything here is working good, and the view here is also good, but we need to add 2 more. So just copy this whole view, paste it right underneath it. Now let's go add the icons. We can go here to vector items again, vector icons, React Native, and you can press on that, and now we want to have a coffee bean basically, so let's write coffee, and in here you can see that we can have this one, so just copy this, go back here, paste it right in, and in here you can just copy paste the font awesome. So right there you can have the font awesome where things here are coffee. So it's good. We just want to give it a different color like that. And yeah, we are all set. Now for the last one, it's going to be just copy paste it, and let's also add material. So that is going to be material, community icons, and the last icon is going to be food croissant. And let's wait for it to come up. Yeah, it did. So it takes a second or two to load in an icon from the first time. And now this is ready. So basically what we want now is to have this rating section. So let's go back here and add this rating section. So we have this views, and after those views we can add another one for the rating section. So you can have another view right here. And in this view, let's have also a class name of flex equal row, because we are going to also be displaying different stuff next to each other. And padding left is equal to 2. Then we are going to add a star. Basically, the star is going to be also an icon. So here it's going to be let's go and find it easier. So let's here write something like star, and yeah, I think the first one looks good, so just copy that, go here and at the top just paste it in, and go back down and copy the other line, just also paste it right here. we want to change the color to, we want to change the color to yellow. So just go back again to this section and find the rating section. So it's in here. So where is it? So you can find that this is here. Then the line, then we have the text section, then we have the rating section. Then in the rating right here, you have a color of yellow. Just copy this color and add a hash and then paste it right in. You can see like we have now the color of that. And after that, we can add a text with the actual rating. So text right now, and let's add the rating, and we will style it a little bit. So we can have the class name of padding left is equal to 2 to add some space. Make the text is equal to x large, minus margin top is equal to 1. Then we wanted to have the semi-bold Sora font, so just copy that and just paste it right in. And then let's add the text, which is going to be equal to like the text color A2, A2, A2. Then save this. You can see right now it has the rating. Let's go back here, see if it's good. Yeah, it's good. We just don't have this number, which is how much ratings we have, so we can just ignore it. And then we have a line right there. So this line is going to be just a view with a very small height and just border. So if you can imagine that this is a rectangle, but a very, very, very small rectangle that doesn't have any height, or like a very small amount of height. So this is basically a rectangle with a border of this color basically. And if you can go to the line, you can also have a color. So you can, it's E232. So you can just copy this color. So we can paste it in when we want. And yeah, so right here, after all this, we can add the line. So you can have a view. This view is going to have a W full. We're going to give it the full width. Then items center. This is going to be the wrapping view of the line. And then it's going to have the full width, and it's going to have its item centered. And this is the view that is the actual line. It's going to be self-closing. We don't want anything in it. And we can just add the class name right there, which is W, which is equal to 90%. We can add a border of B. We can add a border color of the thing that we just copied. So this one. We can add a margin Y is equal to 4. And let's see the results. So here's the line. I don't know if you can see it, but it's there and it's visible and it looks good. So we are done now with the header. So let's go back to the detail screen. This is the header page. This is the header section. The next section is going to be the description section. So we would also want to have a section for that. So let's do it. Go back here in the components, create a new file called description section.tsx. And inside of the description section, you can close down the header. We don't need it anymore. RNFES. And it's called the description section, which is good. And in the description section, we just want to have one input, which is going to be the description. So interface and details interface. And right here, we are going to write description. And in the description, this is going to be a string like that. And we are also going to destructure it in the inputs. So we can have the description like this, and it's of type that. And yeah, so basically what we want is to display the description, but you can see here we have a read more. So we'll be adding a button for this read more, like the read more is going to be touchable. And then we are going to be displaying maybe the first 3 lines, a couple of hundred characters, and then when we press read more, then it will show all the characters. So let's see how this goes. So going back to the design, we should have a title, which is this text that has just description, and then we followed by it description. So let's start with that. So in here, the text here is going to be description, and we want to also show it. We need to call it. So go back to your details page right there and write the description section, and we should add the give it the description. So description is going to be equal to the description that we would pass in. And right now, this description is displayed right here. Let's format it a little bit better. So let's have a class name of text of, then also put the 242424. And again, I'm just copy pasting those numbers from the design. Text is going to be equal large. Then the font is going to be equal to the Sora semi-bold. This one. And then we are going to have the margin left is equal to 1. Let's see how that looks. This looks good. And then after this text, we are going to have another view with a description. So let's create this view like this. And inside of this view, let's have the class name is equal to padding is equal to 2. And then we can have the text right now is going to have the description. So this is the description right here, and we can format it a little bit so that we can style it. So in here we can have the class name is going to be equal text and give it a color of A2, and then text is going to be equal to small x small, and the font is going to be equal to regular, Sora regular. And let's see how that looks. Now it looks very much similar to what we have in the design. We just don't have the read more button. So let's add the read more. So we can add here a touchable opacity from React Native, and in this touchable opacity we want to have a text, and this text is going to be read more. So you can see right now that it's read more. In this text, let's style this also. So we can have this class name is going to have the text equal app orange color, then text is equal to x small, and the font is equal to Sora regular. Just save it, and I think the color is not showing up. I have an extra G right there, so just delete it. So right now it's working good. The read more you can see is clickable when I click it. So yeah, everything here is working good. So the thing is that we want to have a flag so that we can, when we press read more, it switches to read less. So we can have this as a use state. again right here. So use state, and this state is just going to be false, and false just means that it's not expanded. So constant, then expanded, which means that the description section is expanded, and set expanded. So basically we need to have a function to set this like that. And let's here add this, so we can have the some logic right here that says if it's expanded, we show a text called read less. If not, less. If not, we show read more. So like that. And yeah, let's make the description now follow the button of read more or read less. So you can go back again to the text that has the description, and you can add something called number of lines, and this is the number of lines that you want. Let's put it to 3 right now, and you can see that it automatically truncated the text right here. And when you press read more, it doesn't do anything right now, but we should make it do it. But let's right now also add some logic depending on the expanded. So if it's expanded, then we should not have a defined number of lines. But if we should have like a 3 number of lines defined. So if it's expanded, what we do is we make it undefined. If not, then it's going to be 3. And here on touchable opacity, we can add an on press that basically sets the expanded as its inverse. So just not expanded. So expanded is going to be equal not expanded. So if it's false, it's going to be true. If it's true, it's going to be false, and so on and so forth. So right now it's read more. If you pressed on it, you're gonna have to you're gonna see that it's read less. If you pressed on it again, it's read more, read less, read more, and things here are working good. Now, the last thing to add here is also let's limit the description, because sometimes it can fit into like 3 lines, and we don't want that. So we can also have expanded equal description. So if it's expanded, we display the full description. But if it's not expanded, we just display the first maybe 100 characters. So description, like there, so description, we are going to take in the slice from 0 to 100, and afterwards we just have the 3 dots. Now, yeah, this is good. So you can have the read more, read less, you can test it out, it's working good. And yeah, we can close down this section. I think we are done with it. So you can close it down and go to the next section, which is going to have the sizes. Now, we don't have sizes, as you remember, we removed it from the recommendation engine, but we are going to also like have this design. It won't do anything, this design, but it's good to implement. So go back here again and open this up, and in the home page, in the details page, you can see that we have the details header and the description header. Now we can add a component for the sizes section. So go back here in the components and write sizes section .tsx. Now in here, just write RNFES. This is going to be the sizes section. Go back here and add it. So sizes section, it's going to be self-closing. You're gonna find that the sizes section is here. And right now, let's create the title of it. It's going to have a title of size. So let's have the size title right there. And we are going to have also some class names, which is going to be text. Let's define the color first. It's going to be 242424. We are going to make it text is equal to large. We are going to have it the font is equal to semi-bold, like that. We are going to have a margin left is equal to 1, margin top is equal to 4, and let's save this. So the sizes title is now done. We want to now have 3 divs like this with S, M, and L, and those we can just add it into a loop basically, so that we can just define one and add S, M, and L into an array, and we can just write it from there. I want to show you how to do this. You can go up and create an array. So constant is equal to sizes, and what sizes do we have? We were going to have S, then M, then L, which is for large. And let's also, while we're at it, let's create something to show which size is being clicked on right now. So constant set size, selected size, then set selected size, like there, and this is going to be equal use state, and inside of this use state, this is going to be just a string that shows which size is being chosen right now, and the default is going to be medium. And yeah, so this needs to be a angle bracket like that, and yeah, let's now see this. It returned back to the home screen. That's fine. Go here, and yeah, we still didn't show anything. So right now we will need to create a view, and after that we will create we will loop over this and create a div for each one of the sizes. So let's create here a view, and of course this view is going to have a class name. Because things are going to be next to each other, we are going to specify that flex is equal to row, justify center, and then items center to center everything in the page. Space is equal to 4. We are going to add spaces between the divs, and then we are going to add a margin top is equal to 3 and a margin bottom is equal to 3. Now we are ready to write the loop. So basically we are going to loop over the sizes, and for each size we are going to return a touchable opacity so that we can click on it. So before proceeding, I think I have a bracket right there and a bracket right here. Everything now should be better. So let's use a touchable opacity, and let's close it. Inside of this touchable opacity, we are going to add a text, and inside of this text, it should show the size. So just size like that. Let's save it. You can have the small, medium, and large. And let's add a couple of stylings. So class name is going to be a dynamic string like this, where font is equal to Sora regular. Then we are going to also see whether this is selected or not. If it's the selected size is equal to the current size that we are on, then we are going to have this basically orangey color, and this orangey color is going to be like this. Text is equal to app orange color, else it's going to have the text is equal to black. Save it. Because medium is now selected, it should have the one that was with a orange color. And let's now style those buttons a little bit better. So in this, you can have a class name, and you can give it, we can also make it a dynamic string. So like this. So in here, we can have the px is equal to 4, padding padding y is equal to 2, rounded is equal to 2xl, then width is going to be equal to 30%. So the width is going to be equal to 30%. Items is going to be center. And right after that, we want to have a dynamic string for the color. So selected size is going to be, if it's equal to the size, then and right here it's also triple equals. So if it's triple equals to the size, then we are going to put a color bg of fd5f0. Then border is going to be equal to 2, and the border color is going to be app orange color, and else it's going to have a background of white. So else it's going to have a background of white, like that. So let's save this, and I think I need this to be at the end of the string, so right there, here, and let's see how it goes. So yeah, right now we have the small, we have the medium, we have the large, and everything here is good. And if you pressed on small, nothing happens. I want it to switch when it goes to when I press small, when I wanted the color here to switch to small. So let's create the logic for that. So on press, right here, it has the like here, we can set selected size is equal to the size that we are on. So just save it, press on small, you can see that it switched, press on medium, it's switched, press on large, everything here looks good. Now the last section in the details page is going to be this buy now section, which we display the price and we also display a button to buy now. So let's go and implement this section. So just save this here and go back to your details page, and you can remember that we had this view that is going to justify between, which is going to have maximum distance between the scroll view and the bottom part. So right now we are going to be writing this bottom part. So let's create a view, and inside of this view it's going to have a text, and inside of this text it's going to be price. Let's also show it right there. So you can see that it's at the far end, as you see, of the page. So this is the far top, and this is the far bottom, and this is what justify between does. So for that, we can also have some class names. Text is equal to the color of A2, 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 and just as I was thinking about this, we should have those colors in the Tailwind configs. Just like we had the app orange, we can define other colors. But yeah, let's continue with that for now. Text is going to be equal base, this is going to be the size. The font is going to be equal to the Sora regular, and you can also have a padding bottom is equal to 3. Let's save that. This is the price right now. I think it's the same color and the same size, so everything here is looking good. And let's also add the view that is responsible to give us this white color and this rounded borders. So you can go here, add another view on top of that. So view like this, go here, add it here, and make sure to have the correct indentations. Get the class name, and for now let's have it as flex row, justify between, and then bg is going to be equal to white, and this will give it a white background color, and you can see it right there. It's now the price now has a background color of white. We want to also add some rounded borders, so rounded right there, top left is going to be equal to 3XL. Then we should have also for the top right 3XL. Then we are going to have the padding is going to be equal to 6, padding top is going to be equal to 3, padding bottom is going to be equal to 6 again. And you can see now it's starting to look like what we have. And then after this text, we should add the actual price. So go ahead and write here price, like that. Now this is the price. Let's precede it with a $sign, and let's add the class names for it. And the class names for it is going to have the text is equal to app orange color, and then we are going to have the text is equal to 2XL. We are going to also have the font is equal to Sora semi-bold this time, so it's semi-bold. And yeah, let's see how it goes. So this looks good right now, and let's now add the button for the touchable opacity. And this button needs to have like buy now, and it should be big like this. So let's do it. So in here you can have this touchable opacity. So write touchable opacity, and it's going to be like that. And for this touchable opacity we need to have the text, and this text has buy now, and you can save it and then we can style it together. The class name is going to have the bg equal app orange color, save it. Then w is going to be equal to 70%. This is the width, so w is going to be equal to 70%, and it's going to have the rounded is equal to 3XL. Then items center, then justify center. So the button right now looks good. I think the text just needs some styling right now. So in here you can just have the new text like class name, and text is equal to XL, color is equal to white, and the font is going to be the Sora regular. Save it. Now it's looking a lot more like the thing that we have right now, and you can see that it's scrollable also, and if you press on read more, it goes underneath the buy now, which is the thing that we want. And yeah, so right now what we are just missing is that when we press the buy now button, it doesn't do anything. So we need to add this buy now function logic, and it's basically going to be adding to cart. So just like we did with the plus button in the home page, we are going to be adding this also here. So let's create a function. So this function here is going to be buy now, and this buy now is going to have a function like this. And yeah, what we want to do is we want to add to cart. So add to cart, and this add to cart is from use cart that we defined earlier. So add to cart is going to be equal use cart, which is what we have, which is what we defined earlier. And then add to cart right there takes in the name and adds 1. And what we want to have also is we want to toast, give it also a toast like we did, toast.show, and inside of that we are going to have a dynamic string. We are going to inject in the name added to cart, and then we are going to define also a duration. So let's define here a duration it's going to be toast dot and durations dot short. Just save this, and when we press the touchable opacity, we want to call this. So go here, on press, and just call the by now function. So now I have an error. I think I can basically handle that later, but for now I want to also have the router, and when I press on it, I just want to go back. So go back to the home page, save it, and let's try it out. And let's go, for example, to the espresso shot. Make sure that everything is here working good. Press by now. It went back to the home page and it has a good toast. So everything here is working good. Now, this is the description page right there. We just finalize it and press on the back button at the top. Make sure that it's working. Open up a different description. Everything here is good and fully functional. Now, before we go to the chatbot integration, we can just add the cart page, and then we can go to the chatbot. Now, we already have also the orders page, so scroll up and you're gonna find the orders page right there. Then you can close the details page, and then you can add a couple of things to the cart so that we can add it here. And then you can go to the cart page, and yeah, we can start developing it one by one. So first, we are going to have also a gesture view, gesture handled root view. Just copy it, paste it right there. We also have the header right here, so this is good. Let's define a background color, and let's define that this should be full width and full height. So W full, H full, and let's add a background color of F9, 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 F9. Save it, and you can see that the background color here is now more white. So let's go back to the design, and you can see here that it now has this list of products. And since it's also a list, we are going to use the flat list component that we used in the home page. And then the top part is going to be also the header of the flat list, and the bottom part is going to be the footer of it. So yeah, we are going to create this flat list first, and then we are going to put this header and then put this footer. So for that to work, let's go back here. Go to your components, create a new file. Let's call it cart product list.tsx, and inside of here rnfes. Then you can just delete the style sheet also, and inside of here just remove the cart bit. So let's call it product list like this. And yeah, what we want right now is we want to have a flat list, and inside of this flat list we are going to render the items one by one. Now for that, we need to also get some inputs, which is going to be the cart quantities, which is the like the quantities that we are going to be displaying in the cart. And then we are going to want to also have the product, so that we can get the full product list, so that we can get the image, we can get the name and titles and things like that. And we also want to have the set quantities, since we want to have this plus and minus buttons be working. And the last thing that we want to have is maybe also the total price, so that we can also here show the total price if we want. So let's create this interface. So interface, and it's going to be product list props. And in here, let's have the products, and write product. And this product is going to be from the types. It's going to be the list of products, and then quantities. And this is going to be a dictionary, where the or a map where the key is going to be a string, and then the value is going to be a number, which is going to be the cart basically. And then we're going to have the set quantities, like this, and this is going to be a function that has the item key, and the item key is a string like that, and delta is going to be equal to the number, whether we are going to add or subtract things from the cart, and then it's going to return void. It's not going to return anything. And this is going to be the set quantities function that we have in the use cart. And then we are going to have the total price, and this is just going to be a number. And in the product list right there, we are going to take in those inputs. So let's write them down all. So products and quantities, set quantities, total price, and then all this has the type of product list props, and now we are good to go. And since we are already editing it in this page, maybe we can just have this negative button clicked a lot, and when it's clicked it won't disappear. So I want to have a filtered products where if it reaches 0, then I can just remove it from the products. And this is what I'm going to do right here. Here I'm going to have a constant called filtered products, and in this filtered products I am going to loop over the products and filter them. And if the product right now here, if the quantity of product dot name, if the quantities of product dot name is greater than 0, then we take it, else we don't. But sometimes it doesn't also have this quantity, so if it doesn't appear in the quantities, then I am going to just add a 0. So basically I'm going to have the filtered products based on the quantities that I'm having, and it needs to be greater than 0 so that it can appear. I am going to loop over the filtered products underneath. But before we do so, I need to call this in the order page and make sure that it's working. So go here, create a new view. In this view, let's create a class name with hfill. Then it's going to be equal to the flex column, and it's going to be equal justify between. It's going to be very similar to the details page. You remember that we have this section and this section, and justify between is going to make it separate. So this is what I'm doing here right now also. So you can go down here and create a new view. This view is going to have a class name, or the class name of h is equal to 75%. The height is only going to be 75%, so that we do not overlap with the bottom section. And inside of that, we are going to create the product list that we just created, and we are going to give it the products. And the products right now is going to be the full list of products that we have, and for that we need to load them. So just like we did with the home page, we are going to create a constant that has the products, all the products that we have, and a set products, and this is going to be a use state, and this is going to be a list of products. So products, yeah, I think it's an angle bracket, so it's products like this, and then it's going to be an empty list at the beginning like that. And let's also have the Boolean for loading, just like we did with the home page. And this one is going to be equal to true. And I forgot here a square bracket, so just add them right in. It should be working now fine. It's breaking because the product list is now still not used. So let's cut it for now, and let's add the products first, and then we can call the product list. Then we also want to have the cart. So basically we want to get the use cart, this one, and from it I want to get all the cart items that we have right now. So we've been adding things from the home page, we've been adding things in the details page and things like that. I want to get the cart items, and I want to get the set quantity functions, set quantity of cart, and I want to get also the empty cart. And the last thing that I want to do is I want to also define a total price. So constant is going to be equal to a total price, and then set total price, like that. Then I want to also have a use state. So use state, and in this use state, this is going to be a number, and it will be initialized with 0. So when we load this page, we want to first go and fetch the products. So let's have this. So right now, doing this. And we want this to happen as soon as the page loads. So we just not listen to anything. And yeah, this is it. So for that, we want to have the constant called load products. This is a function, load products, like this. I think I've misspelled it, yeah. Load products, then write async. It's going to be a synchronous function, and then you can define it. So just like we did in the home page, we are going to have a try and catch statement, and here we catch the error, and inside of that we want to also set the error. Console log the error, and give it right there. And then finally, we want to set loading is equal to false. So this is very similar to what we did on the home page. So I'm just brushing over it. And in the try, we want to get all the products. So just like we did in the home page, we are going to write product data, and this is going to we are going to wait, then fetch products, and yeah, this is going to fetch all the products that we want and put it in the products data. Then after that, we want to put it in the products data. So set products, and put it as a products data. So just copy this, paste it right here. So now we've loaded in the products, and before we proceed, let's just call this. So right here, you just have a semicolon and call load products, and this should load all the products in memory. Now let's go back down, and in this place, let's just add the product list again. And right here, we just need to add the products, and it's going to be equal to the products that we have. Quantities is equal to the cart items, and the set quantities is equal to set quantity cart that we already have. And total price is going to be equal to the total price. So now we are ready to go. We don't have any issues right now. We sent everything, and right now the product list is here. Now let's go back to the cart product list, and inside of that we already filtered the items based on whether it's greater than 0 or not. And let's now return the flat list. So basically, I want to say if this flat list products.length, this one, the filtered product.length is equal to 0, then I want to just display a text that tells it, hey, we don't have anything for you, or something like that. We don't have anything in the cart. So if its length is greater than 0, we are going to be adding here a flat list like this, and we are going to fill it here one by one. So let's also have the data is equal to the filtered products. We then can define, for example, what else does, so that we can stop getting these issues. And what else does, we just want to have a view, and inside of this view we are going to display a text that tells it, hey, we don't have anything for you, or something like that. So we can call this as no items in your cart yet, and then we just can copy paste it right down here, and let's write something that encourages them to go and get something. So let's go get some delicious goodies. So yeah, before proceeding, I think we just want to have this issue gone right now. So we can have the render item, and the render item is going to be just a function that returns a view. And yeah, as you can see right here, you can have the no items in your cart, let's go get some delicious goodies. Now this is being displayed, so that is good. Now just before finalizing this section right there, we can just add some stylings. So add the mx margin x to 7, items center, then go back here. Class name is going to be text.2xl. We can make it large, and then font is going to be equal Sora semi-bold. So let's go here, semi-bold, and text is going to be equal to gray. Let's have a gray 500. Margin bottom is equal to 4. Text is equal to center. And yeah, let's save that and see how it goes. Yeah, everything here is looking good. And I am going to also have the same things for the other one, so for the other text as well. So just have this here. So everything here is looking good. Let's just make this 1XL so it looks better. So yeah, so if we don't have any items in the cart, you can see that this is being displayed right now. And let's now have, for example, something that would indicate that there is items here. So item, and we will have as much items as we can display. So if you can go back on your app, right here on Cappuccino, press plus. So the problem was in here, so just delete this, and right here texts, and right here text, and just have this as item, for example. Get started, then go to your cart. You're gonna find that there's an item here. So if we added another item like this one, go back to your cart, you're gonna find 2 items. And yeah, so everything here is just working fine. We need to render the items here one by one, show their images, and show their name and category, things like that, and also add the quantity right there. So let's do that. So go back to your cart right now, and we have 2 items in the cart. So we can go and make a function called render items. So right here, create a function called constant render item, and in render item we take in the item, like that. And then this item is going to be a product, like this. And we are going to have it return a view, like that. So you just need to cut this bracket and put it right there, and it should be working now fine. So add a summary column right there, and we are going to call this render item for each items that we render. So in here, you just call the render item, like that. And for that place, you can just display, for example, the text and item, and display the item.name. So you can see right here, this is the cappuccino and the chocolate chip biscotti. And yeah, we just need to also display the image, format it a little bit to look good. But yeah, we are ready to go. So here in the view, you can just have a class name of FlexRow. We need to have things next to each other. Center, justify between mx7, and p padding bottom is equal to 3. And the first thing that we are going to do here is that we are going to add the image. So in the image, we want to also have the source, and the source is of course going to be the URI of item dot image URL. Save it, and then we also want to have the class name, and this is going to have a width of 16, a height of 16, and rounded LG. Let's see the results. Now it's looking better. So with that being said, we also want to have a view, and this view is going to contain the text of the item name and also the item category. So in this view, we can have also class name of flex1 ml is equal to 4. And then for this text right now, we want to have the class name is equal to text large, like this. We want to have the font is going to be equal to Sora semi-bold. We also want to have a text color of 242424. And yeah, that is looking good, I think. So with that being said, we can add also another text. Let's write text correctly. Text, and inside of here we are going to display the item dot category. And in the item dot category, we want to also style it a little bit. So we can have the class name, give it the font Sora regular, and have the text is equal to X small, have the text is equal to gray 500, and see how it goes. This is looking good. And yeah, I think the only thing that is left right now is this button and maybe this line afterwards. So we can go and create it. So we can add the quantity, a minus and a plus, and make it work. So let's go and do it. So right here, you can, after the view, we can create another view that is responsible for the section that I just showed you. And because it's things that is like next to each other, we have also call flex row items center, and then we can have a touchable opacity, And in this touchable opacity, this is going to be the minus, and afterwards this is going to be the plus. It's going to have a text, and this text is going to just have the minus. The class name is going to be the text is equal to XL, and you can see the minus right there. We can also have a touchable opacity for the plus, but let's style it first. So on press, I'm just writing its functionality, not styling it. And on press, what I want to call the set quantities. And when I set the quantities, I want to give the item.name. And I want to also have the other input as -1, because minus just makes it like we decrease. And the plus here, I'm going to have just copy pasted, and instead of -1, I'm going to pass in 1. And now I have the plus and the minus. And here I am going to add a text that is going to show the quantity. So quantities of item dot name, and if it's not there, then we can have a 0. So you can see right now it has -1, then the quantity, then the actual plus. And we can also style it to look better. So for the class name, we can have an mx of 2. Let's see how that looks. So that doesn't look that bad, but for the margin, maybe we can add a margin or something like that to push it down a little bit. So margin top is equal to 2. Now this is, so let's add a margin to push it down a little bit. So margin top is equal to 1. Let's see how that looks. So yeah, I think that looks quite good. So if we returned back here, we can see that it's now similar to that. We can add some paddings if we want. So margin X, we can actually increase it a little bit like this. So yeah, I think this is working good right now. And let's go down here. Let's also write the key extractor, and the key extractor is going to be equal to item and the item dot name. We also can, I think that is done, but we want to in the future have the list.header component and the list.footer component. And let's see if the plus and minus works. So if I clicked plus, you can see that it's added it to the cart. And if I press minus here on the cappuccino, it goes negative. And if I go here and choose, for example, a croissant, and let's also go to the chocolate syrup and click on book now and see if I can go to the cart and see both of them. So yeah, both of them are added, and I can just add it to the cart right there. And I can, for example, almond croissant, if I just remove this, press on the negative, it should be removed from the page. So this is looking good. Now we want to have the section of this header and the section of this footer, basically. So let's go to the header right now and make it. So go here, save this, create a new file called orders header.tsx. And in here are NFES, and let's call that order header. And we can also go to the cart, and in here we can define the header. So list header component, and inside of that we can just have the order headers and it's self-closing like that. Let's see the output of that. So it's in the output right here. So it's in the orders headers right there, and we can go back to the orders headers and start developing it. So let's see what we are going to develop. This is a toggle from deliver or pick up, and then a section with the addresses. We are going to hard code the addresses for now. So let's create another component right there, and let's call that component delivery toggle. So delivery toggle.tsx. We can also run rnfes, and this is going to be the delivery toggle. And since it's toggling things, so let's have the use state from the early beginning. So constant, and it's going to be is delivery, and set is delivery, which is going to use the use state. And in this use state, this is going to be a Boolean, and it's going to have the initial value of true, like that. Let me write true correctly. And yeah, for that, we want to also call the delivery toggle within the header. So right here, call the delivery toggle like this, and you can see the delivery toggle is being rendered. So let's give this class name of flexRow, because we're going to have the delivery and the other button next to each other. Justify between bg is equal to the ed. Margin x is going to be equal 7. Padding is equal to 1. Rounded xl. Then margin top is equal to 7. And yeah, this is right there. So afterwards, we want to have two buttons. So it's going to be the touchable opacity again. So touchable opacity, where the text is going to be equal to deliver, and the other text is going to be equal to pick up, like that. Now let's delete this text. We don't need it anymore. You can see that the deliver and text both are in are showing up. And right now we just want to have one showing like the background of this orange color, and the other one doesn't have any background. So let's do that also. So in your touchable opacity, so let's give it a class name with a dynamic string, so like this. And in the dynamic string, let's give it a padding of y of 1, a padding x of 15%, a font is equal to Sora, semi-bold, rounded is going to be XL. And yeah, you can see that it's looking like the design that we have. And let's also have the background color in. So we can have a dynamic is deliver like this. If this is going to be true, then I am going to have the background color right there is equal to the orangey color, which is going to be C6, 7, C4, E. And else I am not gonna have anything. I'm not gonna have any background color. And yeah, you can now see that the delivery right here is clicked on, and when I press on, and when I press on it, on press like this, I want to set the delivery. So set delivery, and I want to set it to true. And let me write true correctly, like this. So yeah, I think this is good, and I am going to copy this and paste it in the pickup. So I am just going to write if not delivery and set to false. So let's see how this goes. So right now we can just press pickup, press deliver. You can see that it's switching quite correctly. I do think that it needs a little bit of padding to make it look better. So let's go to the text right now, and also where it should, like the orange area should have white text. So you can go back here. The orange area should have white text, and we should also have it a little bit a little bit bigger. So in here you can just write class name, dynamic string again, and in this dynamic string we can have the text of large. So we can just so you can see that it's already looking way better. And if that is the case, then we are going to also give it a isDeliver is going to have text is equal to white. Like that. And if it's not, then text is equal to black. And let's see how that goes. Yeah, everything here looks good. I'm just going to copy paste this class name, and I'm going to paste it in the second one like this. And for that, I am going to have a not equal. And yeah, you can see right now pickup, deliver, and things here are working good. So this is the delivery toggle. So let's save it. Let's go back to the order header. Now we are calling the delivery toggle. And let's now define this place of the address. We are going to also hard code the address for now. So we are going to add a class name and give it a give this text a class name of margin x of 7, margin top of 7. Text is going to have a color of 242424, and we are going to also have the text is equal to large, like that. Font is going to be equal to Sora semi-bold. Now this is the order's header. It is going to be called delivery address, like that. And yeah, let's also create another text, and this text right now will have the actual address. So you can go here, class name is going to also have a margin x of 7, a margin top of 3. Text is going to equal the 242424, 242424, and text size is going to be equal base. Font is going to also be bold, Sora semi-bold, and margin bottom is equal to 2. And the address here is going to be jl.kpg sutoyo, like that. And everything now is looking good. You can see like there. And the last one is going to be this string in very light gray. So you can go to the orders page and go to the delivery address. Go to the address and text, and the second one, just copy it. Go here, add the text, and paste it right in. Then we can also define some class names for it. So margin x is going to be 7. Text is going to be A2, 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 text is going to be equal x small, then font is going to be equal to Sora semi bold, and the margin bottom is equal to 3. Let's save it and let's see the results also. So right now it's looking good. Now we also want to add a line. So if you looked at this, we have a line. I'm going to neglect those for now because editing the address and adding the notes is going to be a lot of hassle, and I'm not handling the addresses right now. But I want to add this line right there. So we can add this line right here. After the text, we can add a view. And just like we did at the last time, the line is just going to be a view with a border. So mx is going to be 12. Border is going to be b. Border color is going to be border gray 400. Margin y is equal to 4. And now we have the delivery. The delivery header is up and running, and then we have the flat list. Now we want to also have the basically the footer, and the footer we are going to also be ignoring the discount. So let's now add another component. Let's call that orders footer dot tsx, and let's have the rnfes, and let's call it that order footer, and go back to your cart list if you remember it, and right here list footer component, and it's going to be the order footer. And let's see if it's rendered. I added a wrong angle bracket, so order footer is being here rendered quite correctly. And so you can go back to the footer and you can close the header. We don't need it right now. For the footer, we only need the price as input to it. So just have the interface, which is the total price, orders footer props, and in this order footer props we have the total price, then this is a number, and whoops, this is a number, and in here we will take this, so you can have the total price and it will have the orders footer props type. And inside of this, we are going to have this section. We are going to have the payment summary, then price, then delivery, and the price is going to have this. The delivery fee is going to be a constant value of 1 right now. So for this here, we can just create a new view. And in this view right now, we can have the class name. Border is equal to b4, then border right there is going to be equal to f9 f2 ed. This is going to be the value of it. Then a margin top is going to be equal to 3. Then I am going to have the text, which will have the word price in it, and this class name right there is going to be text is equal to base, and the font is going to be equal to Sora semi bold, and let's see the output of that. So this is a scroll view. So when you see this is it's hidden. It's because we defined it to be 75%. So this is a scroll view. You can scroll it, and you can see that the price here, it's working. You can delete the orders footer, and yeah, we also needed to have a payment summary first, like this one. So in here, after the first view, you can create a text right there, and this is called payment summary. And in this payment summary, we need to also define a class, where give it a class name of mx7, then give it a text is equal to text color is going to be 242424, then give it text is equal to large, then font is going to be also Sora semi-bold, so just copy paste it. Margin bottom is equal to 4, then margin top is equal to 4, and save this. Scroll down, you're gonna find that the payment summary is now working fine. After the payment summary, let's create also a view. Right here, let's cut the text that we had earlier and paste it in the view. Let's do the indentations. Let's add some stylings to it. So the class name of this one is going to have the flex row, and justify center, justify between, sorry about that, and mx is equal to 7, mb is equal to 3. Just save it, and you can see that now it's kind of looking the same that we have, and you can just copy paste this right there, and instead of price, just write the total price that we going to inject. So total price. So we're not passing the price, so you can go back here, and in here you can just write total price is equal to total price. We are not calculating the total price, so it's 0, so let's keep it like that for now. And yeah, we can add the delivery fee, and then we can continue. For the delivery fee, we are also going to have this exact same view, so just copy paste it right here, delivery fee, and instead of this we can just write if the total price is going to be 1, if the total price right there is going to be equal to 0, then I am going to also have 0. I'm not going to deliver anything, else it's going to be 1. So let's save it and see how it looks. So right now it's 0, so the delivery fee is also 0. Right now it's going to be looking good. And when you go to order, I think this 75 is way too small, so let's make it, for example, 80. I think 80 is looking better. And yeah, let's return back to the carts. Let's check everything here is working good. So I think here is everything is set up quite correctly. So let's go back to the orders.txt, and when you look here, we have this last section, which is the section at the bottom that is going to have the order button. So we can just have this right now. Let's clean this up, and let's create a new view for that. So view, and inside this view, let's also create a class name of background of white, then rounded border, so background of white, then rounded top left is going to be equal 3xl, then rounded top right is also going to be 3xl, and we are going to have the padding x is equal to 7, and padding top is equal to 3, padding bottom is equal to 6. Save it, and you can see the whiteness right here is starting to show. I am going to add a new view, and in this view I am going to have the class name like this, which is going to have the flex of row, because they are going to be next to each other. Justify between items center, like this. And inside of this, I am going to also have another view. So let's create this view, and inside of this view, let's also create a class, give it a class name with flex row and items center. And inside of this view, I am going to add the icon of a wallet. So we can just have the Ion icons, and you can go and search for whatever wallet you want. I am going to choose this one, which is going to be wallet outline, and then size is equal to 24, and then the color is going to be this orange color, which is going to be hash C6 7 C4 E. So let's save that and see whether it shows up. Yeah, it showed up. Then after the ion icons, I want to also show the cache or wallet, like this one, this title right there, cache or wallet. So let's add the text, right, cache or wallet, and then save it. You can see that it's already showing. Let's add the class name for that, and text is going to be equal to 242424, and then text is going to have a size of base. Font is going to be equal to the semi-bold Sora, so Sora semi-bold, and it's going to have the padding bottom of 1 and a margin left of 3, and let's save that. So everything here looks good. I think it should be at the next to the wallet. So let me cut that and put it in the view right here, like this. Let's save it. Everything here is looking good. And I want to have underneath that, I want to have the price. And let me check the, yeah, I want underneath that to have the price. So because this has a flex row, I will need to also like put another view in it so that I can put things underneath each other. Those things are going to be next to, so this view right now is going to be next to the icon, and those two are going to be underneath each other. So here I'm going to have a text, and in this text we can have the total price. So right here, total price is equal to 0. If it's 0, then I'm going to present 0. If not, I am going to present the total price plus 1, which is the delivery fee. And with that being said, I want to also add some stylings. Text is going to be equal app orange color. I want to add the text is equal to small. The font is going to be font of Sora, semi-bold, and I want to have the margin left of 3. And let's see how that looks. So that looks good. Now let's go check the design. And after that, in this design, we need to have this icon right there. And I think this icon, like we don't have what this icon does, so I'm just going to put it and just put the button underneath it. So for that button, I am going to here come and write material icons. And in material icons, I'm going to give it the name of keyboard, arrow, down, give it a size of 24, and give it a color of black. So write black like this. And let's see if it works. So yeah, the icon is right there, and what's missing right now is the touchable opacity at the bottom. So let me write this touchable opacity of React Native, And in this touchable opacity, we want to also style it, but let's add the text first. So the text should be equal to order. So let's open this up, make sure that it's order, yeah. And the class names for that, it's going to have also some class names. Text is equal to XL, text is equal to white, font is equal to the Sora semi-bold, so just copy paste it. And yeah, I think it's regular, sorry about that, so make it regular. And right here, add the class name. And right now, let's add the class name of BG of, and add the ed, and let's see how it looks. Let's also have it the app. Let's make it app orange color. Save it. Yeah, that looks better right now. And we need to also be adding a couple of other stuff. Let's add the rounded equal 2XL. Let's add the items center. Let's add the justify center. And let's add the margin top is equal to 6, padding y is equal to 3. Let's see how that looks right now. So I think that looks a little bit better. But the order here is not centered, so you can go back here, write item center, and justify. I think justify also is good, so it's justify center is also good. What's the issue here? I think the issue is because all those needs to be in the touchable opacity. I just wrote it in the wrong class name. So yeah, here it goes. And the rounded needs, it has an extra L, so right now it's rounded. And yeah, I think it's working now fine. I think the order button is a little bit overlapped with the bottom bar. So let's go back here, make that 75 and see how that looks. So yeah, that looks better. And yeah, so the order button is now looking good. And the last thing that we want to do is that if it is has the total price of 0, I don't want to have this order button to be touchable. So let me add a dynamic string right there. And in this dynamic string, let's also check if the total price is equal to 0. And if it is, then we are going to add a background color of ed, which is a gray color. Else we are going to add this orange color. So let's now see that. So it's now gray. It's still clickable, as you can see. I am clicking it and it flashes. So the way to disable the click is going to have the disabled attribute. And in this, we are going to have the total price is equal to 0. So if it's equal to 0, it's not going to be clickable. I am now clicking on it and nothing is happening. And then we want to have an onPress function, and this onPress just have the order now button. But before the onPress, I want to have one more thing, which is the total price. So in here, up in here, I want to have a function called calculate total price. So you can have the constant of calculate total price, and let's just calculate total, and it's going to take in products. This is going to be the full list of products, like that. And it's going to also take the quantities, which is going to be the cart items, which is going to be just this key, which is going to be a string, and the value is going to be the number. And yeah, we are going to open this function and write the following. So we want to return and products dot reduce, which is going to loop over the function and output a calculation that we want. So right now we have the total, then product, and right here we can just calculate the total price and go here like constant quantity is equal to quantities, and the quantities right now is going to have the product.name, and in the product.name we are going to have of 0 and a return total plus product.price multiply by the quantity. Let's add a semicolon. And let me here also add 0 and save that, and it should be looking good. So right now this calculates the total and returns back the total of the cart. Now we want to calculate the total of the cart every time the plus or minus is being clicked. So we can have the use effect again. So let me just copy paste this, use effect, and I'm going to close it like that. And in the use effect, I am going to listen to two things. I am going to listen to changes in the cart item and the products. So in that, I am going to hear constant total is equal to calculate total. Let me copy paste it. I don't know why it's not auto-filling. Products and cart items. So this returns back the total. So set total price is equal to total right there. And we can also have this right here. So after that, we can just have the products data, and yeah, this should also do it. So you can see here that the total price is now done, and the order is now enabled. The order button is now enabled. You can see the price and you can see the delivery fee. If you added something to the cart, you see the price is changed, and if you can add something else, if you auto subtract, the price is now changing. So this is here working very good. And the last thing that we want to do in this page is like empty the cart and do the order if someone presses on the order button. So right now we can just simply like send this to a system of the orders, to a coffee shop or whatever, using email, using whatever tool that they are using. So most of the heavy lifting is now done. But what I'm going to do right now, I'm just going to empty the cart and go back to the home page. And in the function that I'm doing that, if you want to like connect it to any orders, coffee shop orders system, you can do that quite easily. So let's create a function called order now. So constant order now, and in this function we are going to not take any inputs. And the first thing that we do is we call the empty cart, then we toast dot basically show and order is placed successfully, like that. And in that we set duration is going to be equal to toast. Let me write it correctly. Toast like this. Duration is equal to short short like that. And I am also going to have the position is going to be at the bottom, so toast. So let's just toast like that, and positions is equal to bottom. And yeah, that is it. And before just closing this, let's go back to the home screen. So router dot push, and we are going to go to the home screen, or maybe we can have a thank you page, a simple thank you page. So let's have a thank you. Just save it. There is no thank you page right now, so you can go ahead and create one. So in the app, just right click, press thank you, write thank you .tsx, rfnes, remove the style sheet, remove it also from here. What we are going to do is that we are going to have a gesture root view, and in this gesture root view we are also going to have a button that goes to the home screen, but before that we are going to have a view like this, and this view is going to have a class name of wfull, hfull, items center, justify center, and inside of that we are going to have a text that says thank you for your order, and inside of here we can just have the class name is going to be equal to text is equal to 3xl, font is going to be equal to Sora semi bold, text is going to be equal to center, margin X is going to be equal to 10, and yeah, this is it for this is it. So before proceeding, let's go to the layout. Let's just also copy paste this stack screen, write thank you, write this, write false, and let's press that. The cart is now empty, like you see, so you can go back here and you can add this, you can add this, book now, go to the cart. You can see that everything here is working good. Press an order. Don't think that it's going to the order page. I pressed it and nothing happened. So let's go back here, and maybe I'm not calling it when I press it. So yeah, so on press, what I want to do is call the order now function. Just save that and press the order again. Now you have these thank you for your order, and then thank you again. So let's develop that. So you can just remove the thank you again. It returns back to the home screen. So that is inconvenient. And right now the this should be hview, not gview. So height is going to be hfull. And after the thank you page, I want to have also a touchable opacity, and this touchable opacity needs to have a text like that, and return to home page. And what I want to have is that I want to style it a little bit. So text is going to be equal XL, color is equal to white, and font is going to be equal to Sora regular, like that. You can save this, and in the touchable opacity, let's also add some class names. So BG is going to be equal app orange color. W is equal to full. Rounded is equal to 2XL. Items center. Justify center. Then margin top is equal to 3. Padding X is equal to 4. And now we can define the onPress. So the onPress goes to the router dot push. And where do we want to push it? We want to also push it to the tabs home. So now we return back to the home page. So let's start again. Here, press this, go back to the cart. And in the cart, press order. Now we have the order page. I don't see the touchable opacity. I think it's because of this view. You can just cut this and add it here. Save it. Hopefully, no. It went back. So just add, then add to cart. Then order, then return home page. It's looking a little bit crooked. So in here, just add the width is going to be 80%, and let's add also some padding Y to maybe 5. Save it. Let's go back to the order page. And go back to the thank you page right there. So yeah, I think this is now looking good. And the last thing that we want, maybe a margin bottom of 5. And let's try again. Let's add this, go to cart and order. Now that is looking good. Like let's press on return home. And it's returned home. So everything here is now working good, and we are now ready for the chatbot. So this is our finale for this big tutorial. So yeah, stick around for that. Now let's go develop our chatbot page. So if you can go to your normal home page, you have the chatbot icon right there at the bottom. So just click on it, and this is the chatbot page. And you can close down everything that we have open right now, like this. And just open the chat room. And before we go to the chat room, let's go to also the types right there. And inside of the types, let's also have a new type, which is the message interface. So export interface message interface, and this is exactly the same thing that we used to have when we were at Python. So we will have the string, we will have the content, and we will have also the memory, which is going to be any. And this is going to be our message interface. So every message will have those 3 things, and memory is going to be optional. So we are going to put a question mark right there. Then we can go back to the chat room and start defining how it should look and how it should behave. So one of the things that we want to have is a list of messages. So before we start, we can just have a constant messages set messages like that. Then we use state, and it's going to be the message interface, and it's going to be a list of message interfaces. So it's going to be a list of messages, and it's going to start off with an empty list. And this is constant, so I misspelled it, so it's going to be const, and like that. So after that, we would need to have a gesture view controller, because we will need to do a lot of typing and a lot of clicking. So let's add this gesture view, gesture handler root view. like that. Make sure to spell everything correctly. And then we already have the page header, so that looks good. Let's open back the chatbot application again. And in here, we want to also be displaying the message list. And basically, we want to also be displaying somewhere where we can click and write some text in. So in this, we will have also a view. And of course, we will have also the justify between, so that the last bit of the page will have the place that we can type. Right, class name, flex is equal to 1. We already did this a million times. Justify between, and bg is equal to neutral. This is the background color. Then 100, and overflow is going to be visible. So just save it, see how it looks. I think now it looks good. And we also have a view, and in this view, give it a class name of flex1. And then we should have the message list right there. So here we should have the message list, but after that we should have the input, and we should write the place that we can take the input from. So write the view, and in this view, let's style it with the class name. Flex is equal to row, and then mx is equal to 3. Justify between, border is equal to make the border. Padding is equal to 2. bg is equal to white. Border is equal to 3, the color is equal to neutral, and it's going to be 300. Then we are going to have rounded border, so rounded is equal to full, with padding left is equal to 5. Let's see how that looks. So we can see right there a little bit of white space that we can write things in. So let's make it writable by adding a text input from a gesture handler. And this text input is self-closing, so make sure to close it. And then it needs something. It needs the text that it can fill. So we need to go up and create a reference, input reference. So go up there, here, create a constant. Let's call that input ref, and it's going to basically reference this as the input. So use ref like this, and we are going to give it the text input, and it's going to be null. So right there, go down back again, and we can write the reference. Reference is equal to input reference. Place, then we can define a placeholder. Then we can add type a message, and the style we can also add in the font size at least. So font size is equal to HP, and it's not there, so we can go back up and import it. So import, then height, percentage to HP, and I don't think that it's also actually installed, so just copy that, go into a new terminal, then go to the coffee shop app, npx install, and make that npm install, and just paste it. Wait for a while, and while we're at it, we want to also have the width percentage as WP. So just save it and add here a comma, go back down, and HP here is going to be 2. Save that. And yeah, let's reload it. So you have a reload button on the bottom right. So just click on that and see how it goes. So let's go back to the chatbot page. Click on that, and you can see here the type message here is already working. So for that, we can have also a class name with flex is equal to 1, and maybe a margin right of 2. And I think we can just add a little bit of padding or margin at the bottom. So margin bottom is equal to 2. And yeah, I think that looks good, I think. So for that, we can add also a touchable opacity. And in the touchable, from React Native, and go back here, and we can add a feather, which is an icon, and this icon is going to be send. So name is equal to send. Let's close that. Size is equal to HP. So HP 2.7. And then the color is going to be equal to this color, which is hash 737373. Save that. You can see right now you have the send icon. Go back here, write class name is equal to bg neutral. So bg neutral, and it's of 200. This is going to give the feather send icon a background of neutral 200, which is a gray. Then padding 2. Then we are going to have it also rounded full, and we are going to have a margin right of 1 pixel. And let's see how that looks. Everything here looks good. I think that the background is not working though. I missed a T. So yeah, right now this is the button, and if you clicked on it, I am clicking on it right now, and you can see that it's flashing. We want to just send the message when we click on that button. So we'll be adding an on press later on. So let's add the function that we would do, that we would call if we press this button. Let's call that constant handle send message. Right here, this is going to be an async function. And we are going to let message is going to be equal to text.reference, and we don't have the text.reference right now, so let us define it. So come in here and create a text.reference. So constant text ref, and it's going to use reference reference, and this reference is going to have an initial empty string. And let's now fill this text reference. When I write anything, I want to fill it. So on change, when we change this input, I want to go and have the value. So like that. So value of this is going to be the text reference of current is equal to value. So it's on change text right there, and now it should be fine. So every time I write a letter or remove a letter, it's going to update this, and it will have the latest string. So right now I can just refer it here. So message is equal to text ref of current. Then I can trim any accessing accessing spaces. Then if not message, if there's basically no message, just return. And if there is, we can have a try and catch statement. So catch, like this, error, console log. What we want to do is we want to add this message to the list of messages that we have up here. So let's do that. So let input messages is going to be equal to all the messages that we have before, and then we want to add a new message which is going to have the content of message and a role of user, because this is a user role. This is a user message. And yeah, and after we have this messages set, we can set the messages to the input messages. And after we set it, we can just set the current back again to an empty string. And let's also set the input reference to be empty. So if input reference, so if we have anything in the input reference, if input reference, then input reference dot current dot then clear. So we are now clearing the input that the user have sent, because when you press send, usually the message that the place that you write in is returns back to empty. So let's try this out, and then afterwards we can start filling in the messages. So hey there, just press the button, and pressing the button does not do anything right now if we are not calling it. So yeah, exactly what I expected. We are not calling it, so on press, and we are going to call handle messages on press. So let's press it again, and you can see that the input right now is disappeared, and I think it's in the input messages, but we will have to figure that out when we go and present the input messages. So I'll present and input all the messages in another component called message list. So let's create that now. So go to your components again. So components right here, create a new file and call that message list.tsx. And in this message list, write rnfes. And in this in this file, just delete the style sheets. And what we want to do is we want to render that. So we can render it before our text input. So right under the flex is equal to 1, we can have a message list like this, and it's empty right now. So you can see it's being rendered right here. And what we want from this message list is we want to have some inputs to tell it what to display. So we are going to have an interface, and this is going to be message list props, and inside of it we are going to have a list of messages. So messages right there, and this is going to be a message message interface, and the list of it actually. So it's a list of messages, and we can just destructure it right there. So messages right this, and add the message list props, and we'll present all the messages in a scroll view. So come here, write scroll view from React Native, make sure to close it, and then for each message we are going to loop over them and display them one by one. So we want to display every message item individually. So I'm going to keep it neat and make a new component called message item. So let's have this message then item.tsx, and let's also have the rnfes. Let's delete the style sheet. Let's delete also here the style sheet. Let's save that. Let's go back to the message item, and inside here we are going to only receive one message. So you can have the interface of message, and it's going to only have one message. And let's do this, and message face like that, and this is going to be what I am going to be presenting. So the message right there, and it's going to have the message type, and then I am going to display the, if it's going to be the user, I'm going to be displaying it on the right. If it's going to be the chatbot, I'm going to be displaying it on the left, and maybe we can give it different colors, but we are going to try and simulate like as if it's like any chat room. So yeah, we are going to do an if statement based on the message role, whether it's a user or a assistant. So right here, you can go ahead and write if message role is equal to user, then we are going to be displaying something, else we are going to be displaying another thing. So let's do that. So here, let's add a view, and let's call the basically, let's have a text right now and say hey, and that's it. But I want to call this here, I want to call in the scroll view, I want to call the message list so that we can see what we are developing. So right there, you can have a code block and write messages dot map, and then add the message right here and index, and from there you can also write, and you can call here the message item. So message item, and inside of this message item we want to give it to the message. So message is equal to message like this, and we want to give it also a key of the index. So this way we can keep count of the messages that we have. I saved it. I think we have a problem, and maybe it's in here. So message list is waiting, I think, for an input, and let's see what it is waiting for. Yeah, it's waiting for the messages. So just write messages right now, and in the messages, just give it the messages. Go back here, go here, and let's write hey, and you can see message item is being presented. So right here. So it's if the role is equal to user, I don't know why it didn't go here. Ah yeah, because it returned at the end. Here I'm not returning anything. So let's fix that right now. So have the return, and then let's open this and let's close that. We are also going to have a return for the else statement, and let's remove this return. Let's save it. We are going to have this hey, and yeah, let's continue from here. So let's structure this and let's give this a styling. So let's have the flex is equal to row. Let's have the justify is equal to end, to put it at the end, and margin bottom is equal to 3, margin right is equal to 3, and then we are going to have another view, and this view is going to basically limit the width. So class name is equal to w of 80%. So like that, and let's save. As you can see, it went to the left, it went to the right, sorry about that. And this is going to be the width. So have another view like here, add the class name, add the self of end, add the p is equal to padding 3, rounded is equal to 2xl, bg white, border neutral, and it's going to be 200. So let's wait for that and see how it looks. So I don't think that the BG white is working, so let me check that. So first, the border is not here, so just correct it and save it. And I think the view here has a wrong ending, so make sure to put it here. Now. So now it's good. So let's format this correctly. Let's now also give some stylings to the text. So here the text should be class name. Actually, let's have the style. We are going to just put like a font size, and the font size here is going to be height percentage dp with 1.9, and save that. And yeah, just right now, instead of writing hey, we should write the actual message. So right here you just have the message, and if the message contains content, then we should display that. So this is the actual message that we have. And if I send anything else like hello world and just write it, so you can see that it will display all the messages right here, because in the message list we are looping over them one by one and displaying them. So that is good. And now we want to also do the same, like a very similar one to the assistant, but instead of having it to the right, I wanted to have it on the left and maybe give it a different background color. So let's do that right now. So in the view, let's also have a class name. Let's give it a W of 80%. Let's give it a margin left of 3. Let's give it a margin bottom of 3. And then let's also have the another view. Let's give it a class name of flex and self. Now we had this self.end. Let's have this self.start, and let's add the padding is equal to 3. Let's also add some rounded borders to 2XL. Let's add the background color to indigo this time. So let's have the indigo and indigo 100. And then we can add the border, and the border also can have the indigo border. And let's also here add the padding x is equal to 4. And yeah, let's save that. And inside here, the text should be also the message. So like that. Just make it the correct formatting. Here we can also do this. And yeah. And right now it should be working fine, but we don't have any assistant messages. So we can go back here, and for every message that we send, so we have a function that we call. Let me go back here. Yeah, handle message. We set the message, and now we want to write another message to them. So let's also write the set messages, and now we are going to set the message from the bot. So you can have the content I am bot and role is equal to assistant, like that. And every time I send something, it will return back I am bot. So let's try that. How are you? And send it. See, you have the I am bot. Then thanks, for example, you can also see I am bot. So this is the way that we are going to be adding the messages in. And right here, we are just going to call the API, the chatbot API, give it the messages, and it will return back the results. And we will replace the I am bot with the result from the API. So usually when we type something, the chatbot takes a little bit of time to respond. So we can add like maybe a timeout to like a timer to simulate like a delay so that we can see this. So for example, if I write now, hey there, and write it, and we can see also that we need to scroll automatically, and then it responds. So let's write hey, then I get nothing, and then after a while of now I get the output. So this is not that good. I want to have something that is showing that the bot is actually thinking or typing or something like that. So we can go back to the chat room and add another use state for the typing. So constant is typing and set is typing, and first thing it's going to be false. Then when I as soon as I clear this, I want to have the set is typing to true, and after I present the message again and the message is being presented, I want to change it to false. So this is the set is typing. And now I want to also move the is typing flag to the message list. So we can go down to the message list right there, write is typing, give it the is typing, and go to the message list. Right here is typing, it's going to be a boolean, and take it from here also, it's typing, and save it, save this here also. And if the user is typing, then I want to present the typing, even typing text. You can go here and basically write something like is typing, and if the user is actually typing, I am going to present this text bot is typing. So let us test it right now. Hey, then you can see right now that the bot is typing. Give it a few seconds, and then I am bot is being presented. So yeah, this is good, but I am going to make it a little bit better. I am going to put it in the same bubble that the responses come from. So let's have this. Class name is equal to the W of 80%. I am going to have the margin left is equal to 3, margin bottom is equal to 3, and then I am going to have another view, and we can actually go and maybe copy paste it like this, and make sure to have the correct indentations to make it readable, like that. So let's try it again. Hey, bot is typing. You can see that it's in the bubble right now, and then it will be changed to the output of the bot. Now, the last thing that we want to do is maybe we want to have it animated a little bit, to have the typing is animation a little bit. So for that, we are going to make a typing indicator. So typing indicator, and that is going to basically be an animation or something like that to help the user see that the bot is typing. So you can we can start by RNFES and delete the style sheets again. Right there, and right here we want to have a number of dots. So we want to have the something like typing and and like dot, and then the next time it's dot, the next time is dot, and so on and so forth. We want the dots to be animated basically. So we can have the constant and get the dots, set dots, and the dots at the beginning is going to be an empty string, and then we can use effect, and this use effect needs to have like a closing bracket. And yeah, so we are going to have an interval, so interval like that, and we are going to set interval. And when we set the interval, we want to add the dots till we have, like, for example, 3 dots, and then remove all the dots again. So what we do is that we're going to set dots, and we are going to take in the previous dots, so previous dots, and right now if the previous dots of length is less than 3, then what I'm going to do is I am going to add a dot to the previous dots, else I'm going to have it as an empty string, and I am going to trigger that every 500 milliseconds, which is half a second. And yeah, and after that I am going to return the clear interval, and I am going to trigger that when we launch. And yeah, this is it for the typing. You can make this as text, you can make this as text, and then you can add here a dynamic string, typing, and make sure to have the quotes in the right place. So typing right there, and then we are going to add the dots. So that is it. Go back to the message item, and instead of message list, and instead of this text, we are going to put the typing indicator, and it is a self-closing one. So let's now try it out. Let's write hey. You can see typing, and you can see it animated. You can see the dots are being right here animated, and then the output comes in. So this is what we are going to do. So you can go back again to your chat room, and right now we have this wait timer, but we just want to call right now the API, get it response, and just put it right there. So let's go back to the configs, and right there, let's add a new file. Let's call it RunPod configs.ts, and in here, let's read in the API URL. That's the custom API that we did. We can have the process.env.expo public, and then run pod API URL as string, and then you can have the same, you can just copy paste it and edit that. So you can have the API key, and instead of the API URL here, just make it API key and make it as string, and then we export both like this, API key and API URL. And you can go back to your services right there. We create also a new file. Let's call this file chatbot.ts, and in here we want to import Axios, and Axios is what we use to call any API from Axios, and maybe Axios is not installed, so you can go back here and npm install Axios, give it a little bit. So I think now it's installed. You can go back here, write import message interface from types. Then we want to import the API key and API URL from the RunPod configs. Then we want to create a function that is asynchronous for the call chatbot API, and here it takes in a list of messages, and this is the messages that we will send to the API. It's going to follow the message interface, and it's going to be a list of those. And what it's going to return, it's going to return a promise, and a promise of a message interface. So it's just one message interface, so like that. And then let's have a try and catch statement. So the try is going to get the response, try and get the response of the post request that we are going to do on the API URL. And the input right now is going to be, so if you remember, we had the input, and the input is going to be the messages like this. The API key will be provided in the headers. So this is going to be it, and let's now provide the headers. So headers like this, and inside of the headers, let's provide the content. Content type is application.json. Then the authorization is going to be the API key. So let's have the authorization. Let me write it correctly. Authorization, and it's going to be a bearer token. So it's going to have here a bearer like this, and let's make this as a dynamic string. Let's put the $ open bracket and close bracket, and yeah, everything here looks good. And after we get this response, we want to basically put it into the message interface, message interface type. So let output equal to the response.data, because let output message is going to be equal to a message interface. So this is going to be of type message interface, and it's going to be equal to the output of the output. So it's a little bit confusing, but now the response has a data variable, and inside of the data variable, I called it output. And inside of the output, there's a variable called output that has actually the output message that we want. And then we would return back the output message. And now that we're done, we can export this function. So export call chatbot. We can go back to your chat room and we can use it. So right here, instead of the delay basically, or the sleep, we want to call this API. So let's call that. So we have the let response message is equal to await call chatbot API, and let's import it, give it the input messages, and it will have a output like this. Instead of writing this like that, we just can have the response message like this. Now that this is done, let's now press back and try and have a new start. So I would like to order a latte. Let's see if it works. So right now it's typing. Typing here, this just means that it's going to the chatbot and it's trying to get the response. Right now we have a cold start time, so it's going to take a little bit of time. So I'll cut back and get back to you when it's done. So right now I am getting cannot load an empty URL. I think I did some misspellings in the .env or something like that. So go back here, and yeah, so right here you can have the URL. Just copy this, make sure to have this in the configs. So in the config right there, the URL, make sure that it's the correct spelling. Let's also make sure that the API key is the correct spelling right there. And yeah, I think everything here is looking good. Let's press back and have a fresh start. So I want to order a latte, and let's see if we can if we will get an error or anything like that. So I think I've pasted in the wrong token, so I'm going to paste it here again and try to run it again without restarting and see how it goes. So you can come back here, do a fresh start, getting started, chatbot. I want to order a latte. Press. And yeah, it didn't update the token, so I have to close it right now, then run it again, and then I would have to open it again in Expo. So in order to not waste your time, I will come back to you when it's done. So I just refreshed it again and it's now working. So you can see I want to order a latte, and then you can see the output of the orders agent. Then you can see you can say that I want to order also a croissant. And you can see here, like, the message of typing is I have to scroll down to get it. So let's fix that while that is loading. So you can go back to the message list right now, and we want to automatically scroll down to the end with each message that is being added. So let's here add the constant here. So add here a constant scroll view reference, which is equal to the use reference, and it's going to have the scroll view, and it's going to start with null, and its initial value is going to be also null. So then we can have use effect every time the messages change, we scroll down to the bottom. So right there, like this, and every time the messages change, we are going to define it right here. So messages. So every time the messages change, we can have the scroll. We can have the scroll view reference dot current dot scroll to end, and then animated is equal to true. Now this is going to scroll down to the end of the whenever we add a new message. So we can here reference it. So we can have reference scroll view reference, then show vertical scroll indicator is going to be false, and then we can have the content container style content container style. It's going to have some padding top. Padding top is going to be equal to 10, like that. So that way we can have some paddings at the top. And you can see here, would you like anything else to order? So right now we added the croissant. I can write yes or no and things like that. So again, we can go back to the chatbot. The beauty of having JSON responses, and you can see here that the order is being shown. We can actually right now remove the console log. We don't need it anymore. And right now we can save this. And the beauty of having this JSON output is that we can inject it into other systems as well. So right now we are going to do exactly that. So right here in the chat room, we are going to check first. Let's have the false right here so that we can just switch typing to response without any inconveniences. So if response message, if we have a response message, then if this response message has memory, so response message dot memory, if it has a memory, and then if the response message has memory and has an order, so if it has an order, like that, then maybe it is then actually it is the order taking agent. And what I want to do is I want to take all the order that the agent has, and then I want to add my own cart. So first I am going to empty the cart. So empty cart. I don't know if we imported it or not. Don't think we have. So let's do that right now. And we can have the constant add to cart, and then empty cart, and then just add a semicolon and make sure to import it. Go back down. We now have empty cart. Then we want to loop over each item in the order. So you can see here the orders is a list. So let's loop over each one of those. So response messages of memory of order dot for each, then item here is going to be any. I am going to add it to cart. So I'm going to add to cart item, and then the item quantity, because we also have the quantity in. And we can then close this and add a semicolon. And I think I've missed parentheses right here. So let me do all those indentations correctly. And right here we can have this indentation also. So everything here looks good. Let me save it, and now I'm back. So let's now test it. So I want to order a latte. It's now trying to get the response from the chatbot. Now it responded, and it added, it went and added the orders, the latte to the order, and it's now recommending me more products. So I can go and see if I have this in the cart or not. So you can go back, press cart, and you can see here that the latte is being added to the cart. So that is good. You can have the total. And let's go back here again to the chatbot, and let's say I want to order the croissant also, please. Let's see if that works. Then I think it added the croissant. So let's go back and see if it did. So yeah, everything here is looking good. The chatbot added those items correctly, and we can see the total. We can order it, and let's press order. It tells you thank you. You can return home, and when you can open the cart again, it's empty. So this is now working beautifully. So the last bit here is to maybe test the chatbot, the full chatbot. We can test the guard agent. We can test the details agent right now. We can make sure that everything is working good before we close this tutorial. So you can open the chatbot and say, what's 1 plus 3? Let's see how it responds. So it tells me that it can't help me with that, which is good. What do you recommend me to order? It goes and gets the most popular recommendations, which is cappuccino, latte, dark chocolate, and chocolate croissant. We can say how much is the latte, and this will go and hit the details agent. So let's wait for that. So it tells me that it goes to the database and finds that it's 4.75. I can now ask it to, I want to order a latte, please. Then it should go to the orders agent, and then it will hit the recommendations agent and get back some recommendations for me. So it went back and got me some recommendations. Last time we added a croissant. Let's now not add anything. Nope. Good for today. Thanks. So let's see if it's so let's see if that branch now works. By the way, the orders, like the recommendations above, is from the a priori recommendations, and it's the correct ones. And then right now it tells me, thank you for your order. Your total comes to 4.75. We'll get you ready for your latte. So you can see here that we started off by the guard agent. It's working fine. And then we went to the most popular recommendation agent, and it's working fine. We asked it to go to the rack system and get something from the database, which is the price, and it's also working good. We next made an order, and it went to the a priori recommendation engine so that we can get some recommendations with our latte. And it got me some sugar-free vanilla syrups, caramel syrup, and some croissants to choose from. And then when I didn't want anything else, it finalized the order. Now the last thing to check is to check the cart, and you can find the latte is in the cart. And when we press order, it just goes to the thank you page, and everything here is working fine. So right now you finished working on a very, very big project. It will beef up your resume, and it will make your CV shine in the world of LLMs. You made an agent-based LLM, and it's a big one with multiple agents. I think it's almost 5 and 6. And then those agents has some very good prompt engineering techniques inside of them. Also, one of the agents was a RAG system, which is a Retrieval-Augmented Generation system. And this on its own is a big project. And afterwards, one of the other agents was a recommendation agent. It was a market basket analysis recommendation agent. Again, on its own, this is a big project to work on. And afterwards, you didn't only just work on it. You actually deployed it using RunPod. It makes things really easy for us to deploy. We deployed an LLM there. We deployed an embedding endpoint there, and we also deployed very easily our custom endpoint. And we didn't have to write any API code for that. RunPod did that automatically for us. So RunPod really makes things easy for us to deploy. And after that, we went and created our own React Native application to host this chatbot and to call it from the API that we hosted on RunPod. And yeah, now you have a full application with a coffee shop app and with a fully working chatbot. So congratulations on sticking this far. And yeah, see you in the next one. Bye.